business of the day. Right? Daily routine of business. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member from Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th interim report of the Special Committee on the Canada-People's Republic of China relationship, entitled Summary of the Special Committee's Meetings in Washington, D.C. I would note that our American cousins have many of the same issues that we have in terms of our ongoing relationship with the People's Republic of China. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to give a shout-out of sort to Michael Gallagher. Representative Gallagher from Wisconsin has been the chair of their select committee. He's leaving public life, at least for the time being, in just a few days. He's done outstanding work in Washington, and we will miss him. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Briefing with Air Canada on Services Offered to Travellers with Disabilities. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
Bravo. Dissenting report from the member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am tabling on behalf of Conservatives a supplementary report from the Human Resources Committee, where we heard testimony from Mr. Michael Russo, President and CEO of Air Canada, on the unacceptable failures to accommodate passengers with disabilities. It took 3 months for him to appear before the committee, and Conservatives believe this is unacceptable as the committee was flexible with dates being proposed. Mr. Russo stated Air Canada's objective is to be the preferred airline for persons with disabilities, to ensure their services are acceptable. However, evidence pointed to the contrary, and committee members shared stories of Canadians with disabilities who experienced unacceptable challenges while flying Air Canada. Just days before Mr. Rousseau testified at committee, Air Canada published an accessibility plan, and Conservatives want to note that it was interesting to see the timing of this announcement. Lastly, Conservatives believe Air Canada's executives must do more to ensure services offered to travellers and travellers with disabilities are accessible, and believe that regulatory requirements should be enforced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Committee reports. The Honourable Member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the following 2 reports of the Standing Committee on International Trade. The 15th report in relation to the motion adopted on Tuesday, April 9th regarding the CBSA assessment and review management system, and the 16th report entitled Canada's Proposed Biocide Regulations, Potential Trade-Related Impacts, and the also includes the dissenting report from the members. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Madawaska, Restigouche.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources in relation to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accords Implementation Act and the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
The Honourable Member from Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 24th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled Including Every Child, Benefiting All, International Disability Inclusive Education. I can assure you all the members worked very hard to present this report, and pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je pense qu'on est prêt pour...
I think we're now ready for the honourable member, Madame Marska Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, that's what happens when it's the fourth time I've tried to table the report, and for procedural reasons it was put off, and I didn't have a tie. I'm so sorry. So, it is my pleasure to table in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages. Openness to the international Francophone community, optimizing Francophone immigration to Canada, which will offer solutions to increase the demography of the Francophonie throughout the country. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is requesting for a government response to the report. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture des
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 4 petitions, however, 3 are the same, and actually deals with an issue that's already been dealt with, and that is to bring national school food programs into to Canada.
Here.
These petitions, I do just want to take the time to mention who that they were presented on behalf of. One is the Loyalist Collegiate Vocational Institution, also known as LCVI High School in Kingston, Pathways to Education Community in Kingston, and the St. Patrick's School Community in Kingston, who have presented the petition. And these petitioners specifically, Madam Speaker, want to make sure that we don't axe the snacks and that we actually make sure that we have school food for kids.
The petition about axing the snacks. Okay. Okay. Order. I just want to make sure that individuals are, that MPs are actually reading what's in the petition. So the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I will read this petition verbatim if that's what you'd like, Madam Speaker. So the last petition
Can't do that.
You just
Either. He has to do a summary.
Okay, then in that case, I will summarize this petition for you, Madam Speaker. This petition is on behalf of the individuals that work for national defense, and in particular those in the Canadian Forces Morale and Welfare Services. They want to ensure that the staff of the non-public funds have access to fair wages, equitable pay scale, and good secure jobs. Madam Speaker, I've met with these petitioners prior to them assembling this petition, and they've drawn to the attention some very important observations.
The honourable member has to reference what's in the petition. Okay. Yes. Yes. It's just that you've indicated that you had met with them. So
You don't want me to mention.
Yeah. So order. We know that this happens on each side of the House. Order. L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable.
Alors, à l'ordre.
Order.
Je sais que quand que les gens font des...
I know that when people present petitions, they'll often bring a little bit more than what's in the petition. I just want to make sure that people are actually summarizing their petitions. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
There are members of the Canadian Forces Morale and Welfare Services in Kingston and other cities throughout the country that are currently on strike, and they are calling to the attention that despite the critical work they do, the employers who are not directly the federal government, however, under the purview of the federal government, are amongst the lowest. These employees are amongst the lowest paid, earning, and they're demanding that they earn fair wages. In line with other individuals that are working under similar corporations throughout the country. So I would ask, Madam Speaker, that this petition be submitted to the Minister of National Defence and the President of the Treasury Board so that they can work together with the Canadian Forces Morale and Welfare Services to ensure that the staff of the non-public funds have access to fair wages, an equitable pay scale, and good, secure jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reasonable to me.
Presenting petitions, the honourable for Mission, Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present petition E4662 signed by 18,362 Canadians who want the GST-HST removed from massage therapy services. As it stands, massage therapy is not recognized in the list of professional services rendered by practitioners under the Excise Tax Act, meaning Canadians must pay GST-HST on massage therapy. These Canadians are calling on the Minister of Finance to include massage therapy in the definition of practitioner within the Excise Tax Act, add massage therapy to the list of services rendered by practitioners under the Act, and exempt massage therapy services in Canada from GST and HST. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present petition E4765. It was initiated by Michael Lawson, and it's addressing the humanitarian crisis in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. 5,200 Canadians signed this petition calling on the Government of Canada to increase Canada's international humanitarian assistance budget for the Democratic Republic of Congo in 2024 so that additional funds can be allocated in response to the acute crisis taking place in the region. The use as well of all of Canadians' diplomatic and political tools, including the Feminist International Assistance Policy, to help alleviate the suffering of those affected by this crisis. Madam Speaker, more than 5 million people are estimated to be internally displaced in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo as a result of violence and a resurgent, multifaceted conflict. The inadequate response of this government does need to be addressed. Madam Speaker, I have one other petition that I'd like to table in this House at this time. It is the 9th largest e-petition in Canadian history. It is E4745 with 82,248 signatures. This petition was initiated by Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. These Canadians are asking the government to, first of all, impose a two-way embargo on arms between Canada and Israel, investigate whether Canadian weapons or weapon components have been used against Palestinian civilians in the occupied Palestinian territories, including during the current war in Gaza, review all military and security cooperation between Canada and Israel, and close loopholes that allow for the unregulated and unreported transfer of military goods to Israel through the United States. Madam Speaker, it's been more than 6 months since this conflict began. More than 30,000 people have lost their lives, including over 13,000 children. Canada has an obligation under the Arms Trade Treaty to ensure that we are not fueling this conflict. I ask the Government of Canada to consider this petition, and New Democratic Party of Canada stands very staunchly with the 82,000.
The honourable member cannot be putting the position of her or her party forward when she's tabling petitions. She's to table just the petition. We just went through that a few minutes ago. The presenting petitions, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise to present a petition on behalf of over 1,200 people who note, first of all, that people with disabilities often face barriers to employment along with higher costs associated with health care and housing. They go on to note that the Canada Disability Benefit Act was delayed for over 2 years as the first attempt to establish the law, known as Bill C-35, was postponed due to the 2021 election. They go on to note that the Canada Disability Benefit is meant to provide much-needed financial support for people with disabilities, many of whom live in poverty. They note that the minister responsible has told Canadians that implementing the Canada Disability Benefit is estimated to take a minimum of 18 months following the passage of Bill C-22, receiving royal assent back in June of last year. They note that there are insufficient supports on current disability programs federally and particularly provincially. They present a significant risk to life and health for people with disabilities across the country who live in legislated poverty. They note that the federal government has refused to provide people with disabilities with an interim disability emergency response benefit, and that the government has yet to bring the Canada Disability Benefit into force. They're not starting the 12-month regulatory time clock, which is further delaying the Canada Disability Benefit. As a result, petitioners call on the Government of Canada to bring the Canada Disability Benefit into force within 2 weeks of this petition being presented in the House.
Petitions, the honourable Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Pleased to present this petition on behalf of the residents of Humber River Black Creek, as Transport Canada must address the ongoing aircraft-induced noise pollution by exercising their authority and implementing necessary actions in the Humber River Black community. We firmly believe that environmental responsibility extends to addressing both air pollution and the adverse effects of noise on our well-being. Therefore, we, the undersigned residents of the Humber River Black Creek community, call upon the Government of Canada to promptly assess nighttime noise pollution caused by aircraft activities in our community, collaborate with NAV Canada to develop effective mitigation strategies considering curfews and other noise reduction measures, establish and enforce noise level regulations, ensuring emissions remain within acceptable limits, and conduct regular monitoring to ensure compliance with regulations and engage in transparent communication with Humber River Black Creek community. I can mention to you, Madam Speaker, this is not an issue simply for the residents of Humber River Black Creek, but I think throughout Canada we have these kinds of issues. Thank you very much.
I just want to remind members they're not to give their points of view on these petitions, and they're not to give their party's point of view. They are just to summarize the petition in brief. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to table two petitions today. They follow on the heels of a day of action that took place here, where over 40 Afghan and Iranian women descended upon Ottawa to meet with members of Parliament and senators and to urge them to recognize the crime of gender apartheid. So the first petition by Afghan women essentially demands that the international institutions recognize gender apartheid as a crime against humanity. It goes on to urge the acceleration of the International Criminal Court's investigation of the Taliban. And finally, it advocates for feminist principles and for universalism and human rights to be reflected in existing and emergent international law. There is also another petition I'm honored to table. It is by Iranian Canadian women. They are asking for the adoption of the position that gender apartheid constitutes a crime against humanity. They are demanding that international efforts be made to recognize gender apartheid as a crime against humanity in international law. And finally, they are demanding that we take effective, concerted action to adopt proactive policies and exert pressure on the Iranian government and any regime that uses systematic gender apartheid and take steps to convince other countries to adopt similar policies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise and table a petition in regards to what Canadians treasure a great deal, and that's our healthcare and healthcare workers. What the petition is calling for is the issue of how it is that we can ensure that our healthcare workers are better protected, and thinking in terms of the scope of responsibilities that they have and they carry out virtually every day. And they're asking for the different levels of government to reflect on responsibilities and take the actions that are necessary in order to be able to support our thousands of healthcare workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. If a revised response to question 2362, originally tabled on April 10th, 2024, could be made an order for return, this return would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be retabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Yes?
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, Ways and Means, resuming the adjourned debate on the budgetary policy.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
After 9 years and 9 deficit budgets, this Prime Minister has doubled the national debt, adding more to our debt than all other Prime Ministers combined, doubled the cost of housing, and forced 2 million people to go to food banks. Now there's a budget with $50 billion in additional inflationary spending, promising the same election promises he has for a decade. That is why this budget and this Prime Minister are not worth the cost, and we will vote non-confidence. We must recognize that the Conservative Party has a common sense plan to cut taxes, build housing, fix the budget, and stop the crime. But before talking about our common sense plan, I would like to give a compliment, a generous compliment, to the Minister of Finance for having asked very good questions to the most wealthy. Having said, the wealthiest 1% in Canada, the 0.1% of Canada, should answer this question. In what kind of country do you want to live? Well, first, Madam Speaker, we need to recognize that since the Minister and Prime Minister have said that the 0.1% live very well after 9 years of this Liberal government. First of all, they've received major subsidies for their corporations, bigger than ever in the history of our country. Huge loan guarantees that prevent them from losing money on bad investments, forcing taxpayers from the working class to pay the cost. Contractors who are millionaires like those of GC Strategies are certainly among the 0.1% because of the gifts this Prime Minister has given them, with an increase in the number of contracts. It's gone up 100%. In addition to all of that, with the printing of $600 billion, this government has pumped up the wealth of billionaires. And we need to recognize that the 0.1% includes the Prime Minister because he inherited millions of dollars from his grandfather, and he kept that money in a trust where it is sheltered from taxes. It's protected just like the billionaires who invite him to private Caribbean islands. So it is a very good idea to ask questions to the 0.1% of the wealthiest, who have never had as much fun and as much wealth as after 9 years of this Prime Minister. And I will give a few questions that the Minister asked them. Do you want to live in a country where you can guess the size of someone's paycheck by looking at their smile? Madam Speaker, after 9 years of tax increases, of inflation, and interest rates, Canadians don't have a smile when they look at their paycheck, because that paycheck is disappearing. We have the worst growth in personal income among all G7 countries for 9 years. Our GDP per capita has gone down. It's lower than 5 years ago. So people have no reason to smile because a paycheck no longer buys food or housing as it would have done 9 years ago. Do you want to live in a country where children go to school with empty stomachs? Madam Speaker, of course, the answer is no. But that is reality today, after 9 years of this Prime Minister. According to the government's own documents published, the Prime Minister admits that nearly 1 in 4 children go to school hungry every day. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, who imposes taxes on the farmers who produce our food, on the truckers who ship our food, A quarter of children do not have enough to eat. Today, we have a promise in the budget to feed them. A promise that was first made in 2021, 3 years ago. How many meals have been provided? 0. 0 meals. So it's after 9 years of this Prime Minister that our children are hungry. Do you want to live in a country where the only young people who can buy a house are those who have help with their down payment from their parents? Madam Speaker, that's the country we are living in right now. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, after 9 years, he's doubled the cost of housing, doubled the down payment necessary to buy a house. He's doubled the mortgage payment for the average home. Let's not forget that 9 years ago, the average down payment was about $20,000. I remember because I was the Minister of Housing at the time, and it was possible to buy a home with a down payment of a modest $20,000. $20,000. Now, it's more than double. And now, it takes 64% of the average income per month to pay the costs of housing per month. 63%, an amount that is nearly double 8 years ago. It's just the wealthiest, just the children of the well-off who can currently buy a home. Do you want to live in a country where we make investments that we need to make in healthcare, in housing, in pensions, but where we don't have the political will to pay, and we choose instead to leave a growing debt to our children?
Je cite la ministre.
I'm quoting the Minister of Finance. It's this Prime Minister who has doubled our national debt. 9 years after having said that the budget would balance itself, that we would have 3 little deficits, no more than $10 billion. He has now added nearly $700 billion. The majority had nothing to do with COVID-related spending. And he's continuing with $40 billion deficits. This is 3 years after COVID. We can no longer say that the dog ate our homework, that deficits are related to COVID. This is a choice to continue to add more. So no, Minister, we do not want to live in a country where we leave a growing debt to our children, but that is the country we are living in now, after 9 years of this Prime Minister. Do you want to live in a country where the wealthiest live in luxury, but in gated neighborhoods, turning to healthcare, private healthcare, and private transportation because the public sector is doing poorly and the anger of the majority of the less well-off is growing? Madam Speaker, that is the country we are living in now, after 9 years of this Prime Minister. Yes, the wealthiest have private jets, like him. He uses a private jet more than anyone else, at the same time that he implements a carbon tax on single moms for the crime of using her Toyota Corolla. He spends taxpayer money to go on illegal vacations on private islands. It's him and his buddies who are taking advantage. At the same time that we are seeing total chaos, unprecedented degeneration in our streets and neighborhoods, where car thefts are so normal that police officers tell people to leave the keys next to the door to allow thieves to take the vehicle peacefully. Madam Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, this is the country we are living in now. So, Minister, do we want to live in a country where we can tell how much money somebody has by their smile? No, but that is the country we are living in. Do we want children to go to school hungry? No. But according to the government, that is the country we are living in now. Do we want to live in a country where the only young people who can buy a home are the children of the rich? No, but that is the country we are living in now, after 9 years of this Prime Minister. Do we want to live in a country where children inherit a growing debt year after year? No. But that is the country we are living in now, after 9 years of this Prime Minister. Do we want to live in a country where the rich, like this Prime Minister, can travel around the world on private jets, while the majority of people live in chaos and the hell of crime in our cities? No. But that is the country we are living in now. Madam Speaker, we don't want that type of country. It's exactly for that reason that we need an election to elect a new government, a common sense government that will deliver the country that we love for all Canadians. And let's talk just for a moment. The people who are very wealthy. 9 years ago, do you remember the Prime Minister said that he would spend without restraint and it wouldn't cost anything to anyone? There would be a rich man on a hill who would pay all the bills. Where is he? After 9 years, according to this government, what it has admitted, the rich are paying less than ever after 9 years of this government. And a generation, for the first time, a whole generation, has lost the opportunity to have a home after 9 years of this Prime Minister. After 9 years of this Prime Minister who promised to help the middle class. The middle class no longer exists. The middle class is poor. And if you think I'm exaggerating, I'll ask you a simple question. Can a member of the middle class buy a home today? It's mathematically impossible for the average person to buy the average home. That's not from me. That's the Royal Bank that has indicated that now it takes 63% of the average household income pre-tax to pay the average costs for a home. It's a mathematical impossibility. 9 years ago, it was 38% of a paycheck every month to pay a mortgage. It's double now. So if you can't buy a home, you are not part of the middle class. If you are one of the families, the 1 in 4 families that can't feed their own children, and 1 in 4, that's from this government's documents, you are no longer a part of the middle class, Madam Speaker. The budget that the minister presented was a major avowal of the failure. After 9 years of her government, it is hell for the so-called middle class. The middle class has become the poor of this country. This Prime Minister has delivered the worst decline in the quality of life for the middle class in the history of our country, maybe even worse than the decline during the Great Depression. And that's not from me. It's the minister herself, the Prime Minister. To listen to him talk about the state of this country, he describes the country as being total hell. For the poor, for workers. He describes hell for children who aren't eating. He describes a country where seniors can't pay their bills. It's as if he hadn't been the Prime Minister for a decade. It's quite something to try to convince us that it's his first day on the job. After 9 years, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister is right. It is hell for the middle class. It's because we have a Prime Minister who is not worth the cost. Fortunately, it wasn't like that before this Prime Minister, and it won't be like this after this Prime Minister. We will replace him with a common-sense government, which will cut taxes, build houses, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Allow me to explain a little bit more. Cutting taxes. Of course, Canadians pay more now in taxes than they pay for food, housing, and clothing. After 9 years of this expensive government, that is why we need to reverse the trend. We need to control spending so we can reduce the cost of taxes and reward work. Allow entrepreneurs, workers, seniors to bring home a bigger portion of what they've earned. Second, we need to build housing. We have the lowest number of housing units per capita in the G7 after 9 years of this Prime Minister. Why? We have the worst bureaucracy. Bureaucracy that prevents construction and adds a great deal of money to the cost of each housing unit. Years and years of delays. We have the second slowest construction permitting process in the G7, or rather in the OECD. It adds $1.3 million for each new housing unit in Vancouver, $350,000 in Toronto. Montreal City Hall prevented the construction of 25,000 new housing units. The city of Winnipeg blocked 2,000 housing units next to a public transit station built specifically for those future homes. It doesn't make any sense. The federal government should no longer send $5 billion to city halls to build bureaucracy that prevents construction. No. We need to incentivize municipalities to allow more construction by freeing up land and authorizing construction more rapidly.
Real estate agents and builders are paid for every home that's built. So we should pay municipalities for every home that's permitted. My common sense plan will force municipalities to permit 15% more construction per year. And apartment towers near all transit stations, funded by the federal government as a condition of receiving the funds. We will do that with the provinces while respecting their jurisdiction fully. We will enable them to reach these results in their own way without federal interference. Next, we will sell 6,000 buildings and millions of acres of federal land to enable more construction Next, we will cut building taxes to speed up construction. That's a common sense plan to get back to an affordable level, affordable like it was 9 years ago when I was housing minister. Next, we are going to fix the budget with a one-for-one system. Each time the government brings in a new dollar in spending, another dollar will be eliminated elsewhere. That is how we will cap costs, government spending, in order to enable the economy to grow and in order to make the government smaller as a proportion of our country's spending. This is a decentralizing, responsible approach. And that is how we're eventually going to fix the budget, reduce interest rates and inflation. I find it very ironic that the Bloc Québécois has voted over and over to grow the federal government. They voted for $500 billion in centralizing inflationary and discretionary spending. This is spending that increased the size of the federal government and the number of federal public servants by 40%. The Bloc Québécois voted for adding 100,000 federal public servants in Ottawa on the backs of Quebecers. The Bloc Québécois voted to double spending on external consultants. That has now added up to $21 billion, $1,400 in taxes for every Quebec family, just for these consultants. We can understand why this liberal, centralizing government would be in favor of that, but it's hard to understand why a so-called sovereignist party would vote in favor of such an increase and such an increase in the concentration of power at the federal level. It's hard to understand. But it's because the Bloc Québécois doesn't actually want to free Quebecers from Ottawa costs. It's just because they want to bring in a far-left ideology from the Plateau Mont-Royal. They just want more government spending, whether federal, provincial, or municipal. All the Bloc Québécois wants is more government, more state spending, and more costs on the backs of taxpayers. We, the Conservatives, want a smaller federal government We want less control by Ottawa and more power for Quebecers. We want a smaller federal government for a greater Quebec. That's common sense, and we are the only party that can deliver.
En même temps, il faut...
At the same time, we need to do something about inflation, which has deepened the gap between the richest and the poorest. We need to stop printing money. That helps the wealthy, and it's something that the Prime Minister has brought in from the United States. In the US, they have the system of printing money, which is increasing inflation, increasing Washington spending, and increasing Wall Street share prices. It's a clear, friendly relationship between Wall Street and DC, and it favors the wealthy. People living in Manhattan and DC, the wealthiest Americans, and it's partly because so much money has been printed to help both of these groups. Here in Canada, for the first time, we have a Prime Minister who tried to copy-paste that approach. He printed $600 billion in order to fund his own spending, and he has caused the worst inflation since his own father, of course, who did the same thing. Now we know that some speculate in gold, exclusive wine, empty lots, and other such luxury goods. People like that get richer and richer because their assets increase in value. But people who are living from their paycheck or their pension, they are getting poorer because the value of their paycheck is going down. That's the effect of inflation. So the effect is that there's a wealth transfer from the poorest to the wealthiest. And in many cases, this wealth isn't even taxed. And the Prime Minister is increasing that process day after day by causing this inflation. And I would add that people who receive these kinds of financial gifts from the government end up not paying any taxes at all, because they use their assets as collateral for loans, and then they buy more assets, which itself grows in value thanks to inflation, and then they use that for further collateral to buy yet more assets. That's how wealth becomes concentrated in the hands of the 1% or even the 0.1%. That's a process that's only speeding up under the Prime Minister. He's helping the wealthy 1%, but he's also giving his own government the power to spend without any restraint. They both get what they want. The government can print money, produce it from nothing. Meanwhile, the ultra-wealthy are seeing the value of their assets grow thanks to inflation. Meanwhile, the working class always pays the bill for this irresponsible approach. I will put an end to that. I will reestablish the mandate of the Bank of Canada to keep inflation low and to keep the dollar strong. We will not print money just to be able to spend it. We will do something about this immoral and unfair inflation. I will put an end to this inflation tax.
Je veux que les gens aient des chèques de paie plus forts.
I want people to have more powerful paychecks that they can bring back home. And speaking of home, home has become more dangerous after 9 years of this government. He sets offenders free on bail or for home arrest sentences, Netflix sentences, with legislation like C5, C75, and C83. This legislation, in some cases, has enabled people to be set free mere hours after they were arrested, and then they can just go and commit the same crimes as before. And that's why we're seeing crime skyrocket throughout the country and in our streets. Yesterday, we heard about a major shooting in Montreal. There's been a 100% increase of car theft in Montreal, Toronto, and other big cities. My common sense plan will keep the worst offenders in prison, put an end to bail for offenders who have already been convicted dozens of times. We will put an end to these Netflix sentences, and we will force auto thieves to carry out their full sentence in prison. We'll also stop targeting our hunters and sports shooters. If you have a firearm that you have bought legally with RCMP checks and the appropriate training and testing, which show that you are a safe and responsible individual, then you can keep your property. But if you are a criminal, we will prevent you from acting. We will strengthen the border and the ports. We will scan containers to ensure there are no weapons or drugs getting into the country, and no stolen cars leaving the country. That's common sense to make our communities safer and to stop the crime.
Madame la Présidente, Nous allons mettre en place.
Madam Speaker, we are going to bring in a common sense plan that will bring back the country we want. A country that looks very different from the country the Minister of Finance described in her speech. A country where work pays, where everyone who's worked hard can afford a house, affordable food in safe communities. Canadians have a right to this. They deserve it. And with our common sense government, Canadians will get that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madame la Présidente, je continue en anglais.
Oh no, Madam Speaker, I will be going on in English. I want to share this excellent speech with our English-speaking compatriots as well, Madam Speaker.
After 9 years of this Prime Minister's deficits, doubling the national debt, doubling housing costs, and a new budget that brings in $50 billion of new unfunded spending on promises he has already broken, this budget, just like this Prime Minister, are not worth the cost, and Conservatives will be voting no. But before I get into the reasons why and my common sense plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, I'd like to pay the Minister of Finance a compliment for a page in her speech that I thought was extremely illustrative. And I'm going to quote verbatim. I would like Canada's 1%, Canada's 0.1%, to consider this. What kind of Canada do you want to live in? Well, before I go any further, let's point out the incredible irony that, as she and her leader point out, Canada's 0.1% are doing better than ever after 9 years of the Prime Minister promising to go after them. Yes, they have benefited from the tens of billions of dollars of undeserved corporate welfare handouts and grants, ironically supported by the NDP, of corporate loan guarantees that protect them against losses in cases of incompetence or dishonest bidding, of contracts of which there are now $21 billion granted to outside and highly paid consultants, many of them making millions of dollars a year in taxpayer contracts for work that could be done inside the government itself, if that work is of any value at all. And finally, those grand fortunes that have been inflated by $600 billion of inflationary money printing that have transferred wealth from the working class to the wealthiest among us. That 0.1% is doing better than ever after 9 years of the Prime Minister pretending that he would get tough on them. But let me go on, I'm interrupting myself. Do you want to live in a country, she asks, where you can tell the size of someone's paycheck by their smile? Wow. How many Canadians are smiling when they look at their paycheck today? Madam Speaker, people are not smiling at all because a paycheck cannot buy you a basket of affordable food. According to Sylvain Charlebois, the food professor, he has said that the cost of a basket of food has gone up by thousands of dollars per year, but that the majority of Canadians are spending hundreds of dollars less than is required to buy that basket. That means that they are not getting enough food. We live in a country now where the average paycheck cannot pay the average rent. So nobody is smiling when they look at their paycheck, Madam Minister. She goes on to ask, do you want to live in a country where kids go to school hungry? Well, according to the Prime Minister, 1 in 4 kids are going to school hungry after his 9 years. I look here at a press release that his government released on April the 1st, April Fool's Day of all days, where he says nearly 1 in 4 children do not get enough food. In fact, it says that they don't get enough food to learn and grow. So no, we don't want to live in a country where kids go to school hungry. But according to his own press release, we do live in a country where 1 in 4 kids do go to school hungry. She then says, do you want to live in a country where young Canadians, where only young Canadians who can buy their own homes are, the only young Canadians who can buy their own homes are those whose parents can help with a down payment? Madam Speaker, no, we don't want to live in that country, but we do live in that country today. According to data released by RBC Dominion, for the average family to afford monthly payments on the average home in Canada, they would have to spend 64% of their pre-tax income. Most families don't keep 64% of pre-tax income because they pay so much taxes. So for most families, they would have to give up on eating, on recreation, on clothing themselves, on transportation, to be mathematically capable of making payments on the average home. So the young people, for them it's even worse because they do not have a nest egg. They cannot actually afford a down payment that has doubled in the last 9 years. And that is why 76% of Canadians who don't own homes tell pollsters they believe they never will. So, Madam Minister, do we want to live in a country where the only young people who can afford a down payment are those whose parents can pay it for them? No, but that is the country we live in today. Do you want to live in a country where we make the investments we need in healthcare, in housing and old age pensions, but we lack the political will to pay for them and choose instead to pass a ballooning debt onto our children? Like, are we living in the Twilight Zone here?
Yes.
This is her words. Do we want to live in a country where we pass the bill onto our children with ballooning debt, she asks, as she's ballooning the debt, adding $40 billion to the debt as she gives a speech about the perils of passing on ballooning debt to our children, as she is the finance minister for the government that has added more debt than all previous governments combined in the preceding century and a half. It's worth noting that the Prime Minister has added his deficits as a share of GDP were bigger than we had in World War I, in the Great Depression, in the great global recession of 2008 and 9. And I should also note that the majority of debt that has been added under this Prime Minister was unrelated to COVID. So the dog ate my homework excuse of blaming COVID for all of that is wrong in Canada no longer works. I will add that we are now 3 years past COVID, and the deficits and debt continue to grow, putting a lie to that entire endless, nauseating excuse that the government has made. This Prime Minister has added so much debt that we are now spending more on interest for that debt than we are on health care. $54.1 billion in debt interest this year, more money for those wealthy bankers and bondholders who own our debt, and less money for the doctors and nurses that we await when we sit for 26 hours in the average emergency room right across this country. Madam Speaker, no, we do not want to live in a country that passes on a ballooning debt to our children, but after 9 years of this Prime Minister, that is exactly the country we live in. Do you want to live in a country where those at the very top live lives of luxury? Who does that remind you of?
No, look the other side.
There's somebody who flies around in a private jet to stay on secret islands on the other side of the hemisphere, where they treat him to $8,000 and $9,000 a day luxuries. and he pays for it with the tax dollars of Canadians and emits thousands of tons of greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. Somebody luxuriates in that way at the expense of everyone else, and he shall remain unnamed because we cannot say the Prime Minister's name in the House of Commons, so I will not break that parliamentary rule. But I do point out the irony. But we must live in gated communities. So I'll start again. Do you want to live in a country where those at the very top live lives of luxury, but most do so in gated communities, behind ever higher fences, using private health care and airplanes, because the public sphere is so degraded and the wrath of the majority of their less privileged compatriots burns so hot? Wow. She says that the wrath of the majority of the less privileged compatriots burns so hot. Madam Speaker, she's right that some people don't have the ability to live in gated communities behind armed guards. Those people are told that they should leave the keys next to the doors so that the car thieves can just walk in and peacefully steal their cars. Madam Speaker, you go to the communities across this country that are being ravaged by crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. What she describes is exactly what is happening after 9 years of this government. We have nurses in British Columbia hospitals that are terrified to go to work because this Prime Minister, in collusion with the NDP Premier of BC, has decriminalized hard drugs and allowed the worst criminals to bring weapons and narcotics into their hospital rooms where they can't be confronted. We have 26 international students crammed into the basement of one Brampton home. We have a car stolen every 40 minutes in the GTA. We have 100% increase in gun killings across this country. Madam Speaker, we have communities where people who are terrified to go out. We have small businesses across Brampton and Surrey that are receiving letters weekly warning them that if they don't write checks for millions of dollars to extortionists, their homes will be shot up and their children will have bullets fly through the windows as they are sleeping. That is life in Canada today. So do we want to live in that country? No, we don't want to live into that country. And after 8 years of rising costs, rising crime, and rising chaos, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, and we will replace him with a common sense Conservative government that will bring home the country. So what does that country look like, and how are we going to get there? Fortunately, we have a common sense plan that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Let's start with the tax, the carbon tax, that it went up 23% on April 1st. Now we see the raging gas prices at the pumps across Ontario. Chaos as people are trying desperately to get to the pumps and fill up before the latest hikes go ahead. And this Prime Minister celebrates, saying that high gas prices are his purpose, and he has the full support of the NDP leader on most days when the NDP leader can figure out what his policy is. The NDP leader has voted 22 times to hike the carbon tax, and both parties have, along with the help of the Bloc, voted for future increases that will quadruple the tax to 61 cents a litre, a tax that will also apply on home heating bills, and of course a tax that applies on the farmers who produce the food and the truckers who ship the food, therefore on all who buy the food. That's why common sense Conservatives will axe the tax to bring home lower prices. We take exactly the opposite approach of this Prime Minister when it comes to protecting our environment. His approach is to raise the cost on traditional energy we still need. Our approach is to lower the cost on other alternatives. We will greenlight green projects like nuclear power, hydroelectric dams, carbon capture and storage, mining of critical minerals like lithium, cobalt, copper, and others. We will do this by repealing the unconstitutional Bill C-69 so that we can approve these projects in 18 months rather than in 18 years. Here's the difference. He wants taxes. I want technology. He wants to drive our money to the dirty dictators abroad. I want to bring it home in powerful paychecks for our people in this country. The same approach that will allow us to unleash energy abundance and affordability is the approach we will take to build the homes. That is to say, getting the government gatekeepers out of the way. Why do we have the worst housing inflation in the G7 after 9 years of this Prime Minister? Why have housing costs risen 40% faster than paychecks? By far the worst gap of any G7 country. Why did UBS say Toronto was the worst housing bubble in the world, Vancouver the third most overpriced when comparing median income to median house price, according to Demographia? Why? Because we have the worst bureaucracy when it comes to home building. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, Canada has the second slowest building permits out of nearly 40 OECD countries. These permitting costs add $1.3 million to the cost of every newly built home in Vancouver, $350,000 to every newly built home in Toronto. Winnipeg blocked 2,000 homes next to a transit station that was built for those homes. The City of Montreal has blocked 25,000 homes in the last 7 years. And there are literally hundreds of thousands of homes that are waiting to be built but are locked up in slow permitting processes. And what do we have as a solution? Well, the Prime Minister has taken the worst immigration minister in our country's history, the guy that the Prime Minister blamed for causing out-of-control temporary immigration to balloon housing prices, and put him in charge of housing. Now, since that time, that minister has said that his Housing Accelerator Fund of $4 billion doesn't actually build any homes. And since he's doled out all of this cash to political friends in incompetent city halls across this country, home building has dropped. In fact, home building is down this year, and according to the federal government's housing agency, it will be down next year, and again the year after that. That is a housing decelerator, not accelerator. So that's what happens when you choose a minister because he's a media darling and a fast talker, rather than someone who gets things done, as I did when I was housing minister and the rent was only $973 a month for the average family right across the country, and the average house price was roughly $400,000. That's results. There was less talk, there was less government spending, but far more homes. And that's what our common sense plan will do again. Build the homes by requiring municipalities speed up, permit more land, and more building faster. They will be required to permit 15% more homes per year as a condition of getting federal funding, and to permit high-rise apartments around every federally funded transit station. We will sell off 6,000 federal buildings and thousands of acres of federal land to build. We'll get rid of the carbon tax to lower the cost of building materials. And finally, we will reward the working people who build homes, because we need more boots, not more suits. We'll pass the common sense conservative law that allows trades workers to write off the full cost of transportation, food, and accommodation to go from one work site to another so that they can build the homes while bringing home paychecks for themselves, Madam Speaker. These homes will be in safe neighborhoods. We will stop the crime. We will stop the crime by making repeat violent offenders ineligible for bail, parole, or house arrest. That will mean no more catch and release. We will repeal C5, the house arrest law. We will repeal C75, the catch and release law. And we will repeal C83, the cushy living for multiple murderers law that allows Paul Bernardo to enjoy tennis courts and skating rinks that most Canadian tax-paying families can no longer afford outside of prison. We will bring in jail, not bail for repeat violent offenders. We will repeal, in fact, the entire the catch and release criminal justice agenda that this radical Prime Minister, with the help of the loony left NDP, has brought in, Madam Speaker. The radical agenda that has turned many of our streets into war zones will be a thing of a past. We will also stop giving out deadly narcotics. We now, remember when I made a video about the so-called safe supply. I went to the tragic site of yet another homeless encampment in Vancouver, which used to be one of the most beautiful views in that spot in the entire world. Right now has been, unfortunately, a place where people live in squalor and where they die of overdoses. And everyone said it was just terrible that I was planning to take away the tax-funded drugs, and that all of the claims I made were just a bunch of conspiracy theories. Well, everything I said then has been proven accurate, every word of it. And I noticed that Liberals and the pointy-headed professors that they relied on for their policies have all gone into hiding as well. Why? Because the facts are now coming out. Even the public health agency in British Columbia, which has been pushing this NDP Liberal ideology, is admitting that the tax-funded hydromorphine is being diverted. The police in Vancouver said this week that 50% of all the high-powered hydromorphine opioids are paid for with tax dollars and given out by public health agencies, Madam Speaker, supposedly to save lives. Now we know that those very powerful drugs are being resold to children who are getting hooked on them, and the profits are being used to buy even more dangerous fentanyl and tranq and other drugs that are leaving our people face first on the pavement dying of record overdoses. The so-called experts that always say, ignore the bumper stickers, look at the facts. Well, the facts are in. In British Columbia, where this radical and incomparable policy has been most enthusiastically embraced, overdose deaths are up 300%. They have risen in BC faster than anywhere else in Canada and possibly anywhere else in North America. The state of Oregon, the ultra-progressive state of Oregon, has reversed decriminalization, recognizing the total chaos and death and destruction that the policy has caused. And what does this Prime Minister, this radical Prime Minister, with the help of his NDP counterpart do? They look at the death and destruction that has occurred in the downtown east side of Vancouver and in other communities, and they say, let's have more of that. Let's take that. They took a walk down the downtown east side, or better yet, they probably drove through in their limousines, their bulletproof limousines, these two politicians did. And they said, and they looked around at the people bent over as they were completely tranquilized by fentanyl. They saw the people lying face first on the ground. They saw the tents that the police would have pointed out are filled with dangerous guns and drugs. They saw all the small businesses that were shuttered by this policy, and they said, let's have more of that. Let's replicate all the policies that created it so that we can have tent cities and homeless encampments in every corner of the country. And that is exactly what they've done. In Halifax, there are 35 homeless encampments in one city, Madam Speaker. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, his NDP counterpart, and the Liberal Mayor of Halifax. Look at every town in this country. You will find homeless encampments that never existed before the last 9 years. This policy will go down in infamy as one of the most insane experiments ever carried out on a population. Nowhere else in the world are they doing this. They gaslight. They love to say, oh, this is what all the civilized people believe, is that giving out these drugs will save lives. Nowhere else in the world is this done. In fact, when you tell people that it's happening, they have a hard time even believing it. What? Sir, you're giving out heroin-grade drugs for free to addicts and expecting it's going to save lives? And now they spill into our hospitals, where nurses are told by the NDP government in BC and the Liberal government in Ottawa that they are not allowed to take away crack pipes or knives or guns. They're just supposed to expect someone is going to consume the drugs, have a massive fit, and start slashing up the hospital floor. Madam Speaker, this is something out of a bad hallucination, and a hallucination that will come to an end when I am Prime Minister. We will end this nightmare. And we will, Madam Speaker, we will also ensure that Canadians have a better way. We're not only going to ban the drugs, we're not only going to stop giving out taxpayer-funded drugs, we are going to provide treatment and recovery. If you are out there, if you are watching today and you're suffering from addiction and you don't know how you can turn your life around, I want you to know that there is hope. There is a better future ahead. We will put the money into beautiful treatment centers with counseling, group therapy, physical exercise, yoga, sweat lodges for First Nations, where people can graduate drug-free, live in nearby housing that helps them transition into a law-abiding drug-free life, come back to the center to get a counseling session, a workout, or maybe even to mentor an incoming addict on the hopeful future that is ahead. That is the way that we are going to bring our loved ones home drug-free. Yeah. As I always say, we are going to have a common sense dollar for dollar law requiring that we find $1 of savings for every new dollar of spending. And in this case, that will include how we will partly pay for this. We will unleash the biggest lawsuit in Canadian history against the corrupt pharmaceutical companies that profited off of this nightmare. We will make them pay. Here. Yeah. Finally, we will stop the gun crime. We know, Madam Speaker, the gun crime is out of control. Just yesterday, we saw this gold heist where we found out that, by the way, all the gold thieves, they're out on bail already, not to worry. They'll have to send this Prime Minister a nugget of gold to thank him for passing C-75 and letting them out of jail within a few days of this monster gold heist. We knew that, why did they steal the gold? So that they could buy the guns. Because we know that all the gun crime is happening with stolen guns. See, the Prime Minister wants to ban all civilian law-abiding people from owning guns, but he wants to allow every criminal to have as many guns as they want. And I'm not just talking about rifles. I'm talking about machine guns, fully loaded machine guns that are being found on the street that never existed since they were banned in the 70s, but now the criminals can get them because the Prime Minister has mismanaged the federal borders and ports, and because he's wasting so much money going after the good guys. He wants to ban your hunting rifle. He said so in a December 2022 interview with CTV. It was very clear. If you have a hunting rifle, he said he will have to take it away. And he kept his word by introducing a 300-page amendment to his Bill C-21, which would have banned 300 pages of the most popular and safe hunting rifles. He only put that policy on hold because of a backlash that Common Sense Conservatives led that included rural Canadians, First Nations Canadians, NDPers from rural communities like yours, Madam Speaker, had to flip-flop. I know that in places like Kapuskasing, the law-abiding people enjoy hunting, and we know that while your leader and the Prime Minister look down on those people and think that they are to blame for crime, we know that the hunters in Kapuskasing are the salt of the earth. They're the best people around, and we're going to make sure that they can keep their hunting right. God love them. God love them. God love every one of them. Madam Speaker, while the Prime Minister wants to protect turkeys from hunters, Common Sense Conservatives want to protect Canadians from criminals. And that is why we will repeal his insane policies. By the way, I should point out, he hasn't actually done any of the bans. Remember, he had that big press conference during the election, and he said to his policy team that morning, I need you to come up with a policy that will allow me to put a big, scary-looking black gun on my podium sign. And then they said, okay, we'll think of something. And he put that scary-looking gun on his podium sign. He said, well, I'm going to ban all of these assault rifles. Well, they asked him, what is an assault rifle? He said, well, I don't know, but it's that black, scary thing on the front of my podium sign is the assault rifle we're referring to. And all these years later, it's now, what is it, 3 years later since he made the promise? He was asked again in the hallways, what is an assault rifle? Well, I'm still working to figure it out, he says. So these rifles that he says he's going to ban one day, he doesn't know what they are, but one day he's going to figure it out and he's going to ban them. In the meantime, he has spent $40 million to buy exactly 0 guns from owners. He said that he was going to ban them and buy them from the owners. Not one gun has been taken off the street. $40 million. Madam Speaker, we could have used that money to hire CBSA officers who would have secured our ports against the thousands of illegal guns that are pouring in and killing people on our streets. When I'm Prime Minister, we will cancel this multi-billion-dollar waste of money. We will use it to hire frontline boots on the ground who will inspect those shipping containers and scanners that can pierce inside to stop the drugs, stop the illegal guns, stop the export of our stolen cars, stop the crime. Yeah. Madam Speaker, what you're seeing here is a very different philosophical approach. The finance minister said in her concluding remarks that what we need is a bigger and stronger government. Doesn't that sound eerie? A bigger and, in other words, she and he want to be bigger and stronger. That's right. Yeah. Right? And that's why they're always trying to make Canadians feel weaker and smaller. He literally called our people a small, fringe minority. He jabs his fingers in the faces of our citizens. He calls small businesses tax cheats. He claims hunters are just Americans. If you own a hunting rifle, you're just an American. He points his fingers at people who disagree with him. He has the audacity of claiming anyone who is offside with him is a racist. This guy who dressed up in racist costumes so many times, he can't remember them all. He's been denigrating other people his whole life. That's because it's all about him. It's all about concentrating more power and more money in his hands. This budget is no different. It's about a bigger government and smaller citizens. It's about buying his way through the next election with cash that the working class people have earned and he has burned. By contrast, I want the opposite. I want smaller government to make room for bigger citizens. I want a state that is a servant and not the master. I want a country where the Prime Minister actually lives up to the meaning of the word. Prime, first, minister, servant. That's what minister means. Minister is not master. Minister is servant. We need a country that puts people back in charge of their money, their communities, their families, and their lives. A country based on the common sense of the common people, united for our common home. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home. And so I move, seconded by the member for Mégantic-L'Érable, that the motion be amended by deleting all words after the word that and substituting the following. The House reject the government's budget since it fails to A, axe the tax on farmers and food by passing Bill C-234 in its original form. B, build the homes, not bureaucracy, by requiring cities permit 15% more home building each year as a condition for receiving federal infrastructure money. C, cap the spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation by requiring the government to find $1 in savings for every new dollar of spending. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Monsieur Poilievre, appuyé.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Berthold, moves the following motion.
By deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House reject the government's budget since it fails to A, axe the tax on farmers and food by passing Bill C-234 in its original form, B, build the homes, not bureaucracy, by requiring cities permit 15% more home building each year as a condition for receiving federal infrastructure money, and C, cap the spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation by requiring the government to find $1 in savings for every new dollar of spending. L'amendement est recevable.
The amendment is in order. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's many aspects that I could ask the Leader of the Conservative Party on, but time won't allow me to do that. But suffice to say that there is no doubt he, as the Leader, is a master of manipulation of information, and we see that through social media and many of the speeches that he delivers inside the House. And let me give a classic example. He was glowing about when he was the Minister of Housing, responsible for housing. And in reality, the truth is, he built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I have to use a second hand, 6 houses, affordable houses, while he was Minister of Housing. Canadians have a reality today that demands a government be involved in a significant way and work with other jurisdictions. Instead, as Leader, he insults endlessly municipal leaders, provincial politicians, in regards to not coming to the table on housing. Why does he truly believe Canadians should trust him at all, given his past record and disrespect for different levels of government and inability to produce any
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I'll start by correcting the disinformation in the question. The member gets his information on my record from his source being the Twitter account of the Housing Minister. And before you turn to that Twitter account, remember, this is the same guy.
Address all questions and comments through the chair. I'm assuming that that may be the point of order that the Honourable Deputy House Leader is referring to. So, the Honourable Official Opposition Leader.
This is the same Housing Minister that lost track of 1 million immigrants when he was the Immigration Minister. This is the same Housing Minister who unleashed absolute out-of-control chaos in our immigration system, not according to me, according to his Liberal successor and the Prime Minister. So stop using that source. If you want to know how many affordable homes were built when I was Minister, When I was minister, we completed 92,782 apartments, and the average rent was $973. $973 rent. Can you tell me where we can find a $973 a month rent after 9 years of these guys?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Madam Speaker, until recently, the only questions the Conservatives asked in French during question period. The Honourable Member can restart her question. I ask both sides to not have conversations while someone is asking a question. There's an opportunity for more questions and comments, and I'm sure that the Leader of the Official Opposition wants to hear the question to be able to answer it. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Until recently, the only questions the Conservatives asked in French during question period had to do with the carbon tax. For months, they talked about that, and then they had an epiphany and realized it wasn't resonating in Quebec. When they understand something when we explain it for a long time. But now they need to repeat something else at question period. Now it's about federal interference in Quebec's jurisdiction. And now they're talking a lot about it, and they have for a couple days. Now I hear the Conservative leader talk about housing. He says, I'll tell the cities what to do, but without interfering in their jurisdiction. When a city doesn't do what he wants, then he insults the mayors, but he does it respectfully. Harper, at a certain time, promised to repeal the power of spending to respect jurisdiction. The only way to really respect jurisdiction is to do unconditional transfers. Will the Leader of the Official Opposition commit to conditions with no strings attached to Quebec if ever he takes power? The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Madam Speaker, there will be no conditions. There will be results. I will simply say that municipalities will be paid for the number of houses built. That is not interference, that is results. The Bloc agrees that the federal government should make transfers in housing. It's just the formula that we don't agree on. The Bloc proposes to just throw money to build local bureaucracies. I propose we pay municipalities for the number of houses they allow to be built. They can do it in any way, by accelerating permits, by selling land, by using any strategy that works for them. We want to see results. The Bloc wants to fund bureaucracy, especially federal bureaucracy, that they always vote in favor of funding the centralizing efforts of this Prime Minister.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Member likes to talk about single mums. So let me talk to you, Madam Speaker, about Brianna. Brianna is a single mum with 5 kids who benefited from the life-changing interim dental benefit that the NDP negotiated. She got $1,300 per child to help them get their teeth taken care of, just like the members' children's do, from taxpayers' dollars, by the way. This is something that Conservatives voted against. And now we learned that yesterday the member said in French that under a Conservative government, a dental care program that allows everyone to go to the dentist doesn't exist. Can the member repeat this in English so Brianna and every Canadian knows where the member stands on the right of every Canadian to have access to dental care?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
It does not currently exist after 9 years of this Prime Minister and roughly 2 years of the NDP joining the federal government. What we have is a promise that it will eventually exist, and we don't know when and if that promise will ever be fulfilled. We know that already there are many dentists who are refusing to participate because the program is so badly run, and we know that this and other programs are being run through hundreds of millions of dollars in gifts to profit-making insurance companies, once again with the support, ironically, of the NDP. This NDP member has betrayed his constituents to support the Prime Minister doubling the housing costs, quadrupling the carbon tax, forcing 2 million Canadians to a food bank. He should go back and talk to that single mother and all single mothers and apologize to them for increasing their food, gas, and heating bills and making it impossible for them to ever own a home.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, this government gave the oil and gas industry $18.5 billion in corporate handouts last year, $65 billion over the last 4 years alone. It's an industry whose top 5 companies made $38 billion in record-breaking profits while fueling the climate crisis in 2022. I understand that the Leader of the Opposition, if I'm hearing him right, wants to reduce government spending. He also seems to like yes or no questions. And so my question to him, yes or no, if he were in government, would he end this $18.5 billion in corporate handouts to an industry that's already making record-breaking profits?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I'll end corporate handouts to all industries. I don't believe in corporate handouts. We're the only party that stands against corporate welfare. We believe businesses should make money, not take money. We believe in the free market, not state capitalism. It is the NDP and the Liberals who continually stroke these monster checks to businesses that have not earned the money. Ironically, they're always angry at businesses that make money by selling things that consumers choose to buy, but they're never upset to take money by force from working taxpayers and hand the money to large corporations who have very skillful lobbyists. I want an economy where businesses make money, not take money, where they make profit based on the number, the quality of their products, not the quality of their lobbyists, where they please customers rather than pleasing politicians. It's called the free market.
Yeah. Hear, hear.
And comment, the last question, the Honourable for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that Canadians are going to be footed with the bill from this Liberal massive spending. We're now going to be paying more in debt servicing charges than we pay on health care. How does the Honourable Leader of the Opposition propose that we fix the budget?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
We will fix the budget with a dollar-for-dollar law that runs our finances the way single moms and small businesses run their finances, by finding an equal amount of savings for every new expenditure. That is the scarcity with which every single creature in the universe must live, except for the politician who simply externalizes the scarcity through more inflation, more debt, and more taxes for everybody else. By internalizing the scarcity within the operations of government, we will force the bureaucrats and politicians to go hunting in their own backyard for savings rather than forcing more austerity on Canadian families and entrepreneurs through higher taxes. It is common sense. It is how we will balance the budget to bring home lower prices, lower inflation, and lower interest rates.
Mr. Point of Order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on the issue of a member cannot intentionally mislead the House. And I'm afraid that the Leader of the Conservative Party has done just that when he made the assertion knowingly that he was, as the Minister of Housing, was responsible for building tens of thousands. It's not a debate.
One moment. So, first of all, the mic is off. I didn't ask the mic to be off. I did rise on the point of order. I will finish hearing the point of order, and I will determine whether it's a debate or not. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's really important because I do believe he is intentionally misleading the House. He was the minister responsible.
I want to indicate that these are points that the honourable member, if he's in disagreement with what is being said, that he can actually raise it during debate. The honourable government house, the honourable official leader of the opposition also has a point of order on this.
Yes, we can put the matter to rest. I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for me to table in this House of Commons data from the Statistics Canada website, which shows 92,782 apartment units built at the average price of $973 per month. I think.
Sorry, on the point of order, the honourable. Sorry. Okay. First of all, I do need unanimous consent to table. So all those opposed to the honourable the leader of the official opposition moving the motion will please say nay. I'm sorry. We don't have unanimous consent now. I have another point of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
He just confirmed that they misled the House, Madam Speaker.
That's right.
Because he was the housing minister from January until the election in 2015. So for roughly 8 months. He said he built 92,000 apartment units, but the statistics, there was only 190,000 new starts in all of Canada for the entire year. He just told you that he misled the House because he was implying that those were affordable units, and now we find out that they're not.
Sorry, on the same point of order, the l'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable.
Sorry, I've got the point of order, the honourable leader of the official opposition.
I wonder if the Speaker might check the standing orders to find out if $973 a month is considered affordable today. Most communities would consider it to be affordable. Do you have an answer to that?
This would be a point of debate. I have another point of order, the honourable parliamentary secretary of the government house leader.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to go back to my original point of order where there was no ruling that was made, Madam Speaker. At the time, I had raised the issue that the leader of the Conservative Party intentionally misled the House. That is what I'm asking for a ruling on, Madam Speaker, and I was
So based on the information that is being provided, I will actually table this ruling, which is that this is a point of debate about the facts, and I would just ask members to please use the question and comment period to put their debates forward or their disagreements forward through the debate process. C'est bon? Parfait. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette.
Madame la Présidente, avec son dernier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In its latest budget, Ottawa is launching an unprecedented attack on Quebec and the powers of the provinces. We saw it coming during the pre-budget slow reveal when the Prime Minister, a worthy heir to Pierre Elliott Trudeau, claimed that people don't give a damn about jurisdictions. Ottawa has always tried to do this, but this time it's doing it without reserve, restraint, or shame. Take housing, for example. Yes, Ottawa is finally taking note of the crisis and proposing some measures. But at the same time, it is taking advantage of the situation to launch an unprecedented centralization offensive. According to the budget, the federal government is now in charge of all housing-related issues, with the provinces and municipalities relegated to the role of implementing federal priorities. For example, Ottawa would make the provinces sign an agreement by January. The budget stipulates that if Quebec rejects know-it-all Ottawa's conditions or invokes different priorities, Ottawa will ignore Quebec or the province in question and will seek to reach an agreement directly with municipalities. This approach is illegal in Quebec. Since a decision by Robert Bourassa's government in 1971, Quebec municipalities have not been able to deal directly with Ottawa. The aim is to prevent the federal government from trying to divide and conquer, to weaken Quebec's bargaining position. The federal government is interfering in municipal urban planning by imposing specific requirements to qualify for some infrastructure transfers. It goes so far as to determine the height and density of residential neighborhoods within 800 meters of educational institutions or public transport lines. If cities do not authorize the construction of certain types of multiplexes in these areas, they will not be entitled to federal transfers. Ottawa is also interfering with property taxes by announcing a tax on undeveloped urban lands. Finally, Ottawa intends to buy land from the provinces and municipalities and use it to lease on a long-term basis to developers for building construction. Since these buildings will be erected on federal land, they will automatically be exempt from municipal bylaws and provincial legislation. This represents a significant risk. The budget is full of interference in Quebec jurisdiction, which will lead to repeated jurisdictional conflict and will slow down offering services to people. In addition to housing, the federal government is interfering in the area of health. It has announced legislation on pan-Canadian long-term care standards, as well as with pharmacare and dental care. And the same thing applies to education. Ottawa announced a great deal of money for the energy transition, and in the budget it is stated how that money will be earmarked. The west of the country and the private sector will benefit from generous credits and subsidies for carbon capture and nuclear development. And as compensation, Ottawa will offer a tax credit of 15% to crown corporations like Hydro-Québec to develop green projects. But the federal government is going so far as to get involved in managing provincial crown corporations. For example, it is imposing conditions on Hydro-Québec's fee schedule, which would have a 15% tax credit for investments only if it respects Ottawa's conditions. This government will force Hydro-Québec to use the tax credit to reduce its electricity bills and to publicly disclose how the tax credit has lightened taxpayers' bills. That's what it says. This budget is a clear demonstration of the effects of the fiscal imbalance. To the eyes of the federal government, areas of jurisdiction simply don't exist. With this budget, the Prime Minister is saying that he's not only Prime Minister of Canada, but also the Premier of all the provinces and Mayor of all of our cities. Meanwhile, while the Liberals interfere with all of Quebec's areas of jurisdiction, we might ask ourselves who's actually taking care of federal jurisdiction, like borders, EI, which, by the way, we've been waiting a long time to see EI reform. This budget is taking advantage of Quebec and is showing a clear example of the harm caused by the fiscal imbalance and the federal government's power to spend. It clearly reduces Quebecers' capacity to manage their own society. We should also notice that almost all of the immense sums in these big announcements will actually only be spent after the election. So this is an election budget. For example, 97% of the $1.1 billion for building apartments is budgeted for after the election, as well as 91% of the $1.5 billion in the new Housing Infrastructure Fund, as well as 88% of the amount earmarked for pharmacare, 88% for research supports, and 87.5% of the amount to strengthen Canada's position in AI. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois made clear its demands for the government to support seniors, a right of withdrawal for Quebec, housing, paying Quebec's bill for asylum support, and putting an end to this untethered support for oil and gas. But we don't see that in the budget. Now, with oil and gas, the government does recognize that it's still subsidizing the industry. It is committing to design a plan which would gradually eliminate public funding for the fossil fuel sector, including federal crown corporations, by fall 2024. That's what it says. Therefore, the federal government is not committing to cut the subsidies. It's saying it's simply going to produce a plan. Reading between the lines, we see that the subsidies will continue to be paid. Meanwhile, there hasn't been a single word about the promised aerospace policy. Some were surprised by Quebec's $11 billion deficit, and yet Ottawa seems to think that its $40 billion deficit is reasonable. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing unprecedented centralization here. This budget takes away from the Quebec people its powers to develop according to its own particular needs, desires, and specificity. We've seen this centralizing trend from the beginning of Confederation. In 1867, our nation accepted a compromise to be part of Canada, and that was the adoption of a federal model with two orders of government, which are equal and sovereign in their respective fields. This was the motto of Quebec, masters in our own home. But now the federal government wants to be the master everywhere. We have a choice. Let the federal government, let our neighboring nation decide what the priorities are and decide what our choices as a society should be and our money, or we can choose to fully inhabit our sovereignty.
Libre le Québec, mieux il se passe.
The more freedom Quebec has, the better it does. That's what we think about, and that's what leads to how we are analyzing this budget. All of Quebec's great social and economic progress has happened because we withdrew from poorly tailored federal programs, or by simply creating programs that ironically ended up inspiring those who are trying to boss us around. We first refused to participate in the Canada Pension Plan, and that's why we were able to create the Caisse de dépôt, which became a powerful motor of economic development in Quebec. By withdrawing from the inadequate special benefits in EI, by withdrawing from that, we created our parental leave, which meant that more women were able to participate in the labor market and which improved work-life balance. We withdrew from federal student loans, and we created our financial assistance program, which made Quebec the place in America where education is most accessible. We then created a policy in the labor market where we bring together workers and employers and institutions. We did this by withdrawing from a federal program once again. This would be a good time to put an end to this interference and wastes. We currently are in an economic situation where there is persistent inflation and economic stagnation. So the government should really be targeting every dollar spent to maximize its impact, which means it should concentrate on its own areas of jurisdiction, like support for seniors or reforming EI. It should stop trampling all over provincial jurisdiction. It should also pay Quebec what it owes, like give Quebec the $1 billion to cover expenses for asylum seekers. It should also do more to respond to the climate emergency. It should stop interfering. It should stop its excessive spending. The federal government should do all that, but what we see in the budget is the exact opposite. Year after year, budget after budget, the federal government is interfering more and more in areas which are not under its jurisdiction. And this budget has reached record levels. Enough is enough. The Bloc Québécois is asking for Quebec to have a right of withdrawal with full compensation, with no strings attached, and in every one of the areas where Ottawa is attempting to interfere.
Le dernier exemple est le projet d'assurance dentaire relevant de la...
The last example is the dental care project. Again, this is an area of health which should be up to Quebec. Once again, Ottawa is taking on new powers. It's going to give the management of this to a multinational company and is not partnering with the Quebec Public Program, which was already covering children. $2 billion to Sun Life. $2 billion. Ottawa is now creating many new targeted, complicated programs. There will be a great deal of red tape and confusion, and things won't get done. We're seeing this severe trend to undermine Quebec's autonomy and Quebecers' capacity to make their own choices. The Public Policy Research Institute, which is a think tank based in Ottawa.
Un appel au règlement à l'honorable député de Brandon Souris.
Speaker?
Quorum?
Yes.
All right, we're going to look at quorum. The quorum. Nobody. Okay. Okay. Just a reminder, no food in the house. Merci beaucoup. Je vous mets dans le quorum.
Thank you. I see quorum. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues for their active participation in listening to my speech. But I just want to make absolutely sure that everyone is paying attention to the honourable member. Okay, the honourable member. As I was saying, there's a clear trend here that we're seeing undermining of Quebec's autonomy and Quebec's capacity to make its own choices. A pan-Canadian think tank based in Ottawa, the Public Policy Research Institute, said in June that currently there is a more directive use of the power of the purse. There is less cooperation between the federal government and the provinces in defining objectives. Partnerships are conditional on a province's acceptance of the federal government's political vision. And we really see that in this budget. And all of that at a time when Ottawa is making a mess of the things that are actually in its jurisdiction. It's spending wastefully without results and cutting transfers to provinces, while attaching more and more strings and not meeting its commitments. Once again, I would mention the health transfers. The increase in the health transfers is 6 times less than it should have been. Plus, there are strings attached, which led to a power struggle. And in the end, we're not getting the money. There are also unacceptable delays with infrastructure and housing programs. Years are wasted before reaching an agreement. And once again, it's just because Ottawa is interfering. Wow, thank you, Ottawa. Ottawa is doing this because it has more power because of the fiscal imbalance. In a federation, Mr. Speaker, a fiscal imbalance happens when one level of government receives more in taxes than it needs for its responsibilities, whereas another level of government does not have enough. And we see that in Canada. The situation is serious. The PBO has said year after year that long-term provincial finances are just not viable, not just in Quebec, all of the provinces. In fact, it's the status of being a province which is not viable. And this fiscal imbalance will create a great deal of dysfunction and limit government's ability to face challenges. There are 3 different types of dysfunction. First of all, because Ottawa levies more taxes than it needs for its obligations, it doesn't try to manage things effectively. In fact, the situation is deeply inefficient. Everything is more expensive than it should be, and I won't even get into the ArriveCan scandal. Let me give some examples. It costs twice as much for Ottawa to deal with an EI file, 2.5 times than such a file in Quebec. Or for a passport, 4 times more than for Quebec to issue a driver's license. Everything is like that. Secondly, Ottawa uses the fiscal imbalance to trample over areas that should be up to Quebec and the provinces constitutionally. That makes our jurisdictional power-sharing system less effective, undermines our autonomy, and is deeply inefficient. All it does is increase Ottawa's centralization. We see that. We see that with the redundancy of the new dental care program. And we also see that with the tax filing system. Once again, redundancy. And finally, since Ottawa indirectly holds the purse strings of the government of Quebec and the other provinces, the provincial governments and the Quebec government don't have the same level of accountability and responsibility. We see what the PBO had to say. If things continue as they are, provincial governments will simply not be financially viable at some point. They will implode at a time when the federal government will only become more powerful. This endless interference from Ottawa leads to unprecedented centralization and means that the Quebec people can't develop according to its own needs, strengths, specificities, and desires. Mr. Speaker, there is no status quo in Canada. We need Quebec to be respected, and yet the federal government is constantly attacking it, no matter what party is in power. The status quo actually means undermining our National Assembly to the benefit of Ottawa. We need to do something about the fiscal imbalance. We need the federal government to stop interfering. And we also need a right of withdrawal with full compensation.
Automatique. Les crises multiples entraînent de nombreux défis.
Multiple crises bring with them many challenges. We can emerge stronger or weaker. The repeated crises of the last 4 years revealed many problems. First, COVID showed that our healthcare system was weakened by chronic underfunding by the federal government, while the serious shortcomings of the employment insurance system forced us to pass a series of costly programs that were shoddily designed. The sudden reopening of the economy exposed other problems: housing shortages, labor shortages, exacerbated by an aging population, and the fragility of our manufacturing sector, as well as problems caused by inflation. The government failed to take any of these fundamental issues seriously. We call on the government to stop interfering in areas that are not its own and permanently introduce an automatic opt-out mechanism with full compensation for Quebec in every area where the federal government interferes. We demand that the federal government immediately and unconditionally transfer the amounts voted to be transferred to Quebec. We also demand that Ottawa immediately pay the bill to Quebec to cover expenses related to receiving asylum seekers. Quebec has a very clear vision of the measures that need to be implemented to deal effectively with current challenges. The solution is simple: more financial resources for Quebec. The government must tackle the fiscal imbalance by increasing federal transfers to ensure fairer and more equitable distribution. The future must be prepared by building on Quebec's strengths, which are precisely those that will become increasingly important in tomorrow's economy. Interference is always more costly, always more time-consuming, and never better than respecting jurisdictions. The end of interference will be the exercise of our full sovereignty. The 21st century is Quebec's century. It's the century of innovation, of cutting-edge technologies, of green technologies that reconcile wealth creation and ecology, and the creativity we have available in every field. We need to support them. The century of renewable energies and sustainable development, where we have everything to be world leaders if Ottawa would just stop pumping billions into fossil fuels. The Canadian oil and gas model and the Quebec renewable and sustainable model are not compatible. The century of issues in agriculture, where our production aims first and foremost to feed our population in a world marked by less fluid commercial opportunities, means that we need to preserve diversified agriculture at a time when it's being shaken by the vagaries of the global environment and climate change. This is also a century of social tensions where rising inequality is leading to a loss of hope for a better future. Our state must have the means to preserve social cohesion. In particular, the housing crisis and rising property prices are an urgent challenge, not to mention preserving the purchasing power of our elderly, whose impoverishment will have disastrous consequences for the economy as the population ages. I'm afraid I don't want to run over the time that's been allotted, so I will wrap up. This budget is being presented in a context where the needs are great, but where resources are not unlimited. The only way for Ottawa to meet those needs is to do only what it can and do it well. It's this rational and well-targeted use of resources that will allow us to avoid all-out austerity from which everyone will suffer. And what we have before us today is quite the opposite. That's why, seconded by the member Saint-Jean, I propose the following sub-amendment. That the amendment by replacing paragraph A and B. A, respect Quebec's and the province's jurisdictions, and to be able to withdraw with full compensation. Thank you.
Mr. Sainte-Marie, appuyé.
Mr. Sainte-Marie, seconded by Ms. Normandin, moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by replacing paragraphs A and B with A, respecting Quebec's and the province's jurisdiction, and grant the right for withdrawal for full compensation to Quebec and the provinces. This amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
The Speaker, the member mentioned about the fiscal issues. I would like to remind him that Canada has got the lowest deficit to GDP ratio and lowest net debt to GDP ratio amongst all the G7 countries. In fact, Canada not only has got its AAA rating, credit rating, but is only one of the two G7 countries which has got a AAA rating from 2 of the 3 independent credit agencies. Quebec, Mr. Speaker, has shown the solid move from the carbon-heavy economy to a clean economy. Quebec has got very advanced manufacturing and knowledge-based companies. Does the member not recognize the importance that this budget has given to knowledge-based companies, specifically how it helps Quebec companies, for example, in artificial intelligence, with the $2 billion fund for Artificial Intelligence Compute Access Fund and $200 million for artificial intelligence startups, and help crucial sectors like agriculture, healthcare, and manufacturing adopt artificial intelligence?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Nepean for his question, which had many components. First of all, on the first component, we recognize that the debt to GDP ratio is one of the best. However, we remember during the 90s, the federal government resolved its fiscal or debt imbalance problem by adding to the fiscal imbalance, which was cutting transfers to the provinces. And so the provinces are experiencing more difficulties because of the federal government's decision to cut transfers. Now, I will remind everyone that the Minister for Innovation promised a policy for aerospace. Canada has an exceptional sector, but no policy, and there's nothing in the budget, nothing at all for that. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to see my colleague for the Bloc Québécois, and what he's saying has a great deal of common sense. How is it that the Bloc Québécois can talk from both sides of its mouth? When the NDP votes with the minority government, the Bloc votes against. When the NDP doesn't agree with the Liberal minority government, the Bloc votes with the government. So the Bloc Québécois is maintaining the minority Liberal government in power. How then can it justify this? There's some inconsistency here, and I have to say that the Bloc Québécois does not really represent Quebec's interests. The Honourable Member for Joliette. First of all, it's up to the public in Quebec to decide on what's going to happen during the next election. That's how it works. We set up one very clear criteria about whether or not we vote for or something. When it's in favor of Quebec, we vote for. When it's not in favor, we vote against. It's not more complicated than that. And in between, we try to improve things to best respond to Quebec's needs. We're not always against, like the Conservatives. We're not going to constantly decry the carbon tax, which doesn't apply to Quebec. We're in favor of things that are good for Quebec. If not, we're against it. If this budget doesn't meet Quebec's needs, we'll be against. It's clear. That's how we operate. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. My honourable colleague, who I'm pleased to serve with on the Finance Committee, spoke about jurisdiction and pharmacare. Now, the Canada Pharmacare legislation that is currently before the House works exactly like the Canada Health Act. It offers federal money to every province who agrees to deliver diabetes, class, and contraception drugs free to the citizens of their province through their single-payer public system. No province is forced to participate. If the province wants to participate, they get the money, and they deliver it just like any other medical service through the public healthcare system, just like Quebec does with all the other services. Now, in 2016, the Union des consommateurs du Québec made a written submission to the Standing Committee on Health on Pharmacare, and they said this: the explosive rise in spending on prescription drugs in Canada requires immediate action. The most effective solution would be to adopt a universal public pharmacare program. We hope the federal government will act on this issue and assure you of our full cooperation. Can my honourable colleague tell me, does he not agree that Québécois et Québécoises deserve to have access to free diabetes medication and pharmaceuticals if 100% of it is being paid by the federal government, just like every other medical service is available in Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague and my new colleague at the Finance Committee. It's going to be a pleasure to work on that committee, I am sure. Now, healthcare needs are indeed vast. Every individual who needs medication must have access to it. In Quebec, we have partial pharmacare, limited coverage for people who did not have private insurance. Yes, the cost of medications is going up sharply, and it's a terrible issue. However, what we are asking for is respect for provincial jurisdictions. For Quebec and the provinces, Ottawa's role is to fund health care. Quebec's commitments in health care are 6 times higher than that of the federal government. We need to offer good healthcare services, including universal pharmacare. So the federal government is undermining the healthcare sector by not giving the contributions it's supposed to, and then interferes in provincial jurisdictions. So we have this vision of Ottawa knows best, of ruling from the top, and that's why we want the right to fully withdraw with full compensation so that Quebec can manage its own system. What we don't want is for Quebec to take hold of all spending powers and run a program with bureaucracies that are just completely disconnected from reality. Same thing for dental care. There was no proposal to line things up with what's already available. They just gave a $2 billion fund to Sun Life. That's what Ottawa does. And that's why Quebec has to manage it itself. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his almost scientific expose on the budget. I know that he wants to really get to the bottom of issues. In the current context in Ottawa, we know that a lot of money is promised, but there's a lot of money that's never spent. Why? Because it doesn't meet the needs of the regions. A lot of these funds don't meet the realities of specific regions. Same thing for Indigenous people. There's so much money that goes back to the public coffers year after year that should go into the pockets of those who need it in order to be able to build housing, for instance. I'd like to hear my colleague about the impact this has on the budget, the real deficit, and if Quebec were sovereign, how could it do better on the housing file? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I entirely agree with what he said. Before talking about housing, I'll go with infrastructure. Municipalities are asking us, will Ottawa finally announce the prorated gas tax program to be paid to the municipalities? With that money, municipalities can execute projects quickly. But just like in the last budget, Ottawa has infrastructure programs where agreements have to be concluded because it's interference. It takes years before the money gets dispersed. Same thing for housing. What we're being told is that Ottawa has rapid housing initiatives, but they've chosen which models of housing to be built, and it takes years for a single penny to be spent. This is money that we voted on, money that's collected from taxpayers, that gets blocked here in Ottawa for ideological considerations, and finally, bureaucratic considerations. The budget has the money, but often the money doesn't get spent again because of bureaucratic management. Money gets voted on, but it doesn't get spent. Things have to change. Ottawa needs to stop implementing obstacles and bureaucracies and conditions. Local governments know what local needs are, so transfer the money and get out of the way.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Budget 2024 and to deliver my first speech in this House as the Shadow Minister for Finance for the New Democratic Party of Canada. I am deeply honoured to assume this important position, and as I do so, I'm reminded of the core economic objectives of a progressive political party in a modern democracy, principles that have underpinned impressive results in many social democratic countries around the globe. These include the following: to build a strong domestic economy that works for all citizens, not just the privileged; to harness national assets for the collective good while creating a thriving market that produces quality goods and services, to respect both those who utilize their entrepreneurial talents and the workers whose skills and energy are essential to their realization, to develop our resources in an intelligent, sustainable, and responsible manner, respecting both future generations and our planet, which, after all, is the foundation of all economic activity, to incentivize productive activity, reward hard work, distribute wealth fairly, and take care of those who, through no fault of their own, need our assistance, and to advance equality and create the conditions necessary for everyone to have a full and fair opportunity to realize their potential, to contribute, and to succeed. Now, the document under debate serves as a crucial reminder of what a national government can do to help realize these goals, both in its observance and in its breach. It also shows what an effective opposition can achieve when we act maturely and work to fix what's broken, instead of engaging in division and pessimism. Although conflict may appear expedient to those politicians who want to exploit feelings of frustration and anger, it doesn't get results for people, and it weakens our institutions and democracy. As Jack Layton would often remind us, the opposition's job is not just to oppose, but also to propose. This budget is the product of applying this approach. In contrast to the other opposition parties in this House, the NDP has worked to deliver tangible benefits for Canadians. In this budget alone, Canada's New Democrats have compelled the Liberal government to move in a number of important, substantive, and positive directions. These include the following, which the NDP has championed and fought for, in some cases for decades: to build more homes, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect renters, helping address one of the most foundational issues in society. To set the foundation for universal public pharmacare, starting with contraception and diabetes medications and devices, helping millions of Canadians, and starting us well on the path to comprehensive drug coverage for all. To establish the very first National School Food Program, helping children learn and stay healthy while providing real relief to families hurt by high food prices. To reverse damaging cuts to Indigenous services, an area that cries out for resources and reconciliation. To invest in accessible, high-quality, non-profit childcare, a vital social support to families and to women in particular. To increase funding for pure and applied research and better support Canada's students, keys to Canada's productivity and innovation. To increase the capital gains tax on the wealthiest 1%, a measure that will return some $19 billion to the Treasury over the next 5 years from the wealthiest 1% in Canada. To improve via rail capacity, helping connect communities and helping the environment. To double the volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers' tax credits. And to create a dedicated youth mental health fund, continuing to move this critical area into our mainstream healthcare system. Madam Speaker, these measures will provide urgent relief for millions of Canadians. And make no mistake, they would not have happened without the pressure and advocacy of every NDP member in this House. However, it's crucial to emphasize that while these achievements illustrate in part what a New Democrat government could accomplish, the current budget does not fully reflect our party's vision. This is the result of a major difference between the NDP and the two old guard establishment parties. New Democrats see government as a profoundly important instrument of public good, as something that should stand firmly with and for people, not private powerful interests. We see it as a positive force that can provide resources collectively that individuals alone cannot, that can build institutions of opportunity available to all, regardless of personal wealth and station. And we alone see the vital interconnectedness of social, economic, and environmental justice. In contrast, the Conservatives treat government with suspicion, to be feared, scorned, reduced, and marginalized. And the Liberals, for their part, are beholden to crippling incrementalism, afraid to take bold action even in the face of great social need or clear evidence. More to the point today, the Conservatives identify an economic crisis but deny that there is a climate one. The Liberals acknowledge a climate crisis but fail to fully recognize an economic one. Only Canada's New Democrats firmly understand that Canada faces both an economic and a climate crisis. And we stand alone in understanding that these crises are intertwined, that we will make real progress only by successfully addressing both. So the context for this budget is clear. The reality is that millions of Canadians are grappling with the rising cost of living and struggling to pay for essentials like food and housing. At the same time, forest fires lay waste to entire towns. Droughts threaten our food supply. Floods destroy our communities. Unprecedented heat waves claim the lives of our elders, and children are confined indoors when the air is unfit to breathe. And while politicians like Conservatives, in denial or ignorant of these realizations, point to the cost of dealing with these crises, they fail to recognize the far more expensive price of not dealing with them. The result is that Canada is falling behind in meeting our climate commitments and in the need to pivot to a sustainable economy that works for all Canadians. So while this budget promises considerable progress in a number of areas, progress that will depend on real implementation, a perennial shortcoming of this government, it must be noted, it also falls short in making the necessary investments and policy changes that the current crises demand. I will highlight housing. There are many issues in politics, but some are foundational, existential even. Housing is one of these. Housing is not just a commodity, it is a necessity. It anchors us in community, connects us with family, neighbors, friends, school, work, services. Yet, because of decades of successive Liberal and Conservative government policy failures, encampments are expanding across the country at record levels in both urban and rural areas. The Federal Housing Advocate has called this a life and death crisis. The financialization of housing has left 1/3 of all seniors' housing in Canada in the hands of institutional investors, along with 30% of purpose-built rental buildings. Young people are shut out of the housing market, and renters are losing hope of ever owning a home. And mortgage and rent payments are devouring an unsustainable share of people's incomes. The Office of the Federal Housing Advocate recently released an analysis of Canada's housing supply shortage that found we're missing 4.5 million homes that are affordable to people in housing need. Now, international evidence demonstrates that direct financing to scale up non-market housing, such as cooperative, nonprofit, and public housing, is the most efficient and effective way to address this shortfall. And yet, the Liberal government continues to rely heavily on the for-profit housing industry to fix the problem. Now, this doesn't mean that the private market has no role in housing construction. Instead, it underscores the importance of ensuring that public investments yield tangible public benefits and prioritizing housing solutions that truly serve the needs of our communities. Now, it's important to note that public spending on non-market housing is anti-inflationary. It expands supply and puts downward pressure on prices across the housing market. Moreover, if public spending is offset by measured fair tax increases, the net effect on aggregate demand remains neutral. Now, this budget makes a lot of promises about housing which, if carried out, will go a long way in helping meet our goals. However, the problem is that we've heard this before. In 2017, the Prime Minister announced a $40 billion national housing strategy, saying it was, quote, a robust, comprehensive, life-changing plan to help Canadians get into homes and stay there, unquote. Yet, 7 years later, what Canadians have really experienced is a robust, comprehensive, and life-changing housing crisis, one in which rent and home prices have doubled, home ownership is further away than ever, and we have lost 11 units of affordable housing for every one built. So while the New Democrats support the investments announced in this budget, the real test will be in ensuring they are realized. We will do our part to monitor and press for that to happen. I must say a few words about several weaknesses in this budget. The allocation of a paltry $200 a month for the Canada Disability Benefit for Canadians living with disabilities is beyond deficient. It is insulting. It is far below what is necessary to lift these citizens out of poverty. Combined with provincial disability programs, it fails to meet even this government's own assessment of subsistence at $2,000 per month when we set the CERB amount during COVID. This is unacceptable, and New Democrats call for it to be raised substantially and immediately.
That's right.
This budget aims to slash 5,000 public service jobs through attrition. This is short-sighted and wrong. We need our public servants to deliver the programs Canadians rely on. We all recall how vital our civil servants were during COVID, delivering the benefits we desperately needed when we were in a national crisis. What we ought to slash is the use of government outsourcing and private consultants, something that is far more costly and in many cases scandalously wasteful. We need only look at this government's outrageous expenditure of $60 million to produce the ArriveCan app, which proved unreliable and of questionable utility, something that should have been produced for at most 1/10 that cost. This budget is a missed opportunity to address the gaping tax unfairness and imbalance that successive Liberal and Conservative governments have created in Canada. For decades, both old guard parties slashed corporate taxes, making individual working and middle-class Canadians increasingly shoulder the costs of government.
Shame.
Today, Canada has one of the lowest rates of corporate taxes in the OECD, ranking 33rd of 38 countries. Our federal corporate tax rate of 15% is over 5% less than the United States. And President Biden recently announced his intention to raise U.S. corporate tax rates by some 7%. The upshot is that we could and should implement a prudent and measured increase as well, providing billions of dollars of revenue for programs Canadians need and reducing our deficit while remaining competitive among our peers. Now, this budget is also missed a clear opportunity to implement a tax on windfall oil and gas profits. While Canadians were suffering from the after effects of the pandemic, in 2022, oil and gas extraction companies in Canada made a record-breaking $63 billion in profits. Although data for 2023 hasn't yet been published, it is shaping up to be the second most profitable year in the history of the oil patch. The 2022 federal budget introduced a one-time tax of 15% on profits above $1 billion for banks and insurance companies. The PBO report found that extending the tax to oil and gas sector could generate $4.2 billion in revenue over 5 years. New Democrats think that this is a policy measure that is eminently warranted. I'd like also to point out the lack of sufficient emphasis in this budget when it comes to the climate crisis. We believe that this is the most important issue facing our planet, another truly existential issue. While addressing it will take concerted global action, Canada must do our part. Although the budget has a number of laudable steps in this direction, including money for the transition to zero-emission vehicles and heat pump retrofits, in our view it should go much farther and faster if we are to meet our international commitments and obligations to future generations of Canadians. Finally, I'd like to address the important discussion in Canada regarding productivity. The statistics on productivity levels in Canada are indeed concerning. The Bank of Canada's Senior Deputy Governor recently noted that the need to improve productivity has reached an emergency level in this country. But we do need to analyze and interpret the numbers cautiously. We are clearly still experiencing the after effects of the pandemic and the unprecedented shocks it imposed on our economy, integrated supply chains, and our labor market. And we must be careful not to give credence to outdated and offensive ideas that the best way to improve productivity is to blame or put the burden on workers, compelling them to work harder, faster, longer, for less money. A factor which is far more important to address in the productivity problem is the ongoing weakness of business capital spending in Canada. Spending on machinery and equipment by businesses and on R&D and innovation has been falling as a share of GDP for many years, dating back, in fact, to the large corporate tax cuts Paul Martin introduced at the turn of this century. That's an ironic fact, since it was argued at the time that corporate tax cuts would spur more business investment, not less. However, the truth is that even with rapid job creation and population growth, business capital investment has not kept up. To address this, the New Democrats believe the federal government must implement strategies that are more effective in increasing capital investment and innovation in Canada than the tired old trickle-down theories like tax cuts for corporations and the wealthy that clearly haven't worked. Other countries, like those in Northern Europe and East Asia, have shown it is possible to combine strong investment and technology with strong labor standards and public programs. Canadian workers are skilled and productive. In fact, by some measures, Our workforce is the best trained of any OECD country. But to put those skills to work to their full potential, workers need good jobs, secure, stable jobs, with access to proper machinery and equipment, and lifelong training, and the opportunity to earn better wages along with their productivity so that they can share in the wealth that their talents and skills create. That's why New Democrats support better vocational training, stronger labor standards, and unions that can be active partners in technological change, training, safety, and job quality. To conclude, Madam Speaker, allow me to draw a clear distinction between the diverging economic paths that lie ahead for our country. The Conservative Party would prioritize corporate interests even at the expense of ordinary Canadians. If they have their way, essential services will suffer. There will be no dental care, no pharmacare, no renter protections, no investments in affordable housing or childcare, and no school food programs for our children. Under the Liberals' watch, Canadians have been left grappling and struggling with rising costs, while big corporations and wealthy CEOs are thriving. It's a stark contrast. The privileged few prosper while the majority struggle to make ends meet. That is unconscionable in a country as wealthy as Canada. The affordability crisis has reached a breaking point, and yet the Liberal government still hesitates to take decisive action. They only act when pushed by the NDP. It took the New Democrats to force their hand in Budget 2024 to push for policies that genuinely benefit people. Our vision extends beyond the present to a future where our federal government champions affordability, equity, and the well-being of every family. A Canada where no one is left behind, where accessible health care, housing, and opportunity for all are not mere aspirations, but fundamental rights and the reality. Together, we know we can build a Canada that thrives on fairness, compassion, and shared prosperity. Madam Speaker, don't ever let them tell you it can't be done. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member talked about the Canada's ranking under the OECD, amongst the OECD countries. Does it not also note that Canada is the top amongst all OECD countries when it comes to per capita foreign direct investment during the last year? And he knows very well that it did not happen in vacuum. It is Canada's focus on climate change, the focus on generation of clean energy, the availability of good skilled workers, and the overall fiscal prudency that the government has shown, the economic stability it has shown. Are there not the reasons why foreign companies are still more interested in investing in Canada today?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Yes, thank you for the question. And I have seen the numbers on and listened to the Finance Minister state that Canada is leading the G7 in foreign direct investment. Where I would turn my attention is on domestic investment. I'm not interested in having foreign companies come into Canada only and develop our economy. I want to build strong Canadian businesses and strong champions here at home. And it's the lack of investment by Canadian companies in machinery and equipment, in technology and innovation that has been lagging and dropping for many years. And that is, I think, one of the prime reasons that Canada is not reaching our potential as an economy. We should be the wealthiest country in the world. We have everything in this country: land, minerals, oil and gas, food, a well-educated population, strong social supports, and yet we're not reaching our potential. And that's because of decades of poor economic decisions made by successive federal governments that fail to fully harness the potential that is here.
That's right.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to our colleague from the NDP for his speech and for his presentation. I'm often pretty close in my thinking to them, but I wonder how the NDP can support the fact that for 15 years, seniors haven't had a substantial increase in their buying power through old age security. Why isn't there a real will to reflect and to make progress on this? The Bloc Québécois tabled a bill, and we've been pushing on this for a long time. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about this. I know what he'll say. He'll say there's dental care, there's pharmacare, but Madam Speaker, we need to realize that seniors don't just need dental care and pharmacare. They need buying power to be able to buy the essential goods they need. So how is it that my colleague supports this budget that doesn't support seniors?
Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. In general, I agree totally with her. The seniors are the Canadians in this country who have, through their many decades of effort and toil and work and labour, have built this country. And it's a shame when we have so many seniors who are living paycheck to paycheck, often many beneath the poverty line. So we think there needs to be a comprehensive resolution to this issue. That's why in my speech and in this budget, we are pushing for affordable non-market housing, including for seniors. We've long pushed for increases to the Canada Pension Plan and the Old Age Security, and it should be set at a minimum at the poverty level. And my honourable colleague did raise dental care. There's two ways you can help seniors. You can raise their income and you can reduce their expenses. And in terms of dental care, I can't tell you how many seniors, including many in Quebec, have come to me and our party and said, thank you for providing dental care, because they now don't have to go out of pocket to pay for necessary dental care, dentures and other things, which you can't live without, because the Canadian Dental Care Plan will pay for that for them. That's going to make a meaningful impact on their bottom line and in their budgets, and they're thankful for it.
That's right. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Promotion.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. And I noticed in his speech that he said that Canada is blessed with the wonderful resource of oil and gas. The member from his party from Timmins, James Bay, is bent on shutting oil and gas down. And we all know that oil and gas is responsible for contributing to the taxes that fund the social programs that this member has mentioned. Can he expand a little bit on how he sees oil and gas being a significant contributor to the Canadian economy?
Good question. Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Yes, no, look, oil and gas has provided a lot of revenue to governments over the last decades. Oil and gas in and of themselves are wonderful products. You know, they make flight possible. In some cases, they provide the basis for pharmaceuticals, for plastics industry. There's things. What we are finding in this country, and what I don't think Conservatives understand, is the planet is telling us we are burning too much of it too fast. We don't need to eliminate it totally. What we have to do is get our carbon emissions down below the limit that our natural environment can handle. And that's what is being, I'm always shocked at Conservatives, I mean, particularly when the root, of their name is conserve, why they wouldn't be prudent and cautious when our natural world is telling us that we have to take our foot off the gas and we have to get carbon emissions below a level that our planet can handle. And so that doesn't mean that there's not a place or a use for any fossil fuels. It means that we have to make sure we calibrate that in a manner that is in harmony with our natural world. We're not doing that now, and that's why the NDP is so concerned about the climate crisis, because we risk planetary catastrophe.
That's right. That's right. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, and sorry I was so eager I got up before my turn. It was really, I had the opportunity to listen to the speech by the member from Carleton, the leader of the Conservative Party, particularly in a couple of areas I found really pretty shocking. One, he was talking about federal lands. The Conservative leader clearly doesn't understand Indigenous rights in terms of the right of first refusal, particularly around resource extraction. He also has a very clear plan to eliminate any sort of public health response to the overdose crisis. In fact, citing Indigenous peoples and our traditions as the way forward, when it's Indigenous peoples, in my writing, that are fighting for safe consumption sites and safe supply. The other thing that's missing in this budget, and I want to say that auto theft is a critical issue in this country, but this government put $47 million in auto theft and $22 million to deal with the crisis of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. That sends a clear message to Indigenous women, girls, to us LGBTQIA+, that this country values cars more than us. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can speak to some of the issues that the Conservatives clearly will gut and make worse, and the Liberals are not responding to. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you for that question. I just want to thank the honourable colleague for the powerful voice she brings to this House, not only on behalf of people in her constituency, but on behalf of Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit people and people of representing many minority and marginalized communities in this country. And I also want to take the moment to thank her for her persistent and effective work on the Red Dress Alert, which I also will note in this budget receives a paltry amount of money, less than $2 million if I'm not mistaken. And this is something that ought to be implemented immediately and fully financed and resourced, because the thing about the Red Dress Alert is that this is an incredibly important precautionary and preventative measure that can perhaps warn our communities to prevent an Indigenous woman or girl or anybody else who's at risk in those communities from being hurt or injured. To the larger question, we haven't had a chance yet to analyze this budget. As I said, I will just repeat this. The need for justice and reconciliation in this country, the debt we owe to Indigenous people in this country has yet to be repaid. And this budget does not come anywhere close to the kind of investments that are needed in order to fully make sure that Indigenous people in Canada can fully achieve their potential and their rights. And the NDP is going to continue to press this government for that.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre. Brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by recognizing there is no coalition government in this House, but that the NDP are in a supply and confidence agreement with this government, meaning that their support is what allows the governing party to continue. And so I appreciate the member for Vancouver Kingsway called out the shamefully low amount set aside for the Canada Disability Benefit and the complete lack of a windfall profit tax on the record-breaking profits of the oil and gas industry in the midst of a climate crisis. My question for him is, will the NDP withhold their support for this budget on the condition that this government at least increase the Canada Disability Benefit above the poverty line and put in place a windfall profit tax on the oil and gas industry?
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway, 15 seconds.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for that question. You know, I think it's an opportunity for us to say in this House, we're all parliamentarians here. We owe a duty to our constituents to elevate debate in this House and to speak accurately. And every time the Conservatives call it a coalition government or say we've been in power for 9 years, when those things are just not true, it does a disservice to this institution and it confuses Canadians and our democracy, and it needs to stop. We're going to continue analyzing this budget, and we will come out with our position on it in due course. It's 416 pages long, and there's a lot of positive things in there. Pharmacare, school nutrition program.
And we have to resume debate. The honourable member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Milton. I enter politics with three major objectives. The first, affordable housing for all Canadians. The second, providing secure retirement income to 11 million working Canadians without the workplace pension. Third, ensure Canadian society and economy remain robust and competitive in the global knowledge-based economy, thus securing prosperity to our children and grandchildren. In the budget, towards my first objective, we have announced tremendous investment for housing, continuing our focus on housing through what we had earlier introduced, the National Housing Strategy. On my second objective, we have reformed the Canadian Pension Plan to secure retirement income for Canadians, and we have also introduced various targeted programs to support the seniors. On my third objective, on securing Canada's position in the changing global knowledge-based economy, we have redoubled our efforts through this budget. Canada has been the best country in the world because of our rich natural resources like oil, gas, minerals, metals, strong agricultural sector, and the hard work of several generations of Canadians, including the present-day seniors. However, there are major changes happening in the global economy which have direct impact on Canadian economy, which have consequences on Canadian prosperity. With globalization, as we knew for last few decades, has disappeared. We are now moving towards onshoring, nearshoring, and friendshoring. The world in this great transition phase, and Canada has to act fast to secure our place in the new global economic order. We foresaw this coming, hence adopted policies to strengthen our manufacturing sector and focused on knowledge-based sector. We have made and continue to make major investments in many economic sectors, including manufacturing sectors and sectors focused on advanced technologies. Before I continue on the budget focus on advanced technologies, including artificial intelligence, let me first note a few points. In the fall, we set three very specific fiscal guideposts. In this budget, each one of these three objectives we set in the last fall are being met. So is our fiscal anchor, a declining federal debt to GDP ratio over the medium term. In fact, Canada has the lowest deficit to GDP ratio and net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and we continue to maintain our AAA credit rating. We have a vision for Canada's future that is innovative, inclusive, and industrious. I wish to highlight the critical role that innovation and advanced technology play in shaping the future of Canada's economy. In a world that is rapidly transforming through technological advancement, it is imperative that Canada not only keeps pace but leads the charge in the global innovation race. Innovation is the cornerstone of economic resilience and growth. It drives productivity, creates high-quality jobs, and fosters competitive industries. Through advanced technologies, we can solve some of our most pressing challenges, from climate change to healthcare, enhancing quality of life for all Canadians while ensuring sustainable development. Canada's commitment to technological advancement is evident in our strategic investments in sectors like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and clean technology. These sectors are not merely areas of academic interest, they are the engines of our future economy. By investing in these areas, we are setting the stage for a new era of industrial and technological leadership. Advanced technologies also bring tremendous economic benefits. They open up new markets, enable Canadian businesses to compete globally, and attract foreign investment. Every dollar invested in innovation multiplies across the economy, generating wealth and opportunities that extend through every province and sector. Moreover, the adoption of these technologies ensures that Canada remains a desirable destination for talented innovators and entrepreneurs from around the world. By embracing advanced technologies, we are building a robust ecosystem that nurtures creativity and turns innovative ideas into tangible solutions that benefit society as a whole. As an example for our commitment, let me mention a subject that stands at the very heart of our future economic prosperity and global leadership: artificial intelligence, or AI. Our nation has already made significant strides in this field, and it is crucial that we understand and support the ongoing efforts and strategic investments that will solidify Canada's position as a world leader in AI technology. Since 2017, we dedicated over $2 billion to nurture our AI ecosystem, establishing Canada as a beacon of innovation and expertise in the global arena. This dedication has borne fruit in numerous ways. We are globally recognized for our strong AI talent, research capabilities, and a rapidly growing AI sector that leads the G7 in several metrics, including the growth of women in AI and year-over-year growth of AI talent. Our researchers and companies have not only kept pace but set international benchmarks, publishing more AI-related papers per capita than any other G7 country since 2019. Our AI firms are also at the forefront of innovation, filing patents at 3 times the average rate in the G7 and attracting a significant portion of venture capital in Canada. Last year alone, the number of actively engaged AI professionals in Canada grew by 29%, underscoring a vibrant and expanding workforce dedicated to advancing this technology. However, our ambition does not stop with past successes. Recognizing the transformative potential of AI, we have launched pioneering initiatives like the world's first national AI strategy, the Pan-Canadian Artificial Intelligence Strategy. Yet, we face challenges that could stymie our progress. Currently, most advanced computing capacity, which is crucial for AI development, is located outside Canada. This not only slows down our research and innovation, but also poses security risks and dependency on foreign technology. To address these challenges and propel us forward, Budget 2024 announced an historic investment in AI, $2.4 billion targeted at enhancing our AI capabilities. This includes $2 billion for establishing the AI Compute Access Fund and the Canadian AI Sovereign Compute Strategy, which aims to catalyze the development of Canadian-owned AI infrastructure and reduce our reliance on external resources. An additional $200 million will support AI startups and accelerate AI adoption in critical sectors like agriculture, healthcare, and manufacturing. It is only through collective effort and shared vision that we can realize the full potential of AI and secure Canada's advantage on this critical frontier. In conclusion, the importance of innovation and advanced technologies to Canada's economy cannot be overstated. As we look forward, let us continue to invest in the technologies of tomorrow and ensure that Canada remains at the forefront of global innovation. Let us be bold in our ambitions and steadfast in our commitment to a prosperous, technologically advanced Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague speaking about singing the praises of this budget, but I'd prefer to come back to people who were completely left out and forgotten in this budget, and I would say that it even adds insult to injury. Not only is the old age pension not increased for people from 65 to 75, as has been asked very clearly by the Bloc Québécois in pre-budget consultations, not only is there no money for Bill C-319, there's nothing here. And I don't want to hear as an answer that there are measures for housing, because that won't specifically help seniors. We are asking for help for seniors, and there's nothing for them in this budget. It adds insult to injury.
Honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, since we came to power about 8.5 years back, we have taken so many measures to help Canadians of all ages, including seniors. We reduced the retirement age from 67 to 65. We had targeted supports to Canadians, especially the seniors. And we also, not just the seniors, Madam Speaker, through our Canada Child Benefit, through our $10 daycare, through our dental care program, and our proposed National Pharmacare program, we are there to help Canadians in need.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention in the House today. My question is around the benefit for people living with disabilities, the Canadian Disability Benefit. The community has made its displeasure with this benefit very, very clear. You know, what this works out to is about $200 a month for people. We know during COVID it was very clear that Canadians said that everyone needed $2,000 to survive, to pay their rent, to be able to buy groceries, to be able to live with dignity. And yet this government is saying to people living with disabilities that $200 a month is all that they're going to be able to get. So for many of them with their provincial benefits, it's far less than $2,000 a month. And that was before the cost of groceries skyrocketed, before the cost of living skyrocketed. People living with disabilities in our community are amongst the most vulnerable, and this government has abandoned them. And I'm wondering what the member has to say about that decision.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have introduced many programs that support Canadians in need. The Canada Dental Care Program, we had the proposed National Pharma Care Program, we are now proposing. And on the disability, it's very important that we should make sure that the provinces will not involve in the clawback on the funding that is being provided by the federal government.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacoste.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his interesting speech. As always, very informative, and I know that he has his great advocacy in the area of international trade and artificial intelligence and so on, and I appreciate that from him. And I'm just wondering, I know that Montreal is a hub for innovation in artificial intelligence, and I know that there are other hubs across the country. Maybe he can provide us with some examples of how our budget is going to help these hubs further develop.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in fact, the point that the member raised is very important. We are one of the global leaders in artificial intelligence, and Montreal and Quebec plays a major role. However, so far we have depended on outside jurisdiction, outside of Canada jurisdictions, for the compute access that is very critical for artificial intelligence. And we have now proposed a $2 billion investment so that we can provide compute access from within Canada. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, we have proposed $200 million for the AI startups and also to help other critical economic sectors like healthcare, the companies in healthcare or in agriculture or in manufacturing that they use and embrace the artificial intelligence that is available.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et c'est toujours...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always nice to see you in the Speaker's chair. Today, I am very pleased to rise to discuss Budget 2024, a budget which will ensure a better future for all Canadians, especially with a focus on the younger generations. Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity.
Before Madame la President assures that Canada's social safety net will work for every generation. And when our government was first elected in 2015, we recognized that the economy had changed. People needed more supports and supports of a new kind. The government got to work immediately. We introduced the new Canada Child Benefit. We have helped cut child poverty by more than half in the last 8 years with this measure, and we reinforced the security and dignity of retirement by strengthening the CPP, by increasing the old age security for seniors 75 and over, indexing it for inflation and making both CCB, CCB in particular, tax-free. And then we also permanently eliminated interest on all federal student and apprenticeship loans for people, Canadians of student age. And we also made generational investments in $10 a day childcare, which cut Canadian childcare costs by at least half in every province and territory. That gave families more money back in their pockets, and it gives kids the best start in their lives. And when I walk the streets of Milton, I see a lot of strollers, and there are a lot of young people per capita in Milton, and parents stop me all the time and say, you know what, we're saving a lot of money on our child care costs. We recognize that was a measure that the federal government campaigned on and made happen. But with Budget 2024, we're making more transformative investments that will continue to level the playing field and lift up every generation. And top of mind in Budget 2024 is universal public health care. We made a promise to each other as Canadians that if you get ill or injured, or if you're born with complicated health issues, you don't need to go into debt just to get essential care. Unlike in other countries, we depend on our health care, not our credit card, to get the attention that we require when we go and visit the doctor or a clinic. And that's why that last year the federal government announced our 10-year health care plan, providing close to $200 billion to clear backlogs, improve primary care, cut wait times, and deliver the health outcomes that Canadians need and deserve. And with Budget 2024, we're introducing new measures that will strengthen Canada's social safety net to lift up every generation. Chief among those is National Pharmacare. This includes our landmark move towards building a comprehensive national pharmacare program. Bill C-64, the Pharmacare Act, proposes the foundational principles of national universal pharmacare in Canada and describes the federal government's intent to work with provinces and territories to provide universal, single-payer coverage for most prescription contraceptives and many diabetes medications. This is something that I campaigned on, something that I strongly believe in. Canada continues to be the only country in the world with socialized medicine without national pharmacare, but that's changing now because our government took action. We're also very aware of the fact that mental health is health. And our government is well aware that young Canadians are facing extremely high levels of stress and mental health challenges. That includes depression and anxiety. It's a tough time to be a millennial. And many of those young people are still in school, or they're just starting out on their careers, and they're struggling with the costs of private mental health care. The rising cost of living has further exacerbated these concerns, and that's why our government remains committed to ensuring that future generations have access to basic mental health support so that they can have a healthy start to adulthood. Budget 2024 also proposes to provide $500 million over 5 years for the creation of a new youth mental health fund, which will help younger Canadians access the mental health care that they need. We're also supporting children in an incremental way in Budget 2024. We know that children are the future of Canada. Many of them are the leaders of today. They will become tomorrow's doctors, nurses, electricians, teachers, scientists, and small business owners, and every child deserves the best start in life. Their success is truly Canada's success. And in Budget 2024, our government is advancing progress through investments to strengthen and grow our Canada-wide early learning and childcare system to save for an education later in life and have good health care to unlock the promise of Canada for the next generation. It also includes taking decisive action to launch a new national school food program to help ensure that children have access to food that they need to get a fair start in life, regardless of their family circumstances. The $1 billion program is expected to provide meals for over 400,000 children in schools every single year. This is something very personal for me. I benefited quite a lot, actually, from school food programs in my community. I was lucky. I grew up in a town that had lots of volunteers, great community serving organizations, ones like Food for Life and Halton Food for Thought and Food for Kids in Halton region. And, you know, when kids needed a snack, and when kids need a snack now, they can access a snack, but that's not true in every single school. But I'm really proud of the fact that when Brent Mansfield was here, through the work that the Coalition for Healthy School Food did, and all of the advocacy that all of these food security organizations have done over the last decades, we now have Canada's first ever national school food program. It'll build on the work that great charities like Food for Life, Food for Thought, and Food for Kids, and many, many others have been doing in their regions. But you know, it's important to note that's all made possible through volunteer work and through teachers making, taking on those expenses themselves, sometimes bringing food from home, sometimes taking time out of their curriculum to teach edible education and nutritional literacy. And these are really, really important skills. I'm a big fan of Jamie Oliver, and I just saw on social media yesterday was congratulating the Mayor of London on introducing more healthy school food for kids across London in the UK. So I'm a huge supporter and advocate for National School Food Program, and I'm thrilled that it's reflected in Budget 2024. We're also supporting millennials and Gen Z. We must restore a fair chance for millennials and Gen Z. If you stay in school, study hard, you should be able to afford college, university, or apprenticeship. You should be able to graduate into a good job, put a roof over your head, and build a good middle-class life, a good life for yourself and your family. And Budget 2024 ensures that the government helps to restore generational fairness for millennials and Gen Z by unlocking access to post-secondary education, by making all of the removing all of the interest on student loans, on Canada student loans, but we're also unlocking access to post-secondary education, including for the most vulnerable students and youth, investing in the skills of tomorrow and creating new opportunities for younger Canadians to get the skills that they need to get great jobs. But more specifically with Budget 2024, we're announcing the government's intention to extend for an additional year the increase in full-time Canada student grants from $3,000 to $4,200 per year. And again, interest-free Canada student loans from $210 to $300 per week. The increased grants will support 587,000 students across Canada, and increased interest-free loans will support 652,000 students, with a combined $7.3 billion for the upcoming academic year. I can't think of a better investment. While I'm proud of the social safety net that our government has provided Canadians since 2015, and certainly before that, we are aware that too many Canadians aren't feeling like their hard work is paying off. And I'm here today to reassure Canadians it doesn't have to be that way. I'm regularly heard in this House talking about co-op housing, Madam Speaker, and I'm really glad that we're advancing on the promise to restore co-op housing in this country, to build more cooperative housing, and to invest in more non-market housing solutions. Our government's working hard to ensure that Canadians can keep more of their money, and in many respects that ensures that they can invest in the economy, but it's also about the well-being of families. We're taking action to hold to account those who are charging Canadians unnecessarily high prices, whether it's corporations charging junk fees or unnecessary banking fees. And this budget will also better assure corporations that corporations aren't taking advantage of Canadians, and make sure that the economy is fair, affordable, and everybody's set up to get a good deal. Budget 2024 also builds on these efforts and gives people back control over their personal finances and banking choices, with action to cap banking fees and to give better access to digital banking, lower cost accounts, and stronger consumer protection. You know, while the Conservatives continually prioritize the interests of wealthy CEOs and corporate lobbyists, particularly from the oil and gas sector, we'll stay focused, because we know here in this House we work for Canadians in this place, not the greedy corporate interests of the top 0.1% of earners. And with some of the measures in Budget 2024 that I've touched on today, we're assuring that that support and that advocacy continues. I'm happy to take a couple of questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention today, but most importantly for sharing his personal stories. Personal story about using the school food programs, and also his story about living in co-op housing. I've always been fascinated with the concept of co-op housing, because it's a form of housing that puts ownership in the people that are living there by various different ways that they can participate in terms of whether, if they're not paying market rent and they're paying below market rent, in some cases they will actually have to do other things in order to contribute, to make up for that. And I'm wondering if he can share with the House how he sees what his experience of co-op housing was like, and if he shares that same thought that I do in terms of the personal and cooperative ownership of it.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the question, and I always take the opportunity to talk about co-op housing in this House, because it's where I came from, and I'll never forget where I came from. Look, back in the 90s, various governments decided that they were getting out of the game. They were going to stop building cooperative housing. They were going to leave it up to the market. They said, we're going to download that responsibility onto other levels of government, and they ignored all of the good work that co-op housing, non-market housing solutions were doing. That's really unfortunate. We don't have a time machine, Madam Speaker, but we do have a budget. And in the last 3 budgets, our government has invested in cooperative housing. And shockingly, we're the first government to do that since the early 1990s. So recognizing there's a problem is the first step, and then actually doing something takes a little bit of courage and bold action. Our government's not afraid of that courage and that bold action. We've taken on that responsibility to invest in cooperative housing. I've worked really closely with the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada. They're amazing advocates. I guess I should declare my personal conflict. I grew up at Chautauqua Co-op, and my mom still builds co-op housing and manages a co-op in Mississauga, which means that families in communities that are fortunate enough to have co-ops, and I'd say there's more in Quebec and British Columbia than there are anywhere else in the world, because those provinces have done an extraordinary job at ensuring that there are co-ops in their budgets and on their agendas. And I'm really proud of this government for taking on that courage as well.
Honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague for his opinion on the following. Our Constitution, which has various jurisdictions outlined. In this budget, there is unbelievable interference in Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. The Prime Minister, in an interview last week, I think he was joking, told a reporter that if Quebec wanted to invest in one of our areas of jurisdiction, how would you react? And the Prime Minister's answer was, I would talk with the province in question. I would like my colleague's opinion on that. Do the provinces and Quebec, did they really have an opportunity to negotiate on all those areas of jurisdiction where, once again, Canada is interfering? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question. My answer is yes, of course. All the provinces had the opportunity to present provincial budgets. There's a lot of opportunities to discuss provincial and territorial priorities with our government. I am open to having that conversation with my provincial and territorial colleagues, especially through FPT meetings. At the same time, Madam Speaker, I think that the best way to ensure that we protect French in Canada is to offer the opportunity to offer services throughout the country. It's been a priority for me to improve my French, and I was lucky to have the opportunity to work here with a teacher. But in Canadian schools, from coast to coast to coast, they don't have the same opportunities to practice French, which is an important part of being a Canadian.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start, I want to say that I'm splitting my time with the great member for Charlesbourg, Holt, St. Charles. Madam Speaker, whether you're an immigrant to this country like myself, or you've lived here your whole life, it's really hard not to feel like Canada is not the same Canada anymore. It feels more broken than it has ever felt after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government. It's hard not to walk down the street of one of our major cities and see tents everywhere, or to see the crime, chaos, and disorder. Walk by a business that has a for lease or for sale sign because they've went insolvent. When you look around and you hear stories all the time about how mothers are having to put back groceries on the shelves just because they can't decide whether they can afford it or not, or they're buying less nutritious food, or you talk to those moms or other seniors who are having to find other options because rent has gone up, mortgages have doubled as well. And now we're hearing stories about students living under bridges. We're hearing about nurses and teachers who have good jobs, but after 9 years of this government are having to live in their car because they cannot afford housing. It's harder and harder for people to eat, heat, and house for themselves after 9 years of this government. There's high interest rates that were driven up by this government's deficits. Once again last week, those Canadians looking for any kind of relief when it comes to housing received none. There is no hope at the end of that tunnel because the government, the Bank of Canada, once again had to hold the rates higher for longer. It's those rates staying higher for longer why builders aren't building, buyers aren't buying, developers aren't developing. You know, this country used to be one where if you put in hard work, you would be able to get something out of it. The member previous to me spoke about personal experience. We moved here as immigrants. We didn't come here with much. I was considered an at-risk youth. We went through really harsh poverty. In fact, me and my family used to stand in line for low-income bus passes. But there was a promise that was kept in Canada back then. something we called the Canadian dream, where if you put in the work, you put in hard work, you would be able to see the fruits of your own labor. But today, after 9 years of this government, more and more families, Canadian dream is turned into a nightmare. Those that are moving here say this is not the Canada that was promised to us, where you would be able to own a business, own a house, be able to have affordable groceries or an affordable place to live. And those people that live here their whole life are saying, what are we doing here? This place just does not feel like the same Canada anymore. And it's because after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, life has never been that much more miserable and more expensive. But how did we get here? This Prime Minister, who, after saying that budgets balance themselves, delivered 8 inflationary budgets that drove up inflation at 40-year highs, and Canadians saw the most rapid and aggressive interest rate hikes not seen in Canadian history. He slammed a carbon tax scam onto Canadians, making the cost of everything even more expensive. And just recently this month, when 70% of Canadians were telling him, spike the hike, do not go ahead with this carbon tax increase, he still increased the carbon tax scam by 23%. And just now, the government's own parliamentary budgeting officer once again confirmed that what he said before the carbon tax increase was more families, a majority of families, are going to be worse off with this carbon tax scam when you factor in economic and fiscal impacts than what you get back in these so-called rebates. And he confirmed once again that after the hike on April the 1st, they're still worse off. So the misinformation that's coming from this government, what they don't understand is the pain, the real pain that all of these bad policies have caused on Canadians, why Canadians feel like this is not the same Canada anymore. The dream, the promise of Canada is gone. Just this year alone, Madam Speaker, this Liberal NDP government will force taxpayers, the Canadian taxpayers, to pay more into this Liberal NDP Prime Minister's interest on the debt he accumulated than what goes to healthcare or national defense. Can you believe that? $54 billion is going to go to bankers, bondholders, and this Prime Minister's Bay Street buddies, rather than going into doctors, nurses, and hospitals. That's 9 years of this Liberal NDP government. And there's no relief, because on his way to quadruple the carbon tax scam, he increased the carbon tax 23%, and we instantly saw all across the country what that did when people were filling up their gas in their tanks or when they went to the grocery stores. There is nothing also on top of that to address the productivity issue. The Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, Carolyn Rogers, recently said, Canada's productivity is in a break glass emergency. Madam Speaker, for the Bank of Canada to say that, it should ring off alarm bells. In fact, when the Bank of Canada is saying that it's raining, there's probably a thunderstorm or a tornado coming. And that's after 9 years of this government. And it's not just Conservatives or the Bank of Canada saying it. Liberals are calling out other Liberals about this budget. In fact, a proud Liberal, former Bank of Canada Governor David Dodge, said this is going to be the worst budget since 1982. And it's because Canada is in a productivity crisis that was created by this government when they drove out investment. In fact, they drove out more than $260 billion worth of investment out of Canada since 2016 because of their failed policies, anti-energy, anti-Canada, anti-Alberta, anti-resources agenda. This woke agenda is the reason why people are not investing in Canada and people are leaving Canada. They're leaving everything on the table here and just leaving. It's because they don't see any reason to invest. There's more tax burden. There is a lot more red tape and regulation here than anywhere else, even though Canada has some of the best standards when it comes to environmental standards and human rights standards. Yet this anti-energy, anti-business government continues to drive more and more of our powerful paychecks outside to dirty dictators and other places when it should be here for our people. Canada is in that bad of a situation when it comes to productivity. Canada has the worst economic growth in all of the OECD countries. In fact, our GDP per capita or per person, or what we consider how each Canadian is determined to be successful in this country, is worse today than it was in 2018. That means Canadians are poorer. And it's clear to see. When 2 million Canadians are in a food bank in a single month, and 1 million more projected to this year, like I said, students living under bridges, nurses and teachers living in their cars, that is the Canada after 9 years of this Liberal NDP Prime Minister. And this budget does absolutely nothing but pour another $40 billion of inflationary fuel on the fire that this government started. Higher deficits, higher taxes, more pain, more suffering for Canadians. But Madam Speaker, it wasn't like this before this Liberal NDP Prime Minister, and it won't be like this after he's gone. He is not worth the cost, and what Canada is going to see after the next election, the next carbon tax election, is they're going to see a common sense Conservative government that's going to axe a tax to bring down the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. It's also going to knock off a huge chunk of the inflation we see today, which means interest rates can come down at a faster rate. Common sense Conservatives are going to build homes, not more bureaucracy like we've seen after 9 years of this government, who pumped in $89 billion of inflationary spending to only double housing costs, to double rents and mortgages. A common sense Conservative government will incentivize municipalities to increase their permits by 15% so they can build, build, build. We're going to fix the budget. We're going to bring in a dollar for dollar law so that interest rates and inflation can come down and Canadians don't have to lose their home, and work responsibly with taxpayers' dollars and not throw it away like this government. And we're going to stop the crime, chaos, and disorder we see in this country. We need to help our loved ones get back on their feet through recovery and not through more drugs. We're going to bring it home for Canadian people and restore the Canadian dream that this great country used to have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the facts seem to contradict what the Honourable Member is saying. Canada is one of the top countries for attracting direct foreign investment. In fact, it's the top country per capita in attracting direct foreign investment. But I will admit that there are pressures. There are pressures on capital in Canada to go to the United States, specifically in green industries, and that pressure is caused by a $400 billion Inflation Reduction Act in the U.S. Does the Honourable Member think we need to spend much, much more on green technology in this country to counterbalance that attraction that is coming from the United States?
Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
The first thing we need to do is get this anti-energy entity resource government out of the way and replace it with a common sense Conservative government that will green light green projects. Projects where when Germany, Greece, and Japan, who recently came to Canada begging for our LNG, we should have been the leaders in that and been able to provide that, to not only bring powerful paychecks to our Canadian people, but replace dirty dictator oil around the world. And another great way to lower global emissions is to replace that dirty dictator oil with clean, green, low-carbon Canadian energy that we can be proud of, that brings powerful paychecks to our people and a better economy that will help fix the productivity issue, because after 9 years of this government, Canada doesn't look like it's open for business anymore.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. You know, one of the things that always amazes me, he's from Alberta, as I am, and he will know that right now the wildfire season is already underway in Alberta, that it started in February this year, which is unbelievable and unprecedented. We're hearing from farmers in southern Alberta who are selling their herds because they can't afford to feed because of the multi-year drought that we're experiencing. And so when I hear a member from Alberta never want to talk about those issues. I think of my 2 children. I think of the fact that I want them to live in my province. I want them to stay in Alberta and have good forward-facing jobs. But yet he has no plan for dealing with the climate crisis. There's no interest in even talking about the fact that farmers, that Albertans are dealing with a climate emergency right now. We're going to have climate refugees in Alberta this year when the forest fire season makes it impossible for people to breathe. And they have no plan for that. None. I have no trust that if they were to ever make government, that they would make any efforts to protect our environment.
The honourable member, it is questions and comments, so members can make comments. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Geez, I wonder if that member could only do something about it being in the government right now. What she should be doing is...
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, and I think the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn knows better.
I would encourage the member to withdraw that comment because he knows that it's not true, and I would not want him to be accused of lying within the House.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn knows that that is not true, and I would ask him to withdraw the comment, please.
If only that member would stop propping up this corrupt, inept...
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, I would ask for the member to withdraw unequivocally.
As you instructed?
Well, yes, the honourable member, before changing the way he's introducing his remarks, can the honourable member please withdraw the comment to begin with?
Speaker, just for clarification, can you tell me a little bit of reason of why I need to do that? I just would like to know.
It's not factually true. It's inappropriate. It's not factually true.
I withdraw that part of my statement unequivocally, but I will say for that member to stand up here to continue to prop up this government that's driven more Canadians into food banks than ever before, and she has the gall to talk about farmers when she completely supports almost in putting our farmers into bankruptcy and not helping Bill C-2, 3, 4 pass in its original form so we can bring down the cost of gas for groceries. It'll help reduce costs for our hardworking farmers, yet they go on this attack on our farmers always and are okay with the cost of everything going up. They continue to prop them up. I think that member needs to stop protecting her leader's pension and propping up this corrupt Prime Minister. It's time to get out of the way, go to a carbon tax election so Canadians, and especially Albertans, can tell her and her government where they stand on the carbon tax, because after the next carbon tax election, Canadians are going to scrap this Prime Minister and that NDP government.
A very brief question from the honourable member for Owen Gray, Bruce
Gray, Owen Sound. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Look, I just have a quick question for my honourable colleague. You know, something that bothers me, and I know a lot of my constituents, is just how much debt we're paying, or interest we're paying on the national debt. He talked about it's more money going to service the debt than actual going into health care, but he mentioned the military as well. And I'd just like to elaborate or ask his opinion on the importance of supporting our military here in Canada, especially considering how volatile the world is, and this lack of commitment by the current government to getting us to our international commitments, in particular NATO, and just how much that bothers so many Canadians and our allies.
Very brief answer from the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
I want to thank
15 seconds.
I want to thank that member for his service and the great work he does in here. Might be a slightly better hockey player than me, but I want to agree with him that it just goes to show that under this Prime Minister after 9 years, Canada has become a joke and not become serious, not only just within our allies, but on the world stage. We need to restore the responsibility of a common sense conservative leader.
And time is up. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Well, oh my God. Yes. Yes.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43-2A, I would like to inform the House that the remaining Conservative caucus speaking slots are hereby divided in two. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I should say that today, well, I always say I'm pleased to rise today in the House to speak to, but today I can't really say I'm pleased. And I'd like to go back in time a little bit. Let's go to August 2nd, 2015, the beginning of the election campaign. And we found out in the weeks following the beginning of the campaign that the Conservative government was leaving a surplus, a $1 billion surplus, the end of the fiscal year with a surplus. Then, the election campaign, the leader of the Liberal Party during his campaign in his platform was proud to say, and I have to give it to the Liberals, they're masters of marketing. They're experts at that. Playing with emotions. The Prime Minister, when he was leader of the Liberal Party, said, look, we'll have modest deficits, $10 billion the first year, the second year, so we can make massive investments in Canadian infrastructure, and then we'll get back to a balanced budget in the third year. So voters listened to that and thought, okay, maybe he's right. We need to invest in infrastructure. We'll give him a chance. So voters were lulled with that promise. And instead of making huge investments in infrastructure and having a $10 billion deficit the first 2 years, the first year it was a $30 billion deficit. And then at the end of the first Liberal term, is $100 billion in deficit added to the debt. So since that time, since the first year, we said, okay, $30 billion in deficit. Where is the infrastructure? Well, $3 billion out of the 30 were spent on infrastructure. $27 billion, we're not sure where it went. And that's how it's been for 9 years. 9 years of budgets with deficits, massive deficits. We've doubled the national debt. It's $1.2 trillion, $600 billion more than when the Liberal Party took power. And what's happened with these inflationary deficits, there's been an increase in interest rates. That jeopardizes, and I think people don't pay enough attention to this, it jeopardizes social programs because, yes, Madam Speaker, there were social programs in place with the federal government, but with one deficit after another, there's no more money. And then so you jeopardize what already exists by creating new things because they're just ideas. Nothing works now, and it's not for the federal government to interfere in the province's jurisdiction, but it's a lot of marketing, a lot of pictures. It looks good, trying to have everyone believe it'll be wonderful, but that's not what happens. This jeopardizes what already exists. There's organizations who are struggling. People call us, say, what do we do? Our funds are no longer there. We don't get an answer. Well, there's no more money in the bank account. The credit card is used up. This is what happens with a massive deficit. They claim they're helping, but they no longer have money to help. So this is an untenable situation. This year's budget wasn't long. You'll say the opposition just complains. We do criticize. We criticize with reason because there's a lot of material to give us a reason to criticize, and it is our job. But what is more important is that experts and analysts, journalists who cover the economy, from the beginning, everyone has said, it doesn't make any sense. When we talk about common sense, it's in relation to what doesn't make sense. This is another major deficit budget, and it makes no sense. And the Liberals are quite adept at this. I can't show it, but I have the budget here. It's a real brick, a door stopper. So nice intentions, nice words, but there's nothing that holds together, and you get to the end of it. $40 billion in new inflationary spending. $40 billion in deficit. But we're not getting our money's worth. When we talked about infrastructure, they promised infrastructure. And we thought, okay, maybe, but now it's just setting money on fire. Where does it go? It's fascinating, but it's unfortunate at the same time for Canadians. The red flags have been raised by many people for quite some time. It's not the Conservatives or the Liberals. David Dodge, former Governor of the Bank of Canada, said that this budget is the worst since 1992. John Manley mentioned a few months ago the government, the way this government, and Manley is a former Liberal finance minister, he said they're hitting the gas, they're burning money, it's borrowed money. It comes from a bank that lends it to us. This makes interest rates and inflation go up. And the Prime Minister doesn't seem to be bothered by that. And that's what's shocking, Madam Speaker. At a certain point, you think, will he finally understand and take control and say, finally, okay, thinking that everything is just rainbows and unicorns? No, we need to take control of public finances. But no, with the NDP and sometimes the Bloc, they spend, spend, spend. And we don't know where that money's going. It's not helping people because more than ever, Canadians are struggling. Everything costs more. The cost of rent has doubled. For a down payment for a house, the amount has doubled. People aren't able to do it. I have 20-something children. They look at this and they say to themselves they'll never be able to buy a home. It's impossible. The cost has gone up so much. Down payments have gone up. Rent, same thing. Before it was $1,000, now it's $2,000, $2,200 for a small apartment. It's not working. And even worse, the accumulation of all these deficits over 9 years means that today we have to pay interest on the debt. The interest on the debt, it's $54.1 billion per year. That's the equivalent of two things. The equivalent of the amount of healthcare transfers. Rather than helping provincial healthcare systems, we're taking that money and we're sending it directly to banks in London and New York. What does that get us? Nothing. Even worse, Tom Mulcair and others have mentioned that $54.1 billion is the equivalent of all of the GST we pay on our bills. So when you go to the restaurant and it costs you $13 in GST, does it go to services to Canadians? No, it's going to pay interest to the banks. All of the collective GST from businesses and individuals is going to pay interest on the debt. No one can sell me the idea that that makes sense. There's no one who can say, well, it's no big deal. Or the Liberals say we're the best in the G7 or the... Okay, well, in the United States, it costs half as much to buy a single-family home. Gas costs less. Everything costs less for people in the U.S. So when you compare, what are you comparing yourselves to? That's what doesn't work, because they don't realize that it's everyday life that we need to look at, people's everyday lives, people who work, who pay taxes, and then who get to the cash register and don't have enough money. People can't go to the bank and say, well, can you lend me $50,000? I'll pay you the interest when I have the money. That's not how real life works. Governments should act like in real life. They should be careful, be prudent. That's what's deplorable about this government. They're not careful with public money. They borrow money again, and we're paying the interest. So in the end, we can't support this bill. And furthermore, we'll vote against it. And it's a non-confidence vote because we have no confidence in this government after 9 years. We have the evidence. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member claims that there hasn't been investment in infrastructure, but we know that the Infrastructure Bank has invested in the Montreal REM transit project, a magnificent project, and also upgrading the Champlain Bridge. That was done using federal funds. So I have a hard time understanding, is that money that is poorly spent? The member seems to say that all of that money is just money set on fire. I'd like to have his comments on those two projects. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. On the contrary, I would have liked for the Prime Minister's promise in 2015 to be realized for investments with his so-called $10 billion deficit really be used for infrastructure, but I'd remind my colleague that it's Denis Labelle from the Conservative government that made the announcement for the Champlain Bridge, which was $5 or $6 billion, and it's the Conservatives who set up the Champlain Bridge project in Montreal. We want infrastructure that will respect the means we have to pay, but what we're denouncing is wasting money that goes we don't know where.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a simple question for my colleague. If the Conservative Party takes power, what will they do with the increase in the capital gains tax? Will they put it aside? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague, and his question was not hypothetical. We will take power next year. I think Canadians know that after 9 years of this government, it's time for a serious change. As for taxes on individuals with capital gains, I think there's an analysis to be carried out here. We see financial analysts really pulling this apart. People who bought a duplex 25 or 30 years ago, thinking that it would be their nest egg, they might get taxed so severely that all of their hopes that this would be their nest egg will be dashed. So we're going to need to evaluate this. But once again, the Liberals, a lot of these wealthy friends have all their money in the Cayman Islands and they don't have to pay taxes, but a lot of people who really need it will have to pay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech that my colleague from Quebec just gave, and I found it so striking that the current government, when it comes to many of the issues, they're starting to identify the problem, but they fail to identify that they have been in charge and in many cases the architects of the very problems that they are now finally starting to identify. I'm wondering if my colleague could further elaborate on how those problems that they're now starting to identify, they simply need to acknowledge that they are in many cases the cause.
The Honourable Member Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He's quite right. As I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, in the 2015 election, we've seen the debt double. Since the 2015 election, we've seen the debt double. We no longer have the money we need for existing social programs, and yet more programs are being added, even trampling on provincial jurisdiction. This is ultimately just smoke and mirrors, marketing, electioneering, and in the end, it will just create more problems for all Canadians.
Well, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things about the Conservative government is they're a misleading government. And a good example of that is how they like to twist the facts. So, for example, when they talk about a lack of investment, do you know in the first 3 quarters of 2023, that's just last year, Canada, out of the G7, had the highest amount of foreign investment. Did you know, Madam Speaker, it took Stephen Harper almost 10 years to create almost 1 million jobs. In less than 10 years, in less than 9 years, Madam Speaker, we've created over 2 million jobs. I would suggest to you that the Conservatives are great at spin. On the reality of performing for Canadians, they fail.
Quick response, please. The Honourable Member. I do like to see my colleague get carried away and shout, but it's not going to stress me out, Madam Speaker. What's very clear now is that globally, Canada is a laughingstock in many regards, and investors hesitate to come here because of this government's policies. Businesses don't see any interest in coming here to settle. It's very hard to convince industries because they see that this government has socialist policies.
For Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time today with the Minister of Justice. Madam Speaker, Budget 2024 involves a number of programs. I don't have a lot of time today, so I want to focus my remarks on one particular program and then provide some comments on some of the stuff that I've heard earlier today in this debate. First of all, I would like to applaud the government on the introduction of the National School Food Program. Canada is the only G7 country that doesn't have a National School Food Program. And I know that in many parts of our country, different organizations like the Food Sharing Project in Kingston in my riding has been collaborating over the years with volunteers and donations in order to put food into schools so that children can have a healthy start, so that they can have food in their stomach when they start the day and throughout the day when they're at school. I had the opportunity not that long ago, Madam Speaker, to go with my family to help the Food Sharing Project pack food and organize it and prepare it to be sent out to schools. And I really was impressed by how my 7-year-old son looked at me and said, "Oh, so this is where the food comes from." And it dawned on me in that moment, Madam Speaker, that as far as children are concerned, when they're in the school and they're accessing this food, there's no stereotype as to who's receiving it. Are you less well off? Are you more well off? Everybody has access to the same food. It helps to break down the stereotypes that exist around who needs food because their parents can't afford everything that they need. And it gives kids a start in life where everybody is on an equal playing field. And so I'm very glad to see $1 billion committed over the next 5 years to a national school food program, because it's more than just giving food to in particularly vulnerable Canadians and vulnerable children. It's about breaking down these stereotypes that exist amongst the haves and the have-nots. And so I'm very happy to see that the government has responded to the calls to action within our communities to provide this. I had the opportunity to present many petitions over the last several months, Madam Speaker. Each school in my riding or school community put together a petition, and I presented them at various different times over the last several months to this House. And I want to thank them for that incredible work, because by doing that, Madam Speaker, and by responding to that need, these communities, these school communities in my riding, can see that their voices were heard. They called on the government to do something so urgently, and the government responded. And so I'm very, very proud to be part of a government that is introducing this national school food program. Madam Speaker, the other thing I want to talk today about is misinformation and some disinformation. And in particular, I want to go back to an exchange that happened earlier today between the Leader of the Opposition and the member from Winnipeg North, the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Parliamentary Secretary to our Leader in the House of Commons. During the introductory speech, where the member from Carleton went on for hours, I believe, because the first speaker has the opportunity to do that, the first question that he received from the Parliamentary Secretary was a question about how many affordable homes did you build? And the Parliamentary Secretary was gracious enough to allow the Leader of the Opposition to know that the total number was a total number of 6. He built a total number of 6 homes. Now, what I find really interesting about this is the response that we got from the Leader of the Opposition. And this will demonstrate the master manipulator of information that he is, which the Parliamentary Secretary pointed out at the time. This is what happened. In response to that question, the Leader of the Opposition got up and basically chastised the member from Winnipeg North for spreading disinformation that he had gotten off a Twitter account, and he said the following quote: "If you want to know how many affordable homes were built when I was minister," and I hope that those listening, those in the gallery, those at home, listen to the specific word that he used. I said, I want you to know, if you want to know how many affordable homes were built when I was minister, we completed 92,782 apartments. That's exactly what he said. Now, the member from Winnipeg North, the Parliamentary Secretary, stood up on a point of order and said that the Leader of the Opposition was intentionally
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable on a point of order. Yes, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to add that the 90,000 housing units that were built under the member for Carleton, while he was in the position, had no This is not a point of order, and the honourable member knows it very well.
I admire the work that the Conservative member is trying to do to cover up for his leader and to do his dirty work for him. But unfortunately, in the challenging exchange that occurred, the Leader of the Opposition doubled down on his comments.
It's true. L'honorable député de Mégantic-Larable.
The honourable member from Mégantic-Larable on a point of order. Madam Speaker, I would just like to say that the Leader of the official opposition asked for unanimous consent. No, that's not a point of order. It's debate. The Honourable... No.
Good news for the member, Madam Speaker, is that I will be asking to unanimously table something as well. So their whip people in the Conservative lobby better send people in now to start to tell them to say no. I'm giving them a heads up. Now, the member from Winnipeg specifically rose on a point of order to call to the attention of the chair that the Leader of the Opposition was misleading this House. And then the Leader of the Opposition stood up and said the following, basically exactly what we just heard a Conservative member stand up. He said, from the Statistics Canada website, which shows 92,782 apartments were built. So, the Leader of the Opposition acknowledged the fact, but when he stood up again later, that he wasn't actually talking about affordable homes that they built. What he was talking about was the total number of apartment starts, all but 6, which came from the private development. Now, I would actually probably say, Madam Speaker, that the private sector was building these homes in spite of the previous government, not in line with the previous government's objectives. That's a reality of what's going on. What you see, Madam Speaker, is that here's the irony behind all of it. When the Leader of the Opposition was the Housing Minister, he was the Housing Minister from February until October of 2015. During that time, Madam Speaker, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say that he was the Housing Minister for all of 2015. The reason why we know and where we're getting the number 6 from when we keep saying that he only built 6 affordable homes, we're getting this from an OPQ question. For the people in the gallery and people at home, an OPQ question is an order paper question that can be tabled by a member to get a response from the government. Now, in response to this OPQ question, the question was, how many units were built in 2015? This would have been under the previous government. And there is only a total of 6. 6 total affordable housing units that were built in 2015. So, with consent of the House, I would respectfully request to table this, Madam Speaker, so that the public can see the order paper question that I'm referencing.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. The honourable member doesn't have consent.
Well, isn't that interesting, Madam Speaker? The Conservative member said nay because they don't want to table this order paper question. Well, good news for the public. This order paper question is already tabled. It's already tabled. It was a tabled response to the question. So the public can go and actually get this. Now we have conservative members that are applauding basically the fact that their record, which is on display in that order paper question, consisted of 6 total affordable houses that were built during their time of government. Need I say more, Madam Speaker? Conservatives are literally applauding their dismal record.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Madam Speaker, and I had the joy of listening to my colleague one more time out here, and he spoke about a different speech than the one he was giving because he didn't seem to have much to say about the budget. He only had criticisms of the other things that were said on this side of the House about the budget. So it's a critique of a critique. I was wondering if there's anything in the budget that he actually knows about that he can speak about positively here to the House of Commons.
You going to support Kerry now, Mark?
On peut toujours.
I would say to
the honourable member, please wait until I give him the floor. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I'm only 8.5 years into the job. I would say to the member to please go back and review the first 4 minutes of my speech, because had he actually listened like he said he listened, apparently Conservatives only listen to the parts when I start to critique them, because I spent 4 minutes talking about the National Food School program that is going to be introduced, and how not only I applaud the government for doing this, but I applaud the local champions in my community, while Conservatives heckle me, the local champions in my community that went from school to get people to sign multiple petitions that I presented in this House. I am very proud of the fact that our government is bringing in, for the first time ever, a national school food program to help kids get the help that they need at an early start in life.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Île-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate people on both sides of this House for trying to win the debate. But luckily, the Bloc Québécois is here, and I hope we'll be even more numerous during the next Parliament to try to be able to control the polarization in this House. And now, a question for my colleague. We're going to need to redefine what affordable housing is. In the budget we just received, I'll say it again, there's nothing, zero, for seniors. Affordable housing, when you're poor, when your old age security was not indexed, has not been indexed for 15 years in any substantial manner. Affordable housing would have to be almost free because seniors can barely survive. They can't do anything to help themselves. They have to choose between housing and food. I'd like to hear from my colleague on this.
Well, Madam Speaker, affordable housing, it has a huge spectrum. This can be anything from somebody's rent that is geared to their income, right up to helping people get into home ownership. Affordable housing is everything between those 2 points. And so, of course, you cannot just focus on one side or the other side. You have to make sure that what you're doing is helping the entire spectrum of affordable housing. What I would say to the member is that we have introduced a number of programs. Our national housing plan that was introduced. We have introduced measures to assist younger individuals with getting into home ownership. But at the same time, we're actually building housing. I can name 12 projects in my riding alone that the federal government, Cliff Crescent, Princess Street, Curtis Crescent, Wright Crescent. I'll name the rest if I have time, Madam Speaker. The point is that this federal government has been there to build housing. I was mayor in Kingston and a city councillor during the time that Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. You don't have to take my word for it that they built nothing. There's an order question paper that I tried to table today that said that this leader of the opposition, who is housing minister, what did he do when he was housing minister? He wasn't building housing.
Nothing. Commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member is not in his seat, so the honourable member cannot ask a question. Questions et commentaires. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government. To the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can just kind of expand upon how the leader in the official opposition in particular tends to want to mislead Canadians, and especially when it comes to social media.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I outlined this very clearly. You know, we had an example today, during this budget deliberation earlier on, when the member from Carleton, the leader of the opposition, specifically tried to mislead this House when he said, and I quote, if you want to know how many affordable housing homes were built, I want to get it exactly. If you want to know how many affordable homes were built when I was minister, we completed 92,782 apartments. He didn't do that. Those were housing starts throughout the entire country. Those were housing starts that were built by developers in spite of his government, not with his government's policies.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chestercook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in the House of Commons today to celebrate the National Volunteer Week, which started, of course, on April 14th. In my riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, volunteers play a pivotal role in empowering their neighbours and their communities and supporting those in need. This week in Cherrybrook, the Africadian Empowerment Academy is celebrating 10 years of advocacy for local African Nova Scotian. The Cobequid Food Security Network was recently established as a coalition of volunteers working together to eliminate food insecurities in their communities. I always say, government can help by carving out some funds, but it's the people on the ground that make the real difference. To the volunteers of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, and across Canada, thank you for your stewardship and your generosity towards helping communities. Thank you.
The honourable member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Last month we lost a giant of Canadian rock and roll. Cornelius Van Sprang, better known to his fans as Ronnie King, bass player of the Stampeders, passed away in Calgary at age 76. Ronnie co-founded the Stampeders in 1966, and they built an audience of dedicated fans with hits like Carry Me, Wild Eyes, Oh My Lady, and especially their iconic international 1971 hit, Sweet City Woman. Northwest Calgary is home to many of Ronnie's friends and family members, and I offer them my deepest condolences, including to Cindy and Zoe Van Sprang. He loved playing music, and he was willing to jam with neighbors and friends, including the local member of parliament. And he was always looking forward to the Stampeders' next tour, including and up to his final illness. This year, it's the Stampeders' Rock in Memory of Ronnie King tour, and it played in Ottawa on Tuesday night. Rest in peace, Ronnie. The music lives on.
Hear, hear.
Your honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week I welcome two of my firefighting friends to Ottawa, Tim Sparks and Jeff Voisin, from the Richmond Hill Fire Service. We discussed matters of concern for firefighters across Canada, such as the risk of PFAS exposure and contamination in their gear and the need for frequent and routine cancer screenings. We explored solutions and innovations being deployed, such as the Vancouver-led PFAS-free moisture barrier in firefighters' gear certified by the National Fire Protection Association. We're determined to work with industry to respond to these health concerns, but we need cooperation between provincial, municipal, and our government to ensure that we take care of the firefighters who take care of us. So thank you to Tim and Jeff, to Deputy Chief Rocco Volpe of Central York Fire, and Chief Brian Burbridge of Richmond Hill Fire Department, and all the firefighters across Canada for your service.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
C'est en fin de semaine dernière.
Last weekend was the National Cheerleading Championships. More than 8,000 athletes from across Canada gathered in Niagara Falls, and as the father of a young athlete named Ophélie, I can tell you I was very proud. Every time I have the chance to attend these competitions, I'm impressed by the talent and determination of these athletes. They push their limits, overcome obstacles, and even injuries. Their routines are set like metronomes and are of exceptional quality. I am even prouder to say that my daughter's team, Furious Pack, came third in Canada's biggest cheerleading competition. Under the supervision of two passionate coaches, Geneviève Laurent and Alex Côté, the team outdid itself. And I must mention exceptional performances by the Coyote family in the Feral Pack, Cruel Pack, and the one that won the Canadian title, the Savage Pack. Well done. We are so proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether it be Parliament, the National Gallery, the Tulip Festival, or even the Byward Market, Ottawa is not only our capital, but a city that attracts tourists from near and far.
Ottawa's key economic drivers. Ottawa Tourism has worked with more than 450 tourism-related businesses to profile Ottawa and all of its cultural gems. En cette semaine nationale du tourisme.
During the National Tourism Week, it's an opportunity to celebrate the essential role of tourism, where 43,000 people work and generates $3 billion in economic spin-offs for our region.
The Ottawa tourism sector creates good jobs, shares cultures, and grows our economy. Last year, under the Tourism Relief Fund, almost $1 million was received by Ottawa Vanier businesses, helping them develop new attractions and grow their businesses. That's why we will continue to invest in it. A thriving tourism means a thriving Canada. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to announce the passing of a dear friend, Werner Schmidt. Werner was a distinguished educator, former member of Parliament and Alberta politician, but most important, a beloved man of faith and family. In his 92 years, Werner was a man embodying values of integrity and honesty. He was committed to leading by example, inspired many of us around him. A former school principal, Werner became the leader of the Alberta Social Credit Party from 1973 to 1975. A foundational member of the Reform Party of Canada, he was instrumental in its inception in British Columbia. His political career blossomed when he became the Member of Parliament for Kelowna Lake Country, serving from 1993 to 2006. He's lovingly remembered by his remarkable wife, Tina, his sons, Alan and Dwayne, and their spouses, Lori and Cheryl, along with his grandsons, Tyler and Wyatt. Rest in peace, Werner. Canada, as a country, is better off having you served with distinction.
I remember Mr. Schmidt fondly. He will be missed. The honourable member from Willowdale.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for hosting a dinner last night to warmly welcome a delegation headed by the Honourable Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea and 6 members of Korean Parliament. I believe all members of this House can agree that official relations between Canada and Korea have never been stronger. Our bilateral ties have experienced a renaissance in the last several years, marked by countless visits by our heads of government and high-level ministerial visits. In fact, Minister Ng will be departing for a Team Canada trade mission to Korea shortly. Given the bedrock of shared democratic values, our two countries have strengthened our economic, security, and cultural ties to forge a strong, stable, and prosperous partnership on both sides of the Pacific. Our countries are each certainly stronger working together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wow. The honourable member from Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, during National Tourism Week, we recognize the tremendous impact tourism has on all our regions across this great nation and, of course, the Canadian economy. Our government is there to support our tourism sector with, for example, the Tourism Growth Fund, available across Canada. The Niagara Tourism Network, our region's destination marketing organization, works hard to promote the magnificent Niagara region and all it has to offer to more than 14 million visitors a year. All 12 municipalities contribute to a plethora of destinations: the falls, wineries, culinary, indigenous, historical, and waterfront destinations, white sand beaches, recreation trails, sport tourism, sport fishing, unique shopping districts, events, and festivals. Mr. Speaker, Niagara continues to open its front door to welcome the world. Happy Tourism Week.
Here, here.
Order. The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, Joy Bond, Peter Bond, Gina Goulet, Elizabeth Joanne Thomas, John Joseph Zoll, Corey Ellison, Don Madsen, Frank Glenchen, Aaron Tuck, Emily Tuck, Jolene Oliver, Sean McLeod, Alana Jenkins, Tom Bagley, Lisa McCulley, Constable Heidi Stevenson, Heather O'Brien, Kristen Beaton, Baby Beaton, Greg Blair, Jamie Blair, Joey Weber, Lillian Campbell Heislop. These are the names of the 23 Canadians who were savagely murdered on the 18th and 19th of April 2020. 4 years have passed today, and the wounds that were inflicted on Colchester County and all of Nova Scotia and indeed Canada have yet to fully heal. Remember these names. They were our friends, our co-workers, our loved ones, and our neighbors. May they rest in peace, and may they never be forgotten.
The honourable member from Burn Bonavista, Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a truly fantastic person and mayor. In my riding of Bonavista Burn Trinity, Mayor Tony Keats of the great town of Dover. Recently, Mayor Keats was shortlisted as a top candidate in the World Mayor competition. World Mayor is a biennial award organized by City Mayors Foundation since 2004. Out of the 25 global candidates, Mayor Keats was the only Canadian mayor to make the list. Mr. Speaker, thanks to a local voting campaign, Mayor Tony Keats was one of the top 4 finalists, winning the World Mayor Community Award for 2023. Recently, a local event was held in Dover, April 8, to celebrate his win. Tony is a true advocate for the town of Dover, which you may know for its fault line and or being featured in Come From Away. He is well appreciated by his constituents as a shining example of the passion and positive influence local politicians have for their communities. Mr. Speaker, join with me in congratulating Mayor Tony Keats. Good job.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2024 has dropped. The reviews are in, and I'm sure NDP members and Liberals are excited. Let's see what they've had to say. Former Finance Minister Bill Morneau said that aspects of this budget are clearly negative to our long-term goal, which is growth in the economy, productive growth and investments. But I'm sure he's just a random Liberal, right? So let's see what the NDP had to say. I'm sure they're excited. Former NDP leader Tom Mulcair said it fell way short, and that it will really give a sock to the jaw of a lot of small business people, entrepreneurs, and artisans, and that it's not actually going after the super rich, it's going after super ordinary Canadians. Well, Conservatives agree. This budget should have been about growth, and instead it's more failure, more tax and spend. The good news is it wasn't like this before this Prime Minister, and it won't be after. Common sense Conservatives have a common sense plan. Let's bring it home!
The honourable member from Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are suffering the consequences of this government's weak on crime agenda. Canadians' cars have become a target for organized crime. In Canada, a car is stolen every 6 minutes. And since this Prime Minister took office in 2015, car thefts have tripled in Canada's major cities. The situation is so bad that the New York Times has described Canadian streets as a candy store for car thieves. Criminals are emboldened because of this NDP Liberal government's weak justice policy. Ontario Provincial Police have confirmed that 68% of convicted car thieves spend less than 6 months in jail. With sentences like these, it's no wonder that criminal networks are focusing their efforts on targeting Canadians. Car theft is not a victimless crime. The profits from these stolen cars are directly funding violence in our communities, including drug trafficking and homicide. Common sense Conservatives have the only plan that will stop the crime, chaos, and corruption on our streets. It's time to get tough on violent repeat offenders and secure our borders.
The honourable member from Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Sikh Heritage Month celebrations continue all April, Vaisakhi night at BC Place Stadium was packed with amazing performances by anthem singer Jaggi Bajwa, legendary singer Jazzy B, and finally our Whitecaps beating Toronto FC 4-0. Before the match, I had the opportunity to participate in a kickoff message with Whitecaps legend Carl Valentine and young heroes Malia and Noah Kamar, encouraging fans to register as organ donors. Malia and Noah were chosen as Whitecaps kid captains through their work to raise organ donor awareness with BC Transplant in memory of their mother and healthcare worker, Anju, a dear friend who saved 8 lives by donating her organs. As one of the thousands of fortunate Canadians to have access to great medical care and a donor, I encourage all Canadians to learn and promote organ donor awareness among their friends and family. I wish this House will join me to recognize the efforts of BC Transplant, the Kamar family, Vancouver Whitecaps, and all volunteers and all staff who work collaboratively. Together we can build healthier communities and save lives.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand to offer my sincere congratulations to those members of the Inter-Council Network of Provincial and Regional Councils for Global Cooperation. They are celebrating an important milestone of 50 years. The ICN is a coalition of 8 provincial and regional councils. The ICN represents hundreds of Canadian organizations in every region and every province from coast to coast to coast. The first council was in my home province of Alberta, the Alberta Council for Global Cooperation, which began engaging Canadians and supporting international development operations in 1973. The Manitoba and Saskatchewan councils began their work 1 year later, and the Quebec, Ontario, Atlantic, BC, and Northern councils followed after that. These organizations are a cornerstone of Canadians' international development efforts, engaging Canadians through innovative public engagement initiatives, improving development principles, and we are all so thankful and proud of the work that they do for Canadians.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président, samedi.
Mr. Speaker, next Saturday, Guy Rocher, one of the great thinkers of the Quiet Revolution, is emblematic of secularism in Quebec. It will be his 100th anniversary. This century of wisdom should be celebrated. He's one of the unsung heroes of the Quiet Revolution, since he played a role in the Parent Commission, which led to the creation of one of the greatest universities in Quebec and Canada, the network of Quebec universities, and the extraordinary network of cégeps, which is unique to Quebec. Graduate of Laval, Montreal, and Harvard universities, this sociologist was the first to understand that modernizing our education system is impossible without secularization. This allows us to better understand Quebec. We took inspiration from his calm, his tenacity, and 100 years for rocher, a French word for rock, isn't old at all.
The honourable member from Red Deer-Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. This year, Canadians will spend over $46 billion to service this Prime Minister's debt. But the Prime Minister's costly coalition doesn't stop there. On April 1st, these NDP Liberals increased the federal carbon tax by 23%. This increase affects the cost of living for all Canadians, including a major increase in gasoline prices. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. But it's not just Liberals like David Dodge and Bill Morneau that think his spending is out of control. Former Finance Minister John Manley stated his spending balloons inflation and interest rates. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will vote non-confidence in this budget unless they cap the spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down inflation and lower interest rates. And for every new dollar spent, the government must find a dollar in savings and immediately pass Bill C-234 in its original form to axe the tax on farmers and food.
Hear, hear. Well said.
The honourable member from Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, Wally Firth, my predecessor here as the first Indigenous member of Parliament from the Northwest Territories, passed away last month at the age of 89 years old. He served as the NDP MP for the Northwest Territories from 1972 to 1979. He was also one of the first Indigenous managers at the Hudson Bay, one of the first Northern Indigenous commercial pilots, and a radio host and a journalist at CBC North. Mr. Firth was an advocate for addressing poverty and injustices Indigenous people have suffered. Wally also pushed the federal government to negotiate modern land claim agreements with the Dene and the Inuit. Interesting to note, we're still after the same things 50 years later. Wally did speak with me before his passing to talk about these issues and to catch up on family and friends. He'll be remembered as a trailblazer. He was humble, a great listener with passion for music, who loved to pick up the fiddle. Masicho, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, good job, Michael, good job.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member from Thornhill.
After 9 years of this
this Liberal NDP government and their soft-on-crime policies, Canada's criminal justice system is broken and Canadians feel unsafe in their neighbourhoods. Here's where we're at today. The biggest gold heist in Canadian history, $20 million gone, several suspects involved with gangs and gun running, and they're already out on bail 24 hours later. Wow. Why does this government think the gangsters who steal millions of dollars deserve to be released back into the community?
That's right.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
I thank the member opposite for that important question. I point out to her and to other members of this chamber that we passed significant bail reform legislation in this chamber with the cooperation of premiers around the country and law enforcement officials around the country. What I would also point out to the member opposite is that I share her concern for organized criminality. In fact, I share it so much so that the Budget Implementation Act contains measures that will address money laundering and address financing through criminality. I desperately hope that that member and all of her colleagues will be supporting that aspect of our legislation and helping us to tackle organized crime and money laundering.
Before I continue with question period for the Honourable Member for Thornhill, who will want to ask her question, I'm going to ask the member from Grand River Miramichi as well as the member from Dufferin Caledon, please, to wait your turn before taking the floor. The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Speaker, it didn't work because Liberals do think that these criminals should be released back into the community because they passed the very bills that made it possible. And they are the reason why gun runners and gangsters who steal millions of dollars in gold get turned back loose into the streets. Did the Prime Minister get a little golden nugget from these criminals to pass his catch and release Bill C-75? When will they finally reverse these policies, protect our communities, and keep criminals in jail where they belong?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, our resolve to ensure communities are safe is strong. What we did in the past 18 months is we've enacted legislation that addresses the acute causes of crime. What we've done in the past 18 months is ensure that the bail reform system deals with violent, serious offenders, and we had the support of law enforcement right around this country. The other thing that law enforcement has been talking to me and my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, about is the acute need to address organized criminality in this country. Previous times legislation has been in this chamber, they have voted against such legislative initiatives. They have one more opportunity, but they've already announced they won't be supporting us getting tough with money laundering and organized criminality.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Speaker, they're out on bail less than 24 hours later. The Liberal incompetence touches so much more than the criminal justice system. You might need a nugget of gold to buy gas in Ontario today. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, his carbon tax prices have hiked the cost of gas by 14 cents a litre today. If he refuses to call a carbon tax election, will the Prime Minister put a pause on his punishing hikes over the summer so that Canadians can take a little road trip, or will he do everyone in this country a favor and take a permanent road trip so the Canadians can afford to live?
The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 8 out of 10 families receive more in the carbon rebate than they pay on the carbon price. The reason is that all the proceeds from the carbon price are sent back to Canadians. Wealthier families pay more, so low-income and middle-class families get more, Mr. Speaker. 8 out of 10 families get more from the carbon rebate than they pay on the carbon price. In addition to that, obviously, that reduces pollution, that reduces the cost of climate change. Here.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, the cost of living has reached a truly alarming level. Food banks are busier than ever, criminals have total impunity, and affordable housing is so scarce that Quebecers are forced to live in motels, Mr. Speaker. Canadians who can no longer afford housing or even food, that is the reality today. This Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. Will he show Canadians a little empathy, or will he continue to make their living conditions worse, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the number of units of affordable housing created by the Conservative leader when he was housing minister during his whole mandate for the whole country. It's difficult to talk about empathy when we think of the Conservative leader who created 6 affordable housing units, one for each 6 million Canadians during his mandate. There were 170 created in my colleague's riding recently. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. I'll give him a number, 9. 9 years of this Liberal government means 9 years of inflationary policies, 9 years of wasting Canadians' money, and 9 years of reckless disregard for them. Money everywhere but in Canadians' pockets, criminals everywhere but in jail, and affordable rents everywhere but in Canada. Why so much failure? The answer is as simple as it is glaring. It's because of this Prime Minister who isn't worth the cost. Can he put an end to the budgetary mess and give a little more thought to Canadians who can't even afford housing because of him? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is talking about affordable housing. 6 affordable housing units under the Conservative leader when he was Minister of Housing for his whole mandate for the whole country. In just her riding, 173. In just her riding, 173 affordable housing units have been created by municipalities with financial help from the Canadian government. As her leader continues to insult Quebec's municipalities, calling them incompetent, with 6 affordable housing units, there are 173 affordable housing units that have been built in her riding. Once again, I invite members to not speak when they have not been recognized by the Speaker. In particular, I am referring to my friend, my dear colleague from Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Prime Minister's budget is a budget of threats. The Prime Minister is threatening the provinces with cuts to housing money if they don't accept federal conditions. He's also threatening cities with cuts to public transit funding if they don't agree to have their zoning rules dictated by him. Funny, these are exactly the same threats proposed by the Conservative leader. Canadians already had someone bossing them around at the federal level without proposing any real solutions. Since the budget, they have a second. As for Quebecers, we're stuck with a Liberal Conservative coalition. Do we really need that? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker. Order, please.
Order.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois tells us that housing is important. That's great. It's in the budget. They say that helping youth is important. That's great because that's also in the budget. Seniors are also important to the Bloc. Well, look, Mr. Speaker, they're also in the budget. But they're going to do like their Conservative colleagues, their great friends, and they're going to vote against it. It's time for the walk to match the talk. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The ultimate threat of this budget is its pandering. The Liberals' priority isn't housing, it's their re-election. The numbers say it all. If their priority was housing, they wouldn't have budgeted 97% of the billion dedicated to accelerating apartment construction just after the election. Nor would they have budgeted 91% of the new Housing Infrastructure Fund only after the election. If their priority was housing, they'd be delivering the money now, not after the election. If this isn't their way of saying, vote Liberal, or you won't get a penny, what is? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague is quite right. It's not after, it's now that it's happening. 8,000 housing units in Quebec have been built because of the exceptional partnership between the Government of Canada and the Government of Quebec. 8,000 affordable housing units is the highest number of affordable housing units built in the history of Quebec because of the extraordinary collaboration between the Government of Canada and the Government of Quebec. The only problem, Mr. Speaker, is that is bad news for the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals don't have the courage to take away the big gifts given to big business by the Conservatives. But cutting 5,000 positions in the public service, they don't mind doing that. Fewer public servants means fewer public services. Like the Conservatives, the Liberals are cutting services, but they give billions of dollars to incompetent subcontractors. Just look at ArriveCan. Why not keep public services by getting rid of subcontractors that cost an arm and a leg and don't do the job. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, we continue to be responsible in the public service, especially with procurement and also with the public sector. The 2024 budget mentions that there will be natural attrition in the public service. We continue to hold consultations with the public service, with unions, because we know that the public service is here for us, and we continue to be here for them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, documents reveal that this government doesn't track job creation from the billions in subsidies they give to corporations. So while Canadians struggle to pay rent and buy groceries, the Liberals, like the Conservatives before them, are shoveling billions of dollars each year to big business with no strings attached. It's bad enough that the Liberals don't make corporations pay their fair share, but handing them money without accountability is scandalous. Why are the Liberals giving these corporations a free ride at the expense of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I am very glad that just the day after the budget, my colleagues give me the opportunity to talk about the great investments that we've been attracting in this country, Mr. Speaker. Just look, for example, Mr. Speaker, last year, Canada ranked third in the world and won per capita for attracting foreign investment. Just think about Nordvolt in Quebec, Mr. Speaker, the largest private investment in the province history. Just talk about Volkswagen, Mr. Speaker, in St. Thomas. This is going to change the whole region. We're creating jobs, we're creating prosperity, we're creating opportunities for generation. Think about Windsor, Mr. Speaker, which young. The investment we've seen from North Star is going to change. Mr. Speaker, we're going to fight every day for Canadians.
Again, order. I'd like to remind members, and I know some members who have raised in the past that they've been concerned about the level of noise in here and speaking out of turn. Let us all restrain ourselves so we can hear the question and the answer to the question from the member from Foothills.
After 9 years, Canadian farmers know this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Over the last several weeks, I've received dozens of letters representing tens of thousands of farm families from right across this country. These are grain farmers, ranchers, mushroom growers, fruit and vegetable growers, provincial premiers, and agriculture ministers. They're unanimous. To ensure the sustainability of food production in Canada, they need the NDP Liberal Carbon Tax Coalition to reverse its 23% hike in the carbon tax and pass 234 in its original form. Will the Prime Minister ensure food and farming are affordable and pass 234 in its original form?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. But of course, in the budget, it's been good news, not only for Canadians, but farmers right across the country. For an example, enhancing the livestock tax deferral program, which is a big asset to when ranchers have a downturn with the climate, and also with the advance payment program, is putting at $250,000. All these things and many more are so important to make sure that farmers and ranchers stay on the cutting edge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
I'm not sure that it's good news when, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, demand on food banks is at a record high, and more Canadians can't afford to feed their families. In Prince Edward Island, the Caring Cupboard Food Bank is struggling just to keep its doors open as demand is up 70%. Wow. These are the Agriculture Minister's own constituents. And what is his response? Increase the carbon tax by 23%, driving food costs even higher. Why will this Prime Minister not ensure that farming and food is more affordable and pass Bill C-234 in its original form?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm kind of surprised to get this question from Amanda, my colleague who was so interested in agriculture. Quite simply, when they were in power, they slashed $500 million from agriculture and agri-food.
Right.
They slashed $200 million from the business risk management program. All of these things are so important when agriculture has a downturn. We have reinstated the funds and will continue to support our farmers and ranchers right across the country.
The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
People in Ontario went into full panic mode last night, lining up to fill up because gas was going up to $1.80 a litre, the highest it's been in 2 years. 18 cents in every litre of gas is because of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister's carbon tax. And by the time the costly coalition is done, the carbon tax will quadruple, rising 61 cents a litre. After 9 years and an extra $10 to fill up overnight, the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. How about cancelling the carbon tax on gas this summer so Canadians can at least enjoy that time-honoured tradition of a road trip?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives blame the cost of living crisis on carbon pricing and proven emissions reduction strategies, they're only serving the greedy corporate interest of billionaire grocery and oil and gas executives. There's no rebate on the provincial gas tax that Danielle Smith jacked up on Albertans on April 1st. There's no rebate on the summer fuel surcharge or excessive oil and gas profits. But the Canada carbon rebate is 4 quarterly payments per year as an incentive to use a little less and get a little bit more tax-free cash in your account 4 times a year. These Conservatives don't have a plan for affordability. They don't have a plan for the environment. They consistently prioritize the corporate interest of their greedy oil and gas masters over the needs of everyday Canadians.
Order. The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
If that member is so confident in the carbon tax, I dare him to convince the Prime Minister to call an election. The increase caused so much panic and long lines at gas stations across Barrie Innisfil last night. Costco was so busy that cars were lined up in live traffic on Mapleview. The NDP Liberal government plans on quadrupling the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. The lineups and panic across the country shows that after 9 years, Canadians can no longer afford this costly coalition. Why don't they just come and live with reality and axe the carbon tax so Canadians can afford life?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Speaker, there was an election on the carbon tax. In fact, there was 3 of them. We won them all. And last election, they ran on a promise with Aaron O'Toole. Remember that? Remember his little cover? He cared about the environment for a change. Conservatives all of a sudden cared about climate change, and they were going to use carbon pricing to lower emissions. Well, they lost. But they still all ran on that promise to price carbon. But when this new member of Parliament, the leader of the Conservatives, the petro puppet of Carleton, came in play,
Order. Colleagues, we can be pointed, we can be passionate, and we can be many things. But what we must always remain to do is to make sure that we're carrying ourselves and we refer to each other politely. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary knows that. I'm going to ask him just to withdraw that part of his statement, and then he has 5 seconds to finish his question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These Conservatives can dish it out, but they ran on carbon pricing, and they've got no integrity for fighting it at this stage.
I did ask the honourable parliamentary secretary just to withdraw that part of his statement so that we could stay on the right side of being polite. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize for causing a little bit of disruption. It seems that the Conservatives are having...
The honourable member did apologize for causing disruption in the House. The honourable... I see that a very respected member is up on her feet, as she knows that there is no points of order during question period. However, I would suggest that she raises this after question period, and we'll deal with it then. The honourable member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Before this government came into power, road trips used to be a staple vacation for many Canadian families. Gas prices in Ontario skyrocketed overnight, pushing $1.80. This is the highest price in 2 years. The Liberal NDP Prime Minister's carbon tax is now at 18 cents a litre of gas, and when he quadruples the carbon tax, it will shoot up even higher. After 9 years, Canadians are convinced this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister cancel the carbon tax on gas this summer so Canadians can afford a family vacation? Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Workforce Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's bring some sanity and fact into this conversation. Dan McTeague, who is the president of the advocacy group Canadians for Affordable Energy, said in past years the switch over to summer blend fuel typically results in an increase in fuel of about 6 to 10 cents per litre. In warmer weather, refiners are required to make this change so that the fuel is more stable. There's good news, Mr. Speaker. Prices will come down about 5 cents by Friday. By September, even lower. This has nothing to do with the price on pollution and everything to do with theatrics by the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Completely out of touch. There's debt, chaos, hardship and stress hitting Canadians, and it is the policies of this Liberal NDP government that have directly contributed to the pain they are feeling. The reality is the family budget has shrunk, and family vacations are a thing of the past for many. $1.80 for gas this morning. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister cancel the carbon tax and take a permanent vacation so Canadians can afford a small summer road trip?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
We go through this every year. We change from winter blend to summer blend, and we're required to do so that the fuel stays stable in our vehicles. Mr. Speaker, here's what else Dan McTeague had to say. The most important ingredient in fuel is alkalites, and alkalites are extremely expensive right now. Mr. McTeague said the good news is there will be a 5 cents a litre drop at the pumps by this Friday. We're fighting climate change. This has nothing to do with it. Pure theatrics from Conservatives to scare people while we have the backs of Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, on page 74 of Budget 2024, it's titled Halal Mortgages. This isn't the first time the federal government has considered Sharia-compliant mortgages. In 2009, CMHC had commissioned a study on the subject. The reaction of the Muslim Canadian Congress at the time had been clear. I quote its founder, Tarek Fatah, "This, halal mortgages, targets vulnerable and marginalized Muslims who are told that if they do business with non-Muslims, they will go to hell." My question is simple, Mr. Speaker. Who exactly is this measure aimed at? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a financial tool that has not been proposed by the government, but that exists. What we've said is that we are going to study this matter to ensure that it is done following the rules. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the Quebec Lieutenant was lecturing us. Canada is a secular country. We care about secularism too. We're Quebecers. They just want to pick a fight. You know the drill, Mr. Speaker. So if the Liberals are so in favour of secularism, can they tell us why they want to move the election date due to a religious holiday and why they want to introduce elements of Sharia into the mortgage rules of this supposedly secular country? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, this is a financial tool that is absolutely not put forward by our government. We are looking at the product. We want to know if it is fair, if it follows the rules. We are just going to study this matter. There's no intention from our government to support. We just want to make sure it's fair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Then why is it in the budget, Mr. Speaker? I don't understand. Anyways, Mr. Speaker, we are witnessing a clash of values. While the Minister of Justice intends to use Quebecers' money to challenge Quebec's law on the secular nature of the state, the Liberals are thinking of incorporating more religions into Canadian law. I will once again quote Tariq Fatah, founder of the Muslim Canadian Congress, on halal mortgages. We see this as the financial front of the Islamist movement. These are serious words. Will the government admit that it is not defending secularism, but rather bringing more and more religion into the affairs of the state? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we are talking about financial tools that are available on the market. This is in no way a product proposed by our government. We want to ensure that this financial product that is on the market is not breaking the rules. Thank you.
Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, he's not worth the cost or the corruption of his $60 million Arrive scam. The Prime Minister's favorite scamster told the House yesterday that his home had been raided by the RCMP for his role in this latest scandal. But he also told the House that the NDP Liberal government hasn't asked for a penny back of the ill-gotten gains. Now, the House has ordered it. Why hasn't this Prime Minister enforced it? When will Canadians get their money back?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend knows, there are internal audits being conducted by the CBSA. The RCMP are looking into this matter. The Auditor General had done a report, and we've accepted the recommendations, and my colleague from Public Services and Procurement has changed many of the rules around these types of contracts. Mr. Speaker, we've also said from the beginning, anybody who abused taxpayers' money will face the consequences. And of course, the government will always seek to recover taxpayers' money that was spent inappropriately.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I'm pleased to hear from the latest candidate to be the next leader of the Liberal Party that he's interested in getting Canadians their money back, because the current Prime Minister has so far refused. And that's what we heard from GC Strategies frontman yesterday, after telling us that for playing his role in the Prime Minister's latest scandal, his house has been raided, but the Prime Minister has still failed to get Canadians their money back. The House has ordered it, and we just want to know when the Prime Minister and the next person auditioning for his job are going to enforce it. When do Canadians get the cash back?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Speaker, again, my honourable friend knows that there are a series of internal audits being conducted with respect to this matter. He referred to the RCMP that are also seized with many of these issues. They took a certain action yesterday, which we heard about in this House as well, Mr. Speaker. I think the honourable member should have some confidence that those who have abused taxpayers' money will face the consequences. And if taxpayers' money has been misplaced or mishandled, of course the government will seek to recover those funds.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. The Prime Minister and his allies in the bloc should be ashamed of having voted to grant millions more for Arrive Can, a decision that made the owners of GC Strategies multimillionaires. Kristen Firth, co-founder of GC Strategies, said yesterday that the Prime Minister has made no move to recover the money wasted on his Arrive Can app. Arrive Can cost $60 million. Yesterday, the Prime Minister ordered his troops not to ask questions and not to seek reimbursement from GC Strategies. The clock is ticking. When will the Prime Minister give Canadians back their money wasted on Arrive Can? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, as I said to our colleague in the past, of course, he knows very well that there are investigations underway, including by the RCMP. There are internal verifications underway. My colleague, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, has changed some rules following the Auditor General's report, and we've always said that anyone who has abused taxpayer money will have to face consequences. And of course, the government will undertake the necessary processes to recover that money.
The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Ontarians woke up this morning to find out that they got mugged by corporate oil and gas greed today. Gas prices are up 14 cents to $1.80 at the pumps. Now, this Liberal government almost found the courage to tax the profits of the oil and gas corporations, but buckled when after their lobbyists told them not to. So, both Liberals and Conservatives, we know, will always protect the record profits of the oil and gas corporations. So when will this Liberal government finally find the spine to say no to the lobbyists and actually stand up for hard-working Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, usually I say we will take no lessons from the Conservative, but this time I'll say that from the NDP. Mr. Speaker, Canadians watching at home know that we have been fighting for them every single day, Mr. Speaker. Every member on this side of the House wakes up in the morning to work for Canadians, to improve their lives, to make sure that we stabilize prices, Mr. Speaker. We introduced the largest reform on competition in this country, Mr. Speaker, something that we should all be proud of, because that is the most consequential thing to help Canadians, not only for this generation, but for generations to come.
The honourable member from Ladysmith, Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, as wildfires devastate Canadian communities, the need for sustainable, clean energy is greater than ever. Yet, the Liberals continue to side with oil and gas and delay on placing a strong emissions cap on big polluters. The Conservatives, on the other hand, are happy to sit back and let the planet burn. New Democrats know that immediate action is needed to tackle the climate crisis. Why do the Liberals keep caving to big oil and refuse to enforce an emissions cap to save our kids' future?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, I would invite the New Democrat caucus and their leader to find the courage of their own convictions and come back to supporting us on a price on pollution. We are staying in the lane on fighting carbon, on fighting pricing on pollution each and every day. We're going to make sure that we have a planet that will be here for our kids and our grandkids. We will have a price on pollution. 8 out of 10 Canadians will get more money back. That's what we've set to do. We've run 3 elections on it. We're going to keep doing that, Mr. Speaker. We're going to defend Canadians. We're going to defend the planet. We're going to do it in a way that makes Canadians better off.
Order. The honourable member from Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the chair of the Science and Research Committee and the member for Guelph, I'm really excited about the investments in science in the recent budget. Researchers and scientists across Canada have a vital role in developing innovation and knowledge. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry highlight the important investments our government is making in our science and research space that will support students and generations of researchers to come?
Tough question. Tough question. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Speaker, I'd like to first thank my colleague for his leadership on research and science. Mr. Speaker, our budget has shown that we have vision and ambition for science and research in this country, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the aisle, we know that the science of today is the economy of tomorrow. We have announced historic investment in infrastructure because we want to make sure that we would have state-of-the-art facilities for our researchers in this country. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we have made an historic investment in grants to support our researcher, our young students, and the next generation, Mr. Speaker. With our investment, we know that science in this country will continue to make sure that we have prosperity for generations to come.
Great job.
The honourable member from Calgary, Midnapore.
Yesterday, Christian Firth of GC Strategies confirmed his home was raided by the RCMP. GC Strategies proposed a contract to the Deputy Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff and current Liberal campaign director, Jeremy Broadhurst. Wow. This contract led to Tuesday's raid on Christian Firth's home. So can the Deputy Prime Minister confirm her communication on a contract proposal that led to an RCMP raid yesterday?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As our colleague from Public Safety has made clear repeatedly in the last few minutes, this is a matter under investigation, both internally and by the RCMP, it would be totally inappropriate for politicians anywhere in this House to try to pretend that they would be better than those partners and the RCMP to do that type of work.
The honourable member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what's inappropriate. The ArriveCan app is under RCMP investigation, but we now know that there are 2 RCMP investigations connected to GC Strategies. The raid on Christian Firth's house 2 days ago raises more concerns about both contracts, one that we now know has a connection to the Deputy Prime Minister's office. After 9 years, GC Strategies has been paid more than $100 million by this Liberal government. So will the Deputy Prime Minister cooperate with the RCMP investigation?
The Honourable Minister for Public Works, Public Services and Procurement.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai déjà...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've already answered the question in English, so I'll do so in French as well. Indeed, we know that internal inquiries are taking place on this matter, and in the AG report, we now know that significant measures were brought into place and have been brought into place after the report. It would also be completely inappropriate for politicians in this House to think that they can do better than these organizations, especially the RCMP.
A member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
The Prime Minister's Arrive scam led to unprecedented testimony before this House of Commons, which the Liberal House Leader tried to shut down. And no wonder. This scam, which the NDP and Liberals voted for, cost taxpayers at least $60 million. Parliament ordered the government to pay the money back, but Liberals have not even asked for it to be returned. Now the RCMP have come knocking. After 9 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the corruption, or the crime. Will the Prime Minister finally follow the direction of Parliament and get back the Arrive scam cash?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend knows that this government always works collaboratively with Parliament. We've done so in many cases. In fact, parliamentary committees have also looked into this matter, and government officials have been, of course, available to answer all their questions and provide documents. As my colleague, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, made clear, Mr. Speaker, there are internal audits taking place. The RCMP are also seized with this issue. We think it would be appropriate to allow these investigations to conclude, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, the government will always take steps to recuperate taxpayers' money that was inappropriately expended and hold those accountable that have abused taxpayers' money.
Right. The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, they haven't cooperated because this House voted to ask for the money to be paid back. And Christian Firth testified that this government has not taken any steps to seek the return of the money. After 9 years, it's clear that this Prime Minister is presiding over a severely incontinent contracting system where money constantly flows to NDP Liberal insiders. Canadians need a government they can depend on to stop the crime and end the corruption. Again, will the Prime Minister follow the direction of this Parliament and ask the Arrive scammers to return the money?
Return the money! The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague has just repeated his previous question. I'll give him the same answer. This government always takes the use of taxpayers' money extremely seriously. We have said that if taxpayers' money has been misplaced or mishandled, of course the government will ask that that money be returned and take the steps appropriate to recuperate that money. And in the case of individuals, my colleague may have taken note of the RCMP action yesterday. In the case of individuals who have abused taxpayers' money, of course the RCMP will take the steps necessary to investigate these matters.
It's a given.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal budget doesn't just represent the end of any respect for jurisdiction. It also represents the end of any level of competence in politics. Ottawa is trying to impose its priorities without even thinking about whether it makes sense. For example, building 40-floor apartment towers near schools in neighborhoods which it knows nothing about, or creating standards for skilled trades without knowing anything about it. Same thing for long-term care. Why not let competent people take care of issues that are in their fields of jurisdiction? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois should show some courage. It should tell us exactly what part of the budget they object to. Investing in housing, Do they object to helping to feed kids so they're not hungry at school? Are they against investments to help municipalities in our rural regions? What exactly do they object to? They should have the courage to say so, because right now they don't dare come out and say exactly what they don't like. They're just acting like they're best friends right next to them in the House. They don't have the courage to tell us what they don't like. They just want to vote against the budget. The honourable member for Joliette. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are against interference in our jurisdiction. If the Liberals want to do Quebec politics, then they should run for the Liberal Party of Quebec. Otherwise, they should take care of things at the federal level. There's plenty to do. They should transfer money for housing instead of negotiating until 2025. They should put an end to the two-tier system for seniors. They should refund Quebec for asylum seekers. They should reform EI, as they've been promising since 2015. They should stop the fossil fuel industry from spoiling the fight against climate change. They should simply do their job. When will they? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. My colleague is a distinguished economist, Mr. Speaker. He knows that it's important for everyone to work together to take care of Canadians, including Quebecers, who are struggling these days. So, of course, he'll be very happy to see that $6 billion have been invested in Quebec over 4 years. Quebec is very happy about it. It's enabled 35,000 new childcare spots to be opened up. As an economist, as I am, he knows that that's very good for gender equality, for reducing poverty, and for helping our children develop, all while respecting provincial jurisdiction.
The honourable member from Edmonton Mill Woods.
I know we have all heard the horror stories on how bad auto theft has gotten in this country after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government's soft on crime policies. And now we have reports coming out of Toronto that a Good Samaritan had pulled over to help somebody in medical distress. And while he was helping them, his car was stolen. That's how broken this country has become. That a car is stolen every 6 minutes and violent carjackings are on the rise. Now, since they're not going to do anything about it, when will they just get out of the way and let a common sense Conservative government come in and stop the crime?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend knows that this government takes that very worrisome rise in criminality very seriously. I had a very good conversation last week with my counterpart in Ontario, the Solicitor General. We agreed on a series of measures that we can continue to do together with local police forces, the Ontario provincial police that are doing important work in this area, and of course the RCMP is always a partner with the Canadian Border Services Agency around transnational organized crime. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do everything possible in collaboration with our partners to bring this worrisome trend down.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we learned in the media that a Montreal police officer had to fire on an auto thief who was trying to run him over. These thieves are more and more reckless. They're not afraid of the justice system. That's why our leader has presented a common-sense plan in order to increase sentences for auto thieves. Will the Prime Minister listen to this and crack down on auto theft? The Honourable Minister of Justice. There are two things I want to say, Mr. Speaker. First of all, as soon as C-75 came into this House, this very member voted against the bill, which would have increased sentences for auto theft. Now, here in the budget, we have unveiled an increase in sentences for auto theft. But this member and his leader have already said that they are against our budget and against our efforts to reduce auto theft. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister of Justice has forgotten that because of C5 and C75, with its catch and release system, auto thieves and other criminals in Montreal have nothing to be afraid of. They know that they can operate with impunity. They'll just be set free right away. That's what we see with C-75. Would the Minister of Justice or the PM answer the question? Will they increase sentences for auto thieves so that they actually have something to be scared of and so that they finally stop stealing cars in Montreal? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Just to be very clear, for constituents of this member, When C-75 was in this House, we proposed including sentences from 18 to 24 months for auto theft, and yet this member and all of his colleagues voted against that. And in this budget, we're not just going to change the criminal code, we're also going to change penalties for money laundering. And yet my colleague and all of his Conservative colleagues have already said they will vote against it. It's very hard to understand what he's talking about.
L'honorable député de Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, eliminating violence against Indigenous women and girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people is an urgent priority in Canada. Many have been calling for the implementation of a red dress alert to notify the public when an Indigenous woman, girl, or Two-Spirit person goes missing. Can the Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations update the House on how the government is advancing these efforts?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, the ongoing national crisis must come to an end. No one knows this better than the families of those who have lost their loved ones to this crisis. That is why we're working with Indigenous partners and leveraging Budget 2024 investment of $1.3 million to co-develop a regional red dress alert system. From housing to Indigenous policing, Budget 2024 continues to make progress on the systemic change needed to put this crisis to an end once and for all. I want to thank the member for that important question and for advocacy. We will continue to do this work, important work, with Indigenous partners and colleagues across the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the crime. Today we learned that thieves who stole $20 million in the biggest gold heist in Canadian history are out on bail. This is because of the Liberal government's shameful Bill C-75 that allows offenders to be in jail in the morning and back on the streets in the evening. Will the Prime Minister reverse his bail over jail policies in Bill C-75?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, the bill that the Conservative Party loves to discuss in this context actually included things such as increased penalties for auto theft, a key criminality issue that is seizing Canadians right now. It's an issue that we need to all address. I find it a little bit disturbing and a little bit hypocritical, actually, that member and all of his colleagues actually voted against that bill at the time, which would have helped augment the crimes against people who steal automobiles. But yet they have another opportunity. But unfortunately, they've already declared that vis-a-vis the further efforts we're taking to address automobile theft, they're continuing to vote against.
The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, offenders like Bernardo and Magnotta are living better than many Canadians, with cable, canteen, and a beautiful gym. This is at a time when Canadians are having trouble when it comes to heating, eating, and housing. Breaking news, Mr. Speaker, the Correctional Officers Union tells us that crime is thriving. Not on the streets, but in jail, with drones dropping drugs and serious weapons. When will this government realize that violent offenders shouldn't have access to these things? Who's running corrections?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend knows very well that the safety of the men and women who work in the correctional service is of paramount importance to the government. I have met with representatives of the union. I talked to the administration at the Correctional Service of Canada often about what steps we can take to give them the technologies and the tools necessary to protect the people who work in our correctional system. And Mr. Speaker, we will always do everything we can to keep these institutions safe for the brave women and men who do this difficult work for Canadians.
Right on. Here. The honourable member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, top BC police are sounding alarm bells that drug decriminalization, a dangerous and radical NDP Liberal experiment, has handcuffed their ability to keep our communities safe. Under this dangerous social experiment, drug use is legal in hospitals, playgrounds, parks, and beaches. The Deputy Chief of Vancouver Police said due to decriminalization, there is nothing they can do about it. Will the Prime Minister end his dangerous and deadly drug decriminalization experiment? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, what the member chooses to ignore or not listen to what law enforcement also says is that they've been crystal clear. Fentanyl is driving the crisis, and too many Canadians are dying as a result of it. People are dying alone, Mr. Speaker, and they're only concerned about one thing, misusing the facts. I will be meeting with my counterpart in BC and law enforcement partners to discuss how we can further work together to address diversion. But, Mr. Speaker, diversion is illegal. The member knows that. And we expect law enforcement to do their job, as well as the regulatory colleges, and act swiftly to address it. We are working together, Mr. Speaker. Where are they?
The honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small and medium-sized businesses are an integral part of Canada's economy. They employ about 65% of Canada's workers. Recognizing that small businesses deserve additional supports, it's important for us to make doing business more affordable for entrepreneurs. Can the Minister of Small Business tell us about the measures in Budget 2024 that will help entrepreneurs in Kitchener-Conestoga and across Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Small Businesses.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for that question. As a former small business entrepreneur myself, I know the importance of affordability for entrepreneurs. So I'm glad that through Budget 2024, our government is committed to delivering $2.5 billion to small businesses and to 600,000 small businesses across Canada through the Canada Carbon Rebate. Reports say that small businesses are directly impacted by 60% of them are directly impacted by climate change. And while the official opposition continues to want to cut the Canada Carbon Rebate, on this side of the House, we're going to continue fighting climate change while putting money back into the pockets of Canadians and small businesses.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, while the Finance Minister celebrates so-called feminist policies in this year's budget, in rural Manitoba, the Liberals have cut all funding for counselling and legal services for survivors of sexual violence at the Survivors' Hope Crisis Centre. Time and again, this Prime Minister shows that he is a fake feminist. Meanwhile, the Conservative leader undermines women's rights at every corner, cozying up to extreme misogynists like Alex Jones. Yeah. Will the Minister do what's right and restore funding for survivors at the Hope Crisis Centre?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, we know there's always more to do, and I really appreciate the member opposite and the work that she does on the Status of Women Committee. She is a true advocate for women, but I will point to the fact that this budget does cover contraceptives for women. 9 million Canadians will be able to make choices on their bodies because of this investment. We've got investments against workplace sexual harassment. We've got investments to have more childcare spaces in this country and more investments to support queer and trans people in this country, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond North Basca. Mr. Speaker, the government has brought back in a requirement for most Mexicans to have a visa in order to come to Canada. People with valid work permits can come to Canada with just an electronic authorization, but members of their family and their children are not included. They need to get a visitor visa for their children, but that takes much longer. A mother in my riding lost her job because she couldn't come back to Canada without leaving her child in Mexico. It's a lose-lose situation for the worker, her family, and for the business. Will the Minister of Immigration do something about the situation promptly? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. I'd like to ask the member to come see me after this session in order to discuss the situation. Now we know that people get their visa in Mexico. That's the rule, and if there are any exceptions that need to be discussed, I would encourage him to come see me.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence. I now invite the House to rise and observe a minute of silence in memory of the victims of the tragic event that happened 4 years ago in Nova Scotia. Honourable members. The honourable member from Mackenzie, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From Grand Prairie, Mackenzie, I do appreciate there's a lot of titles in this House. Mr. Speaker, during question period, you ruled, Mr. Speaker, in the past you have ruled that false titles for individual members must not be used in this House, and you have ruled that those need to be immediately withdrawn. Today, during question period, the member from Milton used a false title. You did not. You ruled correctly, as you have consistently, that that member needed to withdraw that immediately. The member from Milton refused to do so. He had a flippant apology saying that he was sorry that he caused disruption. That was not, Mr. Speaker, what you had ruled. You had ruled that he must withdraw the false title that he used for the member of the official opposition. The concern that I think members of Parliament have, especially on these benches over here, is that there seems to be an inconsistency to the rulings that, Mr. Speaker, you have undertaken. Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow me.
Well, I appreciate the point that the member from Mackenzie, Grand Prairie, has raised, and it is one which I intend to address immediately. I do see that the honourable member from Milton is rising, and I hope it is to do what would be consistent with the Speaker's observations and rulings in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw.
Sorry. So I did hear the honourable member withdraw his comment. The honourable member from Grand Prairie, Mackenzie, is rising, I hope, on a new point.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the member from North Island, Powell River, did not immediately withdraw her comments, and she was sanctioned for the remainder of the day. There is an inconsistency in the rulings in this House. That member was not offered a half an hour to decide if or not they would withdraw. Right. Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of this House, what will your rulings be henceforth?
Yeah. I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I will continue to apply the rulings as has been indicated in the House. The honourable member.
The honourable member for Drummond on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, on the same theme as my Conservative colleague, but complementary to his comment, for the past few months, there has been a huge irregularity in the interpretation of the freedom of expression in this House. It's a fundamental part of parliamentary privilege, and we can't do our work as parliamentarians adequately if we don't actually know what the rules to be applied are when it comes to freedom of speech. There are some expressions that could be worse than others, have different sanctions, so there's some irregularities. Mr. Speaker, all I want to hear is for you to think and to give us clear limits and clear indications of what is acceptable and what is not acceptable when we rise in the House of Commons, so that we don't just simply walk on eggshells every time we rise here in this chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member for Drummond for his statement. And I just wanted to mention to all of our colleagues a statement made on the 18th of October 2023, pursuant to which directives were given regarding what is acceptable to say in this House. That being said, I will have the opportunity to continue my discussions with the leaders of every political party represented in the House to find clearer indications as to what is acceptable, so we can have impassioned debates that still respect decorum and what is acceptable here in this House. Point of order. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've consulted various parties. I think you'll find that there is a unanimous consent for the following motion. that the Chamber consider as the Standing Committee on International Trade. Unfortunately, the Honourable Member does not have unanimous consent for his motion. Once again, I encourage all members in this House to do everything possible in order to get confirmation from all political parties before asking for unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Been consultations among the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you shall find unanimous consent for this motion that que la Chambre condamne.
That the House condemn anti-Semitism and reject the concept according to which Canadian Jews are responsible for the actions of the State of Israel.
Condemn anti-Semitism, and in particular, reject the idea that Jewish Canadians are responsible for the actions of the State of Israel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Therefore, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those who are opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you've just indicated that over the constituency week next week that you will be reflecting on usage of false titles or false information in the House of Commons. As I pointed out yesterday, the use of the term NDP Liberal government is a false term. There is no doubt that it is disinformation. It is, there is no coalition in place. And this is something that the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes did withdraw from when we were questioning the witness yesterday. I believe it should be common practice in this House that when any member rises, that they give accurate and not false information, and we'll be certainly asking you to make that ruling in the coming days after the constituency week.
The Honourable Member from the Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country was on her feet for a long period of time. Same point of order, the Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, as we all know in this House, there are many different kinds of government. There are majority governments, there are minority governments, there are coalition governments, there are governments that rely on the support of another party. What we've objected to is when, and what other members have objected to, is when substitution of names cause disorder or are insulting. Now, if the NDP find being associated with the Liberals insulting and demeaning, well, then they can make decisions to not support this Liberal government. And if the Liberal Party believes it's derogatory or insulting to be associated with the NDP, they could end the partnership. But this government depends on the NDP to pass its budgets, to pass its legislations. They are actively involved in senior level decisions when it comes to motions in this House and legislation. It is a matter of debate as to what that dynamic should be called. We, of course, are calling it for what it is, an NDP Liberal government, and there is nothing unparliamentary about describing it in that way.
Rising on the same point of order, the Honourable Member from Kingston and the Islands.
On the point of order, as I understand that you will be reflecting on this over the break week, Mr. Speaker, I would strongly encourage you to consider a few rulings that have been made recently with respect to what members are saying. In particular, sometimes a member might suggest that another member aspires to a certain political ideology. When a member has done that, there's still a Liberal member now that has not spoken since a ruling to that effect has come out. Now, I think that it's extremely appropriate and indeed our rights to be able to express how we feel. Your job certainly is, Mr. Speaker, to control the parliamentary language, to suggest what is not of parliamentary language, but I don't think it would be in the chair's best interest to start going down the path of deciding what is good, a good statement in terms of political ideology and what is not. I'll give you an example. If I was to say a member is pro-Russia, you might interpret that to be inappropriate. But would you also consider the same if I was to say a member is pro-United States? And so I think it's really important that you reflect on that, Mr. Speaker, because at some point we might run into a problem where we're not able to properly express ourselves. So I would encourage you over the next week to consider those comments as well.
Thank the honourable member. The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, during question period, the member from Milton performed a very inappropriate physical action. First, he waved, and then he clearly blew a kiss across the way during his exchange with the member for Barrie Innisfil. Non-verbal actions that are sexual in nature are not appropriate. And I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to denounce this unparliamentary behavior and ask the member from Milton to apologize. Thank you.
The chair will have to reflect on this and come back to this House if necessary. And now we move to the Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It being Thursday, of course, I rise to ask the Government House Leader if he could inform the House as to what business we'll be deliberating on for the rest of this week, and next week being a constituency work week, what we can hope to expect after we come back from our ridings. And this being the 9th time that the House will be debating a Liberal budget, I wonder if my honourable colleague believes that after the first budget raised inflation and interest rates, the second budget raised inflation, interest rates and taxes, the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all helped to create the housing crisis that is plaguing Canadians, driving up the costs of everyday items and impoverishing the Canadian people. I wonder if he believes that after 8 years, 8 budgets, all trying the same failed approach, after his own government admits that it's causing hardship and unfairness for Canadians, if he truly believes that the 9th time trying the exact same approach will yield different results.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The different results, of course, that we hope for, Mr. Speaker, are for Conservatives to stop voting against the series of measures that we put in place to solve the very problems the member professes to care about. In particular, it would be great if we could pass the doubling of the top-up of the rebate on the price on carbon, so that rural residents in this country from one coast to another could benefit from that additional affordability measure as we continue our fight against climate change that is affecting them, it must be said, disproportionately. But I thank my honourable friend for his interventions and assure him that we are very committed to passing what is an exceptionally good, aggressive, and helpful budget for all Canadians. Cet après-midi.
This afternoon, indeed, we will be pursuing the debate on the budget, and tomorrow we will complete the debate on the motion concerning the amendments moved by the Senate to Bill C-21, an act providing for the creation of a national Reconciliation Council.
A good week of work in their constituencies. We will deal with the budget debate days on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And to you, Mr. Speaker, and to all members, bonne semaine de comté. Merci.
Have a good constituency work week.
Je suis maintenant prêt à me prononcer.
I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on April 9th, 2024 by the member for La Prairie concerning the premature disclosure of financial initiatives prior to the tabling of the 2024 budget. In raising his question of privilege, the member alleged that the government had violated the principles of secrecy relating to fiscal matters by unveiling programs and measures over the past few weeks prior to the budget presentation on April 16, 2024. In addition, the member argued that, in announcing key aspects of its budget piece by piece, the government had breached the privileges of members by affecting the opposition party's ability to take an informed position and properly advise voters of the nature and effects of those measures.
In response, the parliamentary secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House referenced a decision by Speaker Sauvé on November 18, 1981, and House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition. That book states the following on page 899, and I quote, Speakers have maintained that secrecy is a matter of parliamentary convention rather than one of privilege, unquote. In addition, while noting that it may not be a question of privilege, the members for New Westminster Burnaby and Saanich Gulf Islands lamented that prematurely disclosing budget information has become too common and said that this practice should be examined.
Regarding budget secrecy, I would like to highlight the ruling of Speaker Jerome of April 17, 1978, which can be found on page 4549 of the debates, and the ruling by Speaker Fraser of June 18, 1987, on page 7315 of the debates. I will quote from the latter. Budgetary secrecy is a matter of parliamentary convention. Its purpose is to prevent anybody from gaining a private advantage by reason of obtaining advance budgetary information. The limits of parliamentary privilege are very narrow, and it is not a responsibility of the chair to rule as to whether or not a parliamentary convention is justified or whether or not the matter complained of is a breach of that convention. That is a matter of political debate and not one in which the chair would wish to become involved, unquote.
That presents the government's financial position in detail in the budget. The budget contains various measures, including the creation, modification, or elimination of government programs, as well as a means to finance its expenditures. It is not unusual for some of these new initiatives to be announced at public events a few weeks or even months before the budget. Some may prefer all these announcements to be made at the same time, but the standing orders and practices of the House do not prescribe such an approach.
The statements by the members for New Westminster Burnaby and Saanich Gulf Islands left me with the impression that there may be an appetite for reviewing our practices. I encourage them to advise the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, if that is indeed their wish. However, I must conclude in this case that there is no prima facie question of privilege. I thank all members for their attention.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders resuming debate on the Ways and Means motions number 20 and on the sub-amendment in the name of Mr. Sainte-Marie. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To address Budget 2024, and I propose to deliver my remarks in two contexts. One, how this budget resonates with the with the residents that I'm privileged to represent in Parkdale High Park in Toronto, and secondly, to look more largely at some of the very important components that relate to the administration of justice in this country that are touched on in this budget document. So first, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to have represented for almost 9 years now the constituents in Parkdale High Park. What those constituents have talked to me repeatedly about is about the need to address housing. And what we find in Budget 2024 is some very key provisions that relate to housing. Some of the provisions, and I can't list them all, Mr. Speaker, deal with the pressing issue of building more housing, increasing housing supply. That is fundamental in terms of what we were trying to do as a government, and that is fundamentally empowered and advanced by this important budget document. What I'm speaking of here, Mr. Speaker, is, for example, $15 billion in additional contributions to Canada's apartment construction loan program, which will help to build more than 30,000 additional new homes. What I also take a lot of pride in, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we are addressing the acute needs of renters. And I say that in two respects. This budget document outlines, for example, how renters can be empowered to get to the point of home ownership by virtue of having a proper
rental payment history can contribute to building up one's credit worthiness with credit ratings agencies, so that when the time comes when you're actually able to apply for a mortgage, you will have built up that credit worthiness by demonstrating that over a period of years you have been making regular rent payments. This is truly empowering for the renters in my community and communities right around the country, and I've already heard that feedback from the renters that I represent. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would simply point out this idea about what we are doing with respect to the Tenants' Bill of Rights. This is a really important documentation, Mr. Speaker, that talks about ensuring that tenants have rights that they can vindicate, including in front of tribunals and potentially in front of courts of law. And we're coupling that with a $15 million investment that will empower and unlock advocates who assist those renters. That is fundamental, and in that respect, it actually relates to the two hats that I wear in this chamber, both as a representative of individual renters, but also my role as Minister of Justice. Another component that my constituents speak to me about and have been speaking to me about regularly since 2015 is our commitment towards advancing meaningful reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And again, this document has a number of components that relate to Indigenous peoples in the budget 2024. But two I would highlight for the purposes of these remarks. The first is this idea about what we are doing with respect to settling litigation against Indigenous people and ensuring that we are proceeding on a better and more conciliatory path forward. We talk about a $23 billion historic settlement with respect to Indigenous groups that were litigating discriminatory underfunding of children and child family services. And the fact that that historic settlement was ratified by the federal court. That is critical, Mr. Speaker. We also talk about, in this document, funding a project that is near and dear to my heart, Mr. Speaker. Why do I say that? Because in 2017, I had the privilege of serving as a parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Heritage, and at that time, I helped to co-develop with Métis, First Nations, and Inuit leaders the legislation that has now become the Indigenous Languages Act. That is coupled with an Indigenous Language Commission, and in this very budget document, we are talking about $225 million to ensure the continued success of that Indigenous Languages Commission and the important work that they're doing to promote, enhance, and revitalize Indigenous languages in this country. Those are fundamental investments, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's really important to highlight them in the context of this discussion. What I would also highlight, Mr. Speaker, is that my riding, I'm proud to say, is full of a lot of people that care about women, and they care about feminism, and they care about social and economic policies that empower women. And I would highlight just two, Mr. Speaker. First of all, we talk about pharmacare in this budget. We talk about the first volley of pharmaceutical products that will be covered, includes contraceptive devices that are going to assist, as I understand it, as many as 9 million Canadians with access to contraception, allowing women in particular, young women and older women, to ensure that they have control over their reproductive functions. That is fundamental to me as a representative, fundamental to our government and what our government prioritizes in this country. What I would also say, Mr. Speaker, is that with $10 a day childcare, what we are doing is ensuring that there is a affordable and robust means of ensuring that people's children are looked after in this country, and that empowers things like women's participation in the workforce. What I'm speaking about here, Mr. Speaker, is that we have hit levels of women's participation in the workforce that are hitting levels that have never been seen before. And we're talking about levels of 85.4% of women's labor force participation. That is an incredible social policy that is translating into a terrific economic policy, Mr. Speaker. We can also talk about the $6.1 billion Canada Disability Benefit. I'm proud to say the constituents in Parkdale High Park care meaningfully about inclusive policies, about policies that alleviate poverty, about policies that address those who are vulnerable and those who are in need. People have been asking me about the disability benefit. When will we see it? When will it come to fore? We are seeing it right now with this document. The very document that we will be voting on in this chamber includes a $6.1 billion funding model to empower Canadians who are disabled and to ensure that we are addressing their needs. What I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, this budget also represents a bit of a catch-up. And what I mean by that is that we're catching up to the rest of the G7. Until this budget was delivered, we remained the only G7 country in the world not to have a national school food program. It goes without saying that I don't think this is a partisan statement whatsoever, but there's a single one of us among the 338 members that are privileged to serve in this House who would think that a child arriving to school hungry is a good idea in any of their communities or in this country as a whole. And what we are doing is acutely addressing that. Through a national school food program, we will ensure that children do not arrive hungry to school, which impedes their productivity. It certainly limits their education. Through a $1 billion investment, we will cure school poverty and school hunger. We're also introducing legislation to reduce cell phone and banking fees, which is fundamental, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could you let me know how much time I have remaining? Thank you. What I would just say to you with respect to the hat I wear as Minister of Justice is that I firmly believe, since taking on this role about 8 months ago, that one of my pivotal roles is ensuring access to justice. What I would say is that this document really rings true to that commitment that I personally have, to the commitment that our government and the Prime Minister has to accessing justice. And what I'm speaking about here, Mr. Speaker, is the notion of our commitment to legal aid. Legal aid has multiple components, Mr. Speaker, but legal aid is fundamental to ensuring that people can have their rights vindicated in a manner that is assisted by counsel, that helps to address things like court backlogs and court delays, but is also fundamental to the individual litigants before those courts. There's a criminal legal aid package in this budget that includes $440 million over 5 years. There's also immigration and refugee legal aid. Unfortunately, since the provinces wholesale resiled from their involvement in this portfolio since 2019, we've been stepping in with annual funding. We're making that funding no longer simply annual. We're projecting it over a 5-year term, which gives certainty and predictability to the people that rely upon immigration and refugee legal aid. And it's to the tune of $273 million over 5 years. That is fundamental, Mr. Speaker. You heard in question period efforts that we are making about addressing workplace sexual harassment. I'll pivot again here to the fact that this dovetails with both my ministerial role and my role as a devoted constituency representative as the MP for Parkdale High Park. I hear a great deal from my constituents about addressing women's needs in terms of addressing harassment and things like sexual harassment. What we are doing with this budget is providing $30 million over 3 years to addressing workplace sexual harassment. That is fundamental, Mr. Speaker. And I would say to you that in terms of what we are doing on hatred, Mr. Speaker, it is fundamental. There are fully 3 pages of the budget document that are dedicated towards addressing hatred. Some of them dovetail with legislation that I've tabled in this House, Bill C-63, what we will do to curb hatred online and its propensity of spreading online. But there are also concrete investments here that talk about Canada's action plan on combating hate, that talk about empowering things such as the Canadian Race Relations Foundation and the important work that they are doing in terms of promoting better understanding and the knowledge base of hate crimes units. But also fundamentally, there's money dedicated in this very budget that talks about ensuring that both law enforcement and Crown prosecutors are better trained and provided better information about how to identify hate and how to potentially prosecute hate. Where we are as a country right now, this is a pressing need, and I'm very proud to see Budget 2024 addressing it directly. For the reasons I outlined earlier, Mr. Speaker, in terms of how this addresses the particular needs of my constituents, and for the very replete justice investments that are being made to ensuring access to justice and tackling pernicious issues such as sexual harassment and hatred, I believe this is a budget that all 338 of us should get behind and support. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech. I want to take him back to the Liberal platform of 2021 called Forward for Everyone. In that platform, the Liberals promised, and it wasn't a small promise, it was a major promise, $4.5 billion for the Canada Mental Health Transfer that would be implemented over 5 years. That was almost 3 years ago. I'm wondering why it hasn't been dealt with in this latest budget. Is it just another broken Liberal promise?
Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
So I thank the member opposite for his question, and what I would say with respect to our commitment to mental health, I think it's replete. You've seen that in the past 12 to 18 months, you've seen us launch a 988 helpline that deals with suicide. You've seen us dedicate an entire new Canada Health Accord, which is touching almost $200 billion, and having a dedicated pillar of that accord addressing mental health and the mental health needs. You see in this budget document itself acutely targeted mental health programs that deal with, for example, the needs of Black Canadians. And I would say to that member, who I know is a committed member of the Jewish community, that I know that hatred
that is fueled by anti-Semitism also has pernicious impacts on the mental health of Jewish Canadians. And what you find in this document is not only supports for the Special Envoy on anti-Semitism, but dedicated supports towards fighting anti-Semitism and promoting Holocaust remembrance through a new museum in Montreal. Those are the kind of investments we need to see in this country. Those are the kind of investments I think we should all get behind.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Justice Minister is preparing to challenge the principle of the separation of church and state, and that's common in contemporary democracies. In the budget, it says that broadening access to mortgages is important, and Canada has a flourishing market and a great diversity of religions that allows people to buy their first homes. And so this budget will broaden access to loans and other options of funding. Is that his idea of a secular state? The Honourable Justice Minister. What I'd like to point out to the member opposite is that our vision for this budget was to help people get housing, whether it's through more construction, greater supply of housing stock, different types of housing, be it apartments or houses, and also with the assistance they need in defending their rights as renters, for example, as I just said, and also with their finances. So the tax-free savings account has been can be made more use of for a down payment. And as I mentioned, we can now create a credit history that will help when you make your rental payments on time. That will improve your credit rating, and then eventually that will make it easier for you to become a home buyer. So that was our vision. Our vision is about housing as a higher priority. Thank you.
In comments, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
North Island Powell River. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention in this House. One of the things that did surprise me that was missing in this budget is something that I've heard from a lot of First Nations communities across this country, and that's the issue of enforcement. We know that in this country, reserve land and tribal lands or treaty lands actually don't have the ability to call the RCMP or the local police to come in and actually enforce a lot of laws that are the laws of the land, both provincially and federally. And we know that this is becoming a higher risk issue as Indigenous leadership is having to go out and implement enforcement to the best of their ability. So I'm just wondering why this isn't a priority for this government.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I thank the member opposite for her question, and I would just politely and respectfully submit that it is a priority for our government. And what I would say is that I've been hearing the very same concern expressed to me by a series of Indigenous interveners and stakeholders from around the country. And what I would say to her is that in Manitoba, we actually have a working example with MKO, which is an organization in Manitoba that already has a pilot project where the RCMP has already commenced with actually enforcement of bylaws that are being passed with respect to drug and alcohol usage in particular First Nations communities. So there are examples that are working in this country, but I would agree with her wholeheartedly that we need to have more examples such as that. And I would also point out that the work that my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, is doing with respect to his mandate letter includes changes to policing and ensuring policing is deemed an essential service, which re-envisages First Nations control, for example, over policing in their own communities. Merci beaucoup.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this budget is ironically called Fairness for Every Generation. After 9 years of this Prime Minister trying to make things fair, he sure hasn't done a very good job. True. Things are not fair. Is it fair to every generation that every year life is less affordable? Is it fair to every generation that rents are sky high? Is it fair to every generation that 1 in 4 kids can't afford to eat? Is it fair to every generation that it takes almost 20 years just to save up for a down payment? The Prime Minister is not worth the cost for any generation. Mr. Speaker, this is the 9th straight year of deficit spending. In 2015, the federal debt was $616 billion, accumulated from 1867, when Canada began. Today, it's $1.25 trillion, double. This Prime Minister has borrowed more money than all other Prime Ministers combined. The result? After 20 years of low inflation and interest rates, this Prime Minister's irresponsible inflationary spending has upended Canada's stable economy. This year, Canada will spend $54.1 billion on interest to wealthy bankers and bondholders instead of on doctors and nurses to service the Prime Minister's debt. That's the same amount collected in the GST. We should change the name of that tax from the GST to the DST, the debt servicing tax. It's also more money than the government spends on health care or on the Canada Child Benefit. This is what happens when a Prime Minister doesn't want to think about monetary policy. The result? Mortgage payments doubled. Down payments have doubled. Rents have doubled. The cost of gas, groceries, and home heat has skyrocketed. People can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. And yet, instead of reining in spending to bring inflation under control, the Prime Minister acts like a pyromaniac, throwing another $40 billion on the inflationary fire. This is despite warnings from economists, including Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem, who cautioned that government spending is at the upper bound. This will make it much harder for the bank to lower interest rates. Mr. Speaker, this isn't a partisan point. Former Parliamentary Budget Officer Kevin Page expressed this yesterday, telling Global News, we need to get those interest rates down. So on a net basis, this is just not good for inflation. Former Liberal Finance Minister John Manley also warned this government months ago that they were pressing on the inflationary gas pedal with their spending. Even former Liberal-appointed Governor of the Bank of Canada, David Dodge, said he believes that this will be the worst budget since 1982. Mr. Speaker, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. After 9 deficits and doubling the national debt, Canada is less fair and Canadians are worse off. And now the Finance Minister says that what Canadians really want is a stronger government to make things fairer. Well, Mr. Speaker, by making government bigger, they've made citizens weaker. Conservatives believe that smaller government makes for bigger citizens. This is not a government that gives people everything they want. It's a government that takes everything they have. But you don't have to take it from me, Mr. Speaker. Just yesterday, in the Financial Post, it was written, we become a growth laggard, and our living standards have largely stagnated for the better part of a decade. Part of our declining standard of living has to do with the fact that Canada has the worst productivity in the G7. Mr. Speaker, our GDP growth has been driven primarily by population and labor force growth, not productivity improvements. That may increase the total amount of goods and services, but it doesn't translate into increased living standards. This is a real crisis, Mr. Speaker. From 2000 to 2023, the growth rate of Canada's real per-person GDP was 0.7 of 1%. That is meaningfully worse than that of the G7 average of 1%, and the United States, whose GDP per person growth rate was 1.2%, almost double. Mr. Speaker, our country is facing a productivity crisis that threatens to erode this country's standard of living and erase many Canadians' hopes for a more prosperous future. Just a few weeks ago, Deputy Bank Governor Rogers said that we have a productivity emergency. In case of emergency, break glass. Even former Liberal Finance Minister Bill Morneau, says the budget is a threat. This budget is a threat to investment and economic growth. It's time to take action. For instance, reducing regulatory barriers to investment, celebrating entrepreneurship, bolstering the profit incentive for private investment, loosening the federal government's tight grip on the economy. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister does the exact opposite. There has been one change, though, Mr. Speaker. The borrow and spend Liberals are now the tax and spend Liberals. On top of gouging Canadians with their April 1st tax hikes, they've decided that they know better how to spend businesses' money than the hardworking Canadians who actually run those businesses. And Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan point. Dan Kelly, president of the CIBC, said, and I'm quoting, "What worries me the most about these tax changes is the potential to demotivate Canadians from getting into business in the first place or working hard to grow a small business into a medium-sized business." And he's not the only one, Mr. Speaker. Harley Finkelstein, president of Canada's greatest tech company, Shopify, said, "We need to be doing everything we can to turn Canada into the best place for entrepreneurs to build. What's proposed in the federal budget will do the complete opposite. Innovators and entrepreneurs will suffer, and their success will be penalized. This is a tax on innovation and risk-taking. Our policy failures are America's gains. At a time when our country is facing critically low productivity and business investment, our political leaders are failing our country's entrepreneurs. Failing, Mr. Speaker. For 9 years, the Prime Minister has told Canadians that the rich would pay for the cost of his spending. But the truth is, it's been everyday Canadians who have been the ones paying. The Prime Minister has already raised his punishing carbon tax by 23% on April 1st, and with $40 billion in new inflationary spending, Canadians will continue to pay the inflation tax that hurts the poorest among us the most. Whatever the Prime Minister says, it won't be him and his billionaire friends who pay for new spending. It will be single moms, workers, and small business owners. Mr. Speaker, you can't tax your way to prosperity, and no government program can increase productivity better than the power of the free market spurred on by Canadian entrepreneurs. We need to celebrate entrepreneurship in this country, not punish it. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives had 3 simple demands for this budget. 1, axe the tax on farmers and food by immediately passing Bill C-234 in its original form. Build the homes, not bureaucracy, by requiring cities to permit 15% more home building each year as a condition for receiving federal infrastructure money. And cap spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation. The government must find $1 in savings for every dollar of spending. The Prime Minister did none of those things, and for those reasons, Conservatives will not be supporting this budget.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's many things that I can go to in terms of what it is that the Minister of Finance, Deputy Prime Minister, said in introducing the budget. And the one of the ones that really stands out for me, and it contradicts many of the things that the Leader of the Official Opposition has said and the member that just spoke, and that is take a look in terms of the amount of foreign investment on a per capita basis. When you take a look at the G7 countries in the world, you will find that in the first 3 quarters of 2023, we were number 1 in terms of that foreign investment. That speaks volumes. Next to that, I would remind the member, and this is something I said earlier, it took Stephen Harper virtually just over 9 years to create just under 1 million jobs. We've been able to create over 2 million jobs in less time, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member opposite can explain to me why it is he believes we should take economic advice when our performance has far outweighed and benefited Canadians more so than the Stephen Harper era.
The Deputy de Sherwood St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Well, of course, the member is saying what all Liberals say: Canadians have never had it so good. They think everything is great. Now, it wasn't my advice. I don't expect him to take my advice. Bill Morneau doesn't like the budget. Paul Manley doesn't like the budget. Many of the other economists that I mentioned in this speech don't like the budget. There's been a great deal of criticism over changes in tax policy that will actually penalize productivity growth in this country. And so he doesn't have to take it from me. He just has to open up a newspaper and read it for himself.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. I may not agree with all of it, but I do appreciate all of us in this place having the opportunity to voice our different thoughts and opinions. One of the concerns that I have with this budget is what it seems to me a significant underfunding for housing and infrastructure costs that are required for First Nations and Inuit communities across Canada. I know the Conservatives had a long history of underfunding those communities. I'm just wondering if this member has any concern with the continued underfunding that we're seeing under the Liberals.
The honourable member for Charlevoix, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Well, there can be no doubt that this Liberal government has abandoned Indigenous communities. We're talking about a Prime Minister who, when an Indigenous protester showed up at one of his ritzy fundraisers, mocked that protester and said, well, thank you for your donation. This is not a Prime Minister that respects Indigenous communities. And the member from Carleton, when he is Prime Minister, has said that he will focus on economic reconciliation in Indigenous communities, and we will get those homes built in partnership with those communities.
Commentaire, questions and comments? The honourable member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, to my colleague from Manitoba, I really appreciated his speech today. He's always thoughtful, bringing information to it that's very useful. But when the member across the way says so many people have been new jobs, government hiring of hundreds of thousands of people is not going to help the economy. That doesn't increase the GDP. But you also talked about who's going to be paying for this budget huge deficit. Could you tell us again what your belief is who's going to be paying for this?
Well, I'm not going to be telling you, but maybe the honourable member for Charlestown, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Everyday Canadians are paying for the exorbitant interest costs generated by the irresponsible deficit spending of this government. $54.1 billion. That's over $1 billion a week on the backs of Canadian taxpayers, going to wealthy bankers and bondholders and not to health care or childcare. It's shameful, absolutely shameful, Mr. Speaker, but it wasn't like this before this Prime Minister, and it's not going to be like this after he's gone.
A point of order from the honourable member for Longueuil, Charlemagne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind the member opposite not to bang on the desk because it hurts the ears of the interpreters. Thank you.
That's a very good reminder to all of us to be careful with our microphones on our desk. We'll go to one more question. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my friend from St. John's, Assiniboia and Headingley. I think he inadvertently referred to former Member of Parliament Paul Manley, Green Party, Nanaimo Ladysmith, when I think he may have meant John Manley. My question is this. Would he agree with Greens that buying the Trans Mountain Pipeline was a particularly bad idea, a statement with which Paul Manley would agree? But I'm afraid the Conservative leader misspoke in this place and said the private sector was ready to build that pipeline. And the reality is the private sector had already made key business decisions that it wanted nothing to do with its project called Trans Mountain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
While we are out of time, I'll allow the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I meant John Manley. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
You got you're through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a privilege to rise in this House. And of course, we're talking about the budget today, and I think it's important, first of all, to start out with some context as to where the country is. And the member who preceded me did an excellent job, and hopefully, I'll build on some of his strong work. Canadians are experiencing difficult times from coast to coast. Millions of Canadians are finding that after 9 years, this NDP Liberal government, there's simply more month than money. They're unable to feed themselves. Food bank usage is, of course, off the charts. Over 2 million families will go to the food bank each and every month in Canada. The local food banks of Autonomy, Monaghan, South in my riding have seen a double in the amount of children that are using their food banks just in the last 6 months. The suffering is a result of these Liberal policy failures. There's just no two ways about this, Mr. Speaker. Their policies are responsible for driving people deeper and deeper into financial crisis. Financial crisis and financial issues generally have two different sides to them, as does this affordability crisis. We have income on one side and we have expenses on the other. And there's been a lot of talk in this House about the expense side, about the ever-increasing inflation, interest rates, and taxes. And for good reason. It's causing considerable pain for Canadians. But my focus will actually be on the other side, which is going to be on the income side, or the growth side of the economy. I actually believe that this is as serious, if not more serious, than the expense side. The reason being is that history would show us that where you have incomes rising, actually costs increasing can be managed by economies. There are a number of examples. But there has never been a time, not once in human history, where there has been prosperity in the absence of economic growth for thousands of years. Where the economy grows, we have prosperity. Where it doesn't grow, we do not. And let's be clear, the income side of the ledger here in Canada is bleak. We have experienced what we would call, and what economists are starting to call, a lost decade here in Canada. GDP per capita in Canada has barely grown. By this metric, we're actually in the worst economic times since the Great Depression. And quite frankly, there's no sign of relief. This is not getting better. We have 7 straight quarters of per capita GDP decline. If we measured recessions on a per Canada or per capita basis, we would now be in one of the longest recessions in our lifetimes. Liberals, of course, will attempt to obfuscate by blaming the lack of growth on other factors beyond the control, like the weather or other issues, like a weather front coming in. They had no control over it. But the failure is distinctly Canadian. In this last decade, the American growth of GDP per capita, or the measure of each individual economic contribution of every American, has increased by 47%. In Canada, over that same period, it's 4.73%. It's not the weather. It is because of these Liberal government failures. And underpinning the failure of our economy to grow is our productivity issues. And we've heard numerous commentators talk about this, Liberal, Conservative alike, from Bill Morneau to Lisa Raitt to commentators on all sides of the political spectrums. The productivity issue is crushing our Canadian economy. And productivity is a fancy word, but really all it means is our ability to produce goods and deliver services efficiently. And productivity is made as you can think of it as a three-legged stool. There are 3 key elements to productivity. The first is capital. We'll talk about that right now. So capital investment is incredibly important because the simple sort of analogy or if you can just imagine 2 workers competing with different levels of capitalization. One worker is trying to dig a foundation for a new building, and they're using a backhoe. And the other worker is using a shovel or even their bare hands. You can see that individual who's well capitalized, even if she or he is the inferior worker, will always be able to win that victory. That individual who's not capitalized will never be able to compete. And that's where Canada is right now. We are decapitalizing our economy right now. And this will have tragic impacts, not just for the near term, but for the long term as well. We have, over the last 15 years, the lowest rate of investment growth into our economy in the G7. We're predicted by many international organizations to have the lowest investment rate in the OECD over the next 40 years. And when we do this, we undermine the Canadian economy and we undermine the Canadian worker. A second key, as equally important, leg of that productivity stool is innovation. Innovation is incredibly important. And the good news is we have great minds and we have great ideas here in Canada, and we have great post-secondary education here in this country. The challenge is this: after 9 years, we don't have a framework in place to successfully and efficiently capitalize and exploit those ideas, turning them from the idea from a university dorm room onto the factory floor of building products and solutions. Unfortunately, what happens far too often in our economy is these great ideas come up and then they dissipate, or more truthfully or more accurately, they actually go across the border. As individuals who have great ideas simply don't have the framework to market, exploit, and grow their ideas here in Canada, and they end up being the wealth, to improve the wealth of the United States of America or Europe or other places in the world. Meanwhile, Canadians fall further and further behind. Thirdly, it comes down to workers. And I'm also proud to say that we have the best workers in the entire world right here in Canada. Unfortunately, they're being undercapitalized, and there's an absence of innovation due to the poor regulatory and framework here in Canada. The challenge, though, is that we have a very untapped resources. We have thousands, in fact, tens of thousands, in fact, hundreds of thousands, in fact, probably millions of newcomers who are not able to access the Canadian dream because they're not able to, there are various organizations that are unwilling to recognize the education hard worked across the world. And they have the ability to be doctors, to be engineers, to be scientists, to help our economy in this time when we need to enhance our productivity. That's why our leader has a fantastic Blue Seal program that will allow newcomers access to the Canadian dream. So, with this in mind, if we look, of course, at the expense side of the ledger, this budget didn't deliver. We needed to have, as a growing consensus is out there, we needed to have fiscal restraint, a path to a balanced budget, but that's not there. And so it will continue to push along inflation, high interest rates. And of course, we've seen higher taxation as a result of this budget as well. But as we look at the income side of the ledger, I was expecting to see a focus, or was really, maybe expectation is too strong a word. I was hoping to see a focus on economic growth. And I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. Bill Morneau said that he was very disappointed in this government's lack of attention on economic growth. David Dodge was also discouraged by the lack of focus on economic growth. The Chamber of Commerce and the CFIB, numerous organizations from coast to coast to coast, were disappointed to see the lack of economic growth, focus on economic growth. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, economic growth is the magic bullet to economics. If you have an economy that is growing, you have jobs, you have standards of living increasing, you have a stronger social safety net. Instead, this government chose to ignore growth, and unfortunately, we will all bear the cost for that. Conservatives will proudly be voting no on this budget.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if the member actually realizes or if he listened to what the minister was talking about, but she actually made reference to an accelerated capital cost allowance. And through that, what you're seeing is many of the things that the member just talked about, yet he's going to be voting against it. And that's the thing, you see, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party has already been told. We knew they were voting against this years ago. They've made that declaration, Mr. Speaker. There's no surprise there. But what is a bit of a surprise is how the Conservative Party continues to try to give a false impression. So using what the member just was indicated to say, or maybe he wrote it himself, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, but at the end of the day, he's trying to give the impression that the government doesn't take action on something that's so very important to the economy. The accelerated capital cost allowance does exactly what it is the member has been advocating for. I'm wondering if the member had the choice to vote in favor of that aspect of the budget, would he actually vote in favor of that aspect?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just because I like the drapes in the house doesn't mean I buy the whole house. And the reality is that perhaps this member's, if not put in context, they might have more merit. But we've had 9 years of this government. We see the record food bank usage. I field the calls, and I wrote this speech because I field the calls from my constituency about not being able to make it to the end of the month because because my constituents aren't able to feed their kids. This has real consequences. This is the real world. We need real change.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Tar, the honourable member for Sanders Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable friend from Northumberland, Peterborough South, I wondered if, as chair of the Rail Caucus, an initiative that self-started and which I'm very pleased and proud to participate, it's all party and nonpartisan. And I looked at this budget, and I have to say I was very disappointed not to see a real focus on ground transportation that would include integrating rail and bus service to reach more Canadians. I was pleased to see, at least it looks like, maybe in a future budget, the high-frequency rail project may be restructured so that it doesn't kill VIA in the Windsor to Quebec corridor. I wonder, I really am very, very interested to know, what are my friends' thoughts on the VIA rail sections of this budget?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and I'm very proud to work alongside my respected colleague on rail. And yes, I am a outspoken supporter of rail. I too read this. I read this section in the budget. I guess ultimately we'll have to see what is in the implementation section. We do need a strong rail infrastructure here in this country. Contrast that again with the United States of America, that has the most amount of rail per mile in the entire world. In Canada, we're falling behind, given our legacy of being at the very avant-garde, one of the largest rail systems in the world 100 years ago. It's sad to see where we've come.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for really focusing on the need for economic growth in this country. And so I'm kind of wondering, considering now that this Liberal government's put us in a position where we're paying more money to service the national debt than we actually collect, or the government collects from taxpayers in GST, and what that impact is having to actually increase or support economic growth in this country, and even further the impact the carbon tax is having, not talking about the rebates, but we know from the Parliamentary Budget Officer's costing note that they're collecting over $500 million a year. It'll go to $1 billion a year over the next 8 years, to a tune of $6.23 billion GST on the carbon tax alone, and the impact that's having on our economic growth in Canada.
Honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. And they're a negative spiral. They work together, unfortunately, because as you get more debt, that reduces the amount of economic growth because you're taking money out of the economy. And the reality is, as that debt reduces the growth, then you reduce the amount of revenue, and it gets to a negative spiral. This is exactly what Brian Mulroney had to deal with in the mid-'80s when he took over from Pierre Elliott Trudeau. So we need to. It's a two-sided solution. We need to we need the economy growing, and we need to reduce the debt so that Canadians can have a reasonable shot at prosperity.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I'd like to inform you that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Ottawa Centre. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise as a member of Parliament for Richmond Hill to speak to the urgent action in Budget 2024 that will help Canada build the homes needed to restore fairness for every generation. Last week, our government released Canada's ambitious plan to build homes by millions, support renters, and lower the cost of home ownership so that no hardworking Canadians has to spend more than 30% of their income on housing costs. With Budget 2024 and with Canada's housing plan, we're going to do that whatever is necessary to put money on the table to build more affordable housing, create the market condition necessary to get more home built, and change the way the cities build homes. Mr. Speaker, we will restore the promise of Canada for everyone once again. Mr. Speaker, over the next part of my speech, I'm going to focus on 4 major areas: building more homes faster, supporting home ownership and renters, building home on public lands, and building the infrastructure communities need to build more homes. Starting with building more homes faster, Mr. Speaker. We know that higher interest rates environments have made it difficult to build homes. That is why we're proposing significant action in Budget 2024 to boost home supply and remove barriers that often slow down the construction of new homes. For example, we are reviving and modernizing Canada's post-war housing design catalog, which will provide blueprint that can be used across the country to speed up the construction of new houses. Budget 2024 proposes to allocate more than $11 million in 2024-2025 to support the development of this catalog for up to 50 housing designs, including row housing and fourplexes that provinces, territories, and municipalities could use to simplify and accelerate housing approvals and builds. This first phase of the catalog will be published in fall of 2024. Speaking of supporting municipalities, our $4 billion Housing Accelerated Fund is already cutting red tapes across the country. With 179 agreements, and Richmond Hill being one of those, municipalities, provinces, and territories enabling the construction of over 750,000 new homes over the next decade. To continue the momentum, Budget 2024 will top up this program with an additional $400 million to build more homes faster from coast to coast to coast. And to help developers get the capital they need to build more rental homes, we are also topping up the Apartment Construction Loan Program, or ACLP, with $15 billion starting next year. This proposed investment alone will help build more than 30,000 additional new homes across Canada, bringing the program total contribution to over 131,000 new homes by 2031. We know that there is no single player that can fill Canada's housing shortage on his or her own. That's why we need to take a Team Canada approach to getting this work done for Canadians. And that means all of us working together and using every tool in our toolkit to get more homes built much faster. To that effect, Budget 2024 announces Canada Builds, which will help to leverage the ACLP so we can better partner with provinces and territories to build more rental housing across the country. But truthfully, Mr. Speaker, we couldn't do any of this without Canada's builders, carpenter, construction workers, and similar tradesmen. They are incredible people who love their job, who are good at them, and who we shall all be grateful because we can't build home without them. To help train and recruit the next generation of skilled worker, Budget 2024 proposes to provide $90 million over 2 years for the apprenticeship program and services to help create placement with small and medium-sized enterprises for apprentices. $10 million over 2 years is also being proposed for the Skilled Trade Awareness and Readiness Program to encourage Canadians to explore and prepare for career in the skilled trade. In addition, Budget 2024 proposes to provide $50 million over 2 years for Foreign Credential Recognition Program, at least half of which will be used to streamline foreign credential recognition in construction sector to help skilled trade workers build more homes. We need to do everything we can to make it easier to build homes more quickly and more cost effectively, and that measures I just outlined are exactly those. Now to the second area of the speech, supporting homeowners and renters. Mr. Speaker, young Canadians in my own community of Richmond Hill, including my son, and across Canada are struggling for finding housing that fits their budget. That's why the government launched the tax-free first home saving account, and why in Budget 2024 we are taking action to unlock additional pathway for young renters to become homeowners, and to protect middle-class homeowners for rising mortgage payments, to help first-time home buyers keep pace with rising housing costs. Budget 2024 announces our intention to amend the Income Tax Act to increase the home buyer plan withdrawal limit from $35,000 to $60,000. This budget also proposes to temporarily extend the grace period during which homeowners are not required to pay their home buyer's plan withdrawal to their RSP by additional 3 years. This first measure would enable first-time homebuyers to save up to $25,000 more for their own down payment faster, and for a couple who withdraw the maximum of 2023, extending the grace period could allow them to defer annual payment as large as $4,667 by an additional 3 years. Mr. Speaker, thanks to to the new Canadian Mortgage Charter, more Canadians now know about the fair, reasonable, and timely mortgage relief they can seek and receive from their financial institutions. Budget 2024 aims to enhance the charter by enabling first-time homebuyer purchasing new builds to get 30 years mortgage amortization, among other enhancements. The government will bring forward regulatory amendment to implement this proposal. Additionally, Budget 2024 proposes to call on banks, fintechs, and credit bureaus to prioritize tools that allow renters to opt in to reporting their rent payment history to credit bureaus so they can strengthen their credit scores when applying for a mortgage. We are all committed to protecting tenants' rights and ensuring that renting a home is fair, open, and transparent. For that reason, Budget 2024 proposes actions to protect the millions of Canadians who rent and who have been exceptionally impacted by recent drastic rent increase. Now to the third one, building homes on public lands. Our government is redoubling our efforts to build homes wherever and whenever possible in the face of Canada's housing crisis. We are accelerating and streamlining the purpose of converting surplus federal properties into housing company to housing, and we are continuing to work with Canada Lands Company to enable the construction of additional housing units. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, our focus as a government is building more homes at a pace and scale not seen in generations to store fairness and affordability for every generation. I hope that my honourable colleague will support us in this incredibly crucial work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Commissioner Kamal-Tarr, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. And he's talking about housing. He's focused on housing. This government says they're focused on housing, but the government's been saying they've been focused on housing for how many budgets now, and how successful have they been thus far? These are regurgitated words that the member is saying that comes from many, many speeches in this government. All they've done so far is drive up the cost of housing by running excess deficits repeatedly, which drives up inflation, which drives up the price of housing. How do you think by doing the same thing again and again and again, he's going to get a different result?
The honourable member Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we're not doing the same thing over and over again. If you look at it, starting back in 2016, we made a historical investment and continue to doing that. And we also introduced partnership with different jurisdiction and municipalities and with provinces and territories. And when it came clear that we need other partnerships, such as municipalities, we started working with them. When it came clear that we need to remove red tapes, we started working on those red tapes. So what we have been doing, we've been working consistently on that and looking at where we need to focus on and introduce new programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal-Tarr, l'honneur de député de Montcalm.
The honourable member from Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How is it possible to justify the fact that this House, that the member voted for them, this member voted with regard to OAS for senior citizens, but there's nothing in the budget, whereas he's talking about housing. Seniors are also having trouble finding homes, finding affordable housing. So this House voted for that bill, but then it didn't respond to our budget expectations, and so it took, removed this double standard for seniors. What was he waiting for to do so?
Deputy Richmond.
The honourable member.
To my colleagues who have the pleasure of serving at the HoC committee, when we talk about affordable housing and affordable rental units, we are talking about affordable housing and rental units for everyone, whether it's for senior, whether it's for a young couple, or for an individual. And we are not making any distinction between that demographic. So by making sure affordable rental units and affordable housing is available to everyone, by default we are including seniors as well.
Questions and comments. The
honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. As concerns housing, which is a crisis that has been plaguing Canada for years, the NDP made proposals that were taken on board by the government. So there's an acquisition fund to buy new lands and to build truly affordable housing. Because in 2017, the housing strategy allowed or rather tried to fix things, but it's even worse now. And the considerable funding that was invested were historical funds, but went into private proponents' pockets. And so it helped these people make profits, but didn't help people buy affordable housing. How can we trust the government not to make the same mistake again?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I didn't get a chance. I know, a very short one. I didn't get a chance to cover part of my speech, which was focused on really the public land the federal government is making available. But I'll highlight a very short one. In fact, Budget 2024 proposes $5 million over 3 years, starting in 2024, to support and overhaul the Canada Land Company to expand its activities to build more homes on public lands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, for recognizing me as a member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre. It's a great pleasure for me to speak on this budget fairness for every generation. Now, Speaker, I've got 10 minutes, and I probably can speak for hours in terms of things that are in this budget document that supports members of my community here in Ottawa Centre. You know, when I look at things like a national food program that has been announced that is going to help hundreds of children, thousands of children, in fact, in my riding, is a significant thing. The expansion of the $10 a day childcare is another thing that I continue to hear from parents, how that reduction in fees is helping them, and now that we're investing more money to create more spaces, that's going to help more families and more children. Not to mention the Canada Dental Care Plan that is going to help so many of the seniors in my community here in Ottawa Centre, and the farmer care that we have announced that will allow for women to be able to access contraceptions for free, and insulin for those who may have diabetes. I can go on and just give individual speeches and how the benefits of them to my community just on that issue. However, I'm going to choose my time, the remaining time, to talk about the housing plan that has been outlined in this budget, which is extremely important to my community. And in that, in fact, I'm going to even zone in further on the initiatives that are announced to develop public lands to build more housing, both for people to own, and people to rent. Now, Speaker, as you know, that my community of Ottawa Centre is primarily made up of the downtown community, just outside this beautiful building that's House of Commons. And our downtown, like many perhaps downtowns across the country, have gone through a really challenging time as a result of the pandemic. In fact, when it comes to Ottawa's downtown, it was really sort of built upon a model of Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 sort of businesses because of the federal government. But as we know, when the pandemic hit, all of us had to work from home in order to ensure that we keep all of us safe, to be able to manage the spread of COVID-19 and protect not only ourselves but our respective families. That has caused a lot of challenges for downtown Ottawa, in particularly for our small businesses who relied on the workers who came in the downtown core. As we are coming out of the pandemic, we know that hybrid work is here to stay. We've seen that trend already coming before the pandemic, and of course during the pandemic, working from home became obviously a norm because we all had to do our work and stay safe. And now a lot of workers are choosing to have a hybrid format as to how they serve. So in my community, as a result, we've been having many conversations as to the kind of things that we need to do to revitalize our downtown. For that, I, in fact, as a member of parliament, initiated a downtown Ottawa revitalization task force that was started in 2022, where we brought in partners from our Indigenous communities, from small businesses, from large landlords, for-profit housing developers, not-for-profit housing developers, all from the tourism stakeholders as well, all from the perspective of coming together to share not only the challenges, but most importantly, the solutions that we can champion that will allow for people to work, to live, and visit our downtown. I really strongly feel, Speaker, that Ottawa is at a unique place, given it is our nation's capital of a G7 country, and we need to make sure that if our downtown and Ottawa thrives, not only our entire city of Ottawa is going to do well, but it's reflective of our country on the international stage as well. The members of the committee, and there are too many to name, but I want to thank every single one of them for their incredible work. They were all volunteers who had full-time day jobs, but for the love of their community, they spent the time consulting both online and in person, and the result was work of about a year and a half, and most recently, towards the end of last year in 2023, we issued a report outlining a vision to revitalize downtown Ottawa. It's worth looking at it. It's on my website, yasirnaqvimp.ca, if anybody is interested in. But what it does, it presents many, many ideas as to how we can help revitalize downtown Ottawa. And one of the key areas in that is using public lands. We've got a lot of federal buildings in the downtown core. Some have been already deemed as surplus buildings, which means that federal government has decided that they don't have a need for them, so they will be put in the market to be sold. Some of them are in a place where they can be converted from a commercial building to residential. We've already seen those projects happening in downtown Ottawa. In fact, I must say Calgary is a shining example of that. I had the chance to visit Calgary about a year or so ago to see the kind of conversion projects that are taking place, and we're trying to copy that model right here in Ottawa as well. And so as the local member of parliament, I've been advocating with the federal government on a few things as to how do we make these public lands more available and accessible? How can we make sure that the properties that have been deemed surplus can be disposed of in a relatively shorter period of time so that we can find ways to be creative, so that we can, if it's possible, convert those buildings from residential to commercial, from commercial to residential for people to live. And I'm really happy to see that the advocacy that my community and I have been doing is reflected in this budget. This budget devotes significant amount of time talking about how we can make better use of public lands and buildings, whether it's to sell them or to lease them, so that way we can use them in a far more faster pace, which is an incredible opportunity. The budget actually speaks of conversion of unused office spaces as well, and has given the responsibility both to PSPC and Canada Lands Company, which is a federal crown corporation, to find ways to expedite that process. Not to mention, you've got various programs that have been announced, such as the apartment construction loan program in this budget, that will allow for these projects to take place at a faster pace. I'm also thrilled to see the creation of an acquisition fund. That was also a very specific recommendation in the Downtown Ottawa Revitalization Task Force report, that will allow for not-for-profits like Ottawa Community Housing or CCOC in my city to be able to buy smaller buildings that allow for affordable rents, to protect them, to protect those affordable rents and make sure that people who are living in them continue to live in their homes. All these measures, and there are many more, and I see you giving me signs about my time is wrapping up, and I appreciate that, Speaker. All these measures added on creates a tremendous opportunity for communities like mine right here in a practical way to really sort of take the next step post-pandemic as we rebuild our communities. It is an opportunity to be able to use, access surplus federal buildings like the ones that we have in Ottawa Centre to create more homes, to bring more businesses in our community. We also have federal lands in my community, such as Tunney's Pasture and LeBreton Flats, creates opportunities to be able to use them as well to build more affordable housing, not just to rent, but also to own as well. So, Speaker, as you can hopefully hear my voice, I'm really excited what's in this budget, because it really is addressing a real need that has been identified by my community here in Ottawa Centre as something that is going to help us build a better community. For that reason, Speaker, I am supporting this budget, and I urge all members of this House to do the same. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Calgary.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
And I thank my colleague for the speech. He represents a downtown riding. I represent a downtown riding in another part of this country. But when I'm in Ottawa, I stay in his riding where my apartment is. And I will tell him, through you, Mr. Chair, that his riding, in the 4 years I've been here, has become more and more and more of a disaster. It is practically a dead zone when you walk down Bank Street now, and more people are lining up in the streets, living in the streets as a result of the policies of his government. This city is going worse and worse and worse under his government's watch. Drugs, destitution, homelessness. The other day I was walking down Bank Street, and there was another building and a whole bunch of low-income people that were cast out on the street. So his policies and his government's policies have clearly made this city worse than when they started. How does he reconcile that with the words he just put on the floor of this House of Commons?
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, Speaker, I thank the member, and I will never cast negative aspersions on his community, and I thank him for spending time in my community and supporting local businesses in my community. He mentioned last 4 years that he's been here. Almost 3 of those years were during a pandemic, and that indeed had a huge impact on our community, like across the country. It has created a lot of hardship on people. Yes, I have seen increase in homelessness. That is why, Speaker, I, as the local member of parliament, is working so hard with many community partners who are excited about the measures in this budget, because it is going to address very specific needs. I would have hoped that not only he would support this budget, but he and his members of his party would have supported all the anti-poverty measures that we have brought over the last several years. That has helped many members in our community. But I can tell you, the measures outlined in this budget is going to help make my community, and I'm sure his community, a better place to live for many people.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are some very interesting things in my colleague's speech. He's talking about converting government buildings and commercial buildings into housing. I think that's a great idea. But my question is broader than that and more existential. We have a constitution that we have to work within. At least we work within it. And I'm talking about areas of jurisdiction, unfortunately. So to put things back in order, because things tend to be a bit exaggerated, it's a bit shameful the way the federal government asserts jurisdiction over things. Is there any way to open up the Constitution again and put things back in order? What belongs to who, for example? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague.
I have the honor of serving in a provincial legislature as well. I was for 11 years a member of provincial parliament for the same community of Ottawa Centre, who've been kind enough to elect me as their member of parliament. And I've had, as a former cabinet minister, had my share of battles and debates with the Harper government, which starved many of the provinces like mine in Ontario by cutting all kinds of funding and downloading those services. And I had held that view before, and I hold it today, which is that our federation works really well when all three orders of government work together. And that is the opportunity. And the opportunity, Speaker, is not to make cuts and download all the important services like the Harper Conservative did, which I understand the current Conservative Party wants to copy by cutting services and downloading those important services to the provincial government, but making sure that we are investing in Canadians and working with our provinces and territories. And that's precisely what we're doing when it comes to housing, when it comes to healthcare. I mean, healthcare alone, we can tell the amount of work we're doing by working with our provincial and territorial counterparts, including from Quebec, in ensuring that they have the resources necessary to provide important healthcare services that will make the lives of Canadians far, far better than ever before.
Okay, here's my nightly reminder to keep our questions and answers as short as possible so everyone can get to participate in the debate this evening. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill, Public Safety. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing-Pembroke, on Finance. And l'honneur de député de Victoria.
And the Honourable Member for Victoria on Climate Change.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague and friend, the member from Simcoe North, who we actually meet out in the middle of Lake Simcoe in rural Ontario. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to the 2024 budget on behalf of the hardworking residents of Bradford, West Gwillimbury, the Soup and Salad Bowl of Canada, East Gwillimbury, Georgina, and the Chippewas of Georgina Island. After 9 years of this Liberal government, Canadians are worse off than ever before. Sadly, this failure of a budget will only make things even worse. The Prime Minister and Finance Minister have refused to listen to common sense and presided over a shrinking middle class and record low levels of national productivity. Prior to releasing this budget, the Finance Minister promised it would be a plan to unlock pathways to the middle class for the next generation. Wow. Can you believe that, Mr. Speaker? The Liberal government used to brag about their ambition to grow the middle class. The Liberal Party's 2015 platform was entitled Growth for the Middle Class. The 2019 platform emphasized Forward, a real plan for the middle class. Now, here we are in 2024, and instead of looking to grow the middle class, the Liberals are admitting that because of them, the middle class lifestyle, which used to be reasonable and attainable expectation for living life in this country, is now something that few Canadians will ever enjoy. It seems that in 9 years, the promise of Canada is gone. This is the day-to-day reality facing Canadians. 2/3 of young Canadians have resigned themselves to being worse off than their parents. Could you imagine? With this budget, instead of restoring that promise for our citizens, the Liberals are sending a clear message to millennials and Zoomers and everyone else left behind. Tough luck. Guess you should have been born sooner or in better circumstances. But Canadians, both young and old, are well aware that it is the punishing taxes and high spending agenda of this Liberal government is to blame. The policies that have locked Canadians out for so many of those pathways people used to join the middle class. The cost of living is out of control. It has left half of Canadians living paycheck to paycheck. After paying for their everyday expenses, Canadians just don't have any money left over to save. And others are resorting to charities and food banks just to get by. It didn't need to be this way. Common sense Conservatives have been calling on the Liberal government to restore the promise of Canada and bring home lower costs by axing the tax, building the homes, and fixing the budget. Unfortunately, the Liberals didn't axe the tax. In fact, the Prime Minister increased it by 23% on the first of the month, making it so families, rural residents, farmers, small businesses suffer even more. For months, I have been calling on this government to address the unfairness that has excluded rural communities like York Simcoe from the rural top-up. The Liberals insist on classifying them as Toronto, making them pay more in carbon taxes than other Canadians. After ignoring this problem for years, Budget 2024 finally says that the government will look to better define rural areas, but only commits to put forward a proposal to do so later in the year. Talk about a day late and a dollar short. This is just further proof why we have to axe the tax for everyone, everywhere. The Liberals also haven't built the homes. 9 years of this government, a government that promised to lower the price of housing. Now rents, mortgages in Canada have doubled, and the middle-class Canadians are forced to live in tent encampments in nearly every city across Canada. Even in small towns like mine are seeing the impacts, as all forms of shelter have become unavailable and unaffordable. Budget 2024 won't make things any better. It will certainly give more opportunities to Liberal ministers to pose for photo ops, but it won't help Canadians who can't buy a home or can't afford to renew their mortgage. And so, with $40 billion in new spending, Budget 2024, it's obvious that this Liberal government has failed to fix the budget, because this Prime Minister has failed to put a stop to the inflationary deficits and failed to rein in spending. And he will continue to make life worse for Canadians. The Liberals are now spending more on interest, more on debt than health care, more money for bankers than nurses. And it's no wonder there is still no hospital in York Simcoe. To protect our social programs and lower costs, Conservatives have called on the government to cap the spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation. That would require the government to find $1 in savings for every new dollar in spending. Instead, the Liberals are misleading Canadians and pretending that the rich would pay for this Prime Minister's spending. But we all know that it is the everyday Canadians, the extraordinary Canadians, not the Liberal bigwigs and Bay Street billionaires who have been paying the price. The government even admitted in their response to paper order question 2407 this week that they don't even know how many wealthy Canadians have fled the country and are no longer paying taxes. When Canadians look around them at what this country has become, they see this abysmal failures of the Liberals to address the problems that this government created. It's more clear now than ever that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was recently sent a letter from a constituent of mine, Laura, and I will read it in the record so the government can finally understand the pain they are inflicting on Canadians. She writes, "Our family lives in Pefferlaw in a small bungalow. We are a single family income, myself a stay-at-home mom of 2, and my husband who works 60 hours a week just so we can survive financially. Today we received our gas bill, and over the months the carbon tax has steadily increased up and up, and now has officially become more than our actual usage. We, like so many others, are struggling. After the bills are paid and groceries are purchased, and Scott, my grocery shop yesterday was $167 for just 4 bags of groceries. We have nothing left over. I don't pretend to know the intricacies of big government, but I am also no fool. I really feel like we and everyone else are being cheated by the Liberals, who rob from the poor to feed the rich because they lack the ability to budget taxpayers' money. We don't go on vacations. We don't eat out or take the kids to the movies. We live like this, apparently, because the Liberals need our money more than we do. These Liberals can choose to keep ignoring the common sense proposals put forward by Conservatives. But it is shameful they are continuing to ignore the plight of everyday Canadians like Laura. Every Canadian knows what a budget is and what it's supposed to do. By definition, it's a means to determine your financial goals. With Budget 2024, it is evident the Liberals have no financial goals, no vision, no plan to bring back balanced budgets to our countries and affordability to the people. Their only objective is to spend as much Canadians' money as they can before they are sent packing. The needs of ordinary Canadians be damned. Canada is broken, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are broke, and I'll be voting alongside my common sense Conservative colleagues against this budget.
Now, I'm going to work my way backwards because I know the NDP haven't got a couple questions. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate that, and I appreciate the honourable member's speech. I was really quite was happy to hear that he talked about the fact that this government isn't actually making the ultra-rich pay their fair share. That's fascinating, and I do agree that in terms of what we're seeing from this budget, it certainly doesn't go far enough. That increase of the inclusion rate for capital gains simply isn't enough. New Democrats have been calling for an increase in terms of the excess profit tax, the corporate book tax. Other taxes. So I was wondering if he would be willing to work with New Democrats to ensure that this government, within this budget, maybe he could put forward an amendment that would actually increase the corporate tax rate like we are seeing in the States so that we're competitive as opposed to being the lowest in the OECD.
Member for York Simcoe.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, to bring this back to York Simcoe, it is the farmers, it is the working class, the middle class people that are paying for these deficits. You know, let's look at this. $50 billion in new spending, that is more than we bring in GST alone. You know, I alluded to talking about York Simcoe doesn't have a hospital. We still don't have a hospital. To my NDP colleagues, we are spending more on the debt than we are on health care. Like, it's unbelievable, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire à l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague for York Simcoe is in a party that has been saying for weeks that this government is mismanaging public money and everything's wrong-headed. But yesterday, his leader said in an interview that federal public money was being used to pay for housing in Trois-Rivières and Victoriaville, where they want to win seats, and they penalized Montreal, where they don't think they have any hope of winning any seats. Does he think that's okay for the Conservative leader to be playing politics with federal funding instead of using, and that does it, or is it okay to use political money for partisan purposes?
Talk about the Housing Accelerator Fund, and interestingly enough, I'm a York Region / Simcoe County MP, and the northern 6 municipalities in my riding applied for the Housing Accelerator Fund, Mr. Speaker, and guess what? Got no money. So apparently in York Simcoe, we are too Toronto for the rural top-up and actually not Toronto enough for any housing funds.
Just want to tell the Sergeant at Arms, maybe there's people taking pictures at the door there, so maybe we can stop that. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from my colleague across the way. The Leader of the Opposition was in Hamilton several weeks ago as part of his Make Canada Great Again tour, and he talked about dismantling the National Housing Strategy, a strategy, Mr. Speaker, that has built units in the members' riding. In fact, I know that there were 18 transitional units that were constructed in his riding. Passage House in East Gwillimbury provides shelter services for those people who are in encampments. There was also a youth shelter that was constructed in Sutton, provided services by Blue Door. And so I wonder why the Leader of the Opposition is so intent on cutting supports for not-for-profits, as well as cutting supports for those most vulnerable Canadians who need the services and the facilities in the members' riding. So can I ask him why?
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. You know, I'm trying to make this government understand that, you know, let's take York Simcoe, for example, which we're talking about tonight, and I want to again talk about the rural top-up of the carbon tax, because this government loves to divide Canadians, and you're dividing Canadians based on geography now is what you're doing. You know, I want to top the CN Tower with binoculars, and I still couldn't see my riding of York Simcoe with binoculars, but yet this government chooses to classify us as Toronto, the soup and salad bowl of Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's actually unbelievable.
Before proceeding, I just want to apologize to the House because I did miss that the Honourable Member for Mirabel was not wearing a tie. And we all know that we should be wearing ties in the House when we're speaking. So just an apology to Honourable Members for missing that. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this space. On behalf of the people of Simcoe North and those watching at home, hello, Alice. But before I start with my comments today on the budget, I just want to take a moment with the Chair's indulgence to tribute a former staff in my office who recently passed away a couple weeks ago. Diane Bell was a staff member of mine since I got elected. She was a fabulous woman and one of the first person I talked to out of my circle of friends when I decided to run for office. She was a wonderful human who cared a lot about kids and her small communities. In fact, the mayor of Ramera said, on the school board when there was a busing issue, she was always there for kids. She was a strong advocate for the small schools in Ramera, that they don't get closed and stay open. So to her husband, Rob, and her son, John, we're going to miss Diane very much, and we look forward to celebrating her life on the weekend with all of her friends and family. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Speaker, on to the budget. This is a shell game of accounting. I'll get back to that later. But I once worked with one of the most smartest people that I worked with. His name was Fabrice. And he said, you can't make the house bigger by thinning the walls. And that's exactly what this government is trying to do. It has no vision, no plan. They're at the end of all of their ideas. And to grow the economy or to make the house bigger, they're resorting to thinning the walls. And I looked through the budget very carefully. Everyone says we're in a productivity crisis. The government acknowledges it. I went through the budget. There's no GDP per capita chart. Wow. We're in a productivity crisis, and the government does not care to tell Canadians how we're doing in GDP per capita. One of my mentors, Hugh Moncrief, said, "What gets measured gets done." And obviously, the government does not care about making Canadians wealthier every year. Now, I don't expect anyone to just take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to some experts. Don Drummond, former senior civil servant, very smart man. He said, "I would grade this budget as a D, but that's very close to F. I actually thought, given the lead-up, we were going to be more tax gimmicks, and maybe we dodged that a bit, but I'll leave it on a D." Bill Morneau says, "This was clearly something that while I was there, we resisted," and he's referring to the capital gains changes. "We resisted it for specific reasons. We were concerned about the growth of the country." Robert Asselin, another very smart individual who's written a lot about fiscal policy and government spending, he says, "I'm worried the government is overspending again in a pre-election setup with higher interest rates, debt servicing costs being very high already and rising fast." Andrew Coyne in the Globe and Mail, "Indeed, there is not a single measure in the budget aimed at boosting investment generally. Having spread itself so thin, budget after budget, on less urgent matters, the government finds itself without the capacity to act on the one or two things that really demand its attention, assuming it even had any intention of doing so in the first place." Sahir Khan says, "This government is high on aspiration and low on perspiration." I couldn't agree more. Now let's talk about a few of the measures in the budget. On housing, the government wants to increase demand measures by helping those individuals take more money out of their RSP. They're also helping wealthy developers. I'm surprised to learn my NDP colleagues will be supporting the budget because the only people who can max out their RSP are very wealthy individuals, and they're going to end up voting for a budget that supports the most wealthy in the country and wealthy developers, except the government vastly under-delivered on its disability benefit. But let's talk a little bit about the accounting tricks, shall we? The Bank of Canada has been losing money, lots of money, billions and billions of dollars a year. Last year, they told us it was a few $1 billion. This year, we don't actually know. The government is trying to hide that from Canadians because they're not actually disclosing it in the budget. They actually bury it in another line with the Canada Mortgage Bond Program that they've consolidated together. The truth is, because interest rates haven't come down, because government spending's gone up, Bank of Canada losses are higher this year than the government thought they would be last year. And let's spend a minute on the capital gains trick, accounting facade. The government expects it'll get $7 billion in new revenues because of those who transact between now and January 25th. Very convenient. They set a date in the future to make the capital gains tax, they force a bunch of people to transact, and they get a bunch of revenue, which goes to the bottom line. If the government did not get that revenue, Mr. Speaker, they would be offside their debt to GDP ratio, and they would be missing their other fiscal anchor, which was the commitment to keep the budget deficit below $40 billion. There's a big risk to the fiscal framework just sitting there in that budget if people decide not to transact, if for some reason they might think a future government changes its mind, or if they've made the wrong assumptions on how many people will transact. Well, let's talk about extra money for the Canada Revenue Agency. $336 million over 2 years, and another $180 million to write checks to small businesses for the carbon credit rebate.
Wow.
Now, I have a lot of faith and confidence in the people at CRA. They work hard. But there's something wrong over there, or there's wrong in the system of government. Let's take the Bear Trust fiasco. On the very last day, they reversed their decision. After all these taxpayers hire accountants, and they do the paperwork, they spend thousands of dollars. Mr. Speaker, the people at CRA are doing a great job. But the agency, the CRA itself, doesn't need more money. It needs to be visited by a proctologist. We need to figure out why we continually have implementation problems. And this government's idea is, oh, no, let's give them more to do. People aren't waiting on hold long enough. Let's give them some more programs to deliver. Let's give them some more things to do. The government has a massive capacity problem. It doesn't need to find more things to try to do. It actually needs to do the things it's supposed to do better. We need to make government simpler, not bigger, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague before me talked about the rural top-up. It appears that some individuals in Simcoe North are not getting the rural top-up. We're investigating this, but it makes absolutely no sense. And while we're on the what makes no sense, there is not a single country in the world over this inflationary period that have raised taxes on energy. Not a single country except Canada. For some reason, the government wants to make energy more expensive when people are having a problem paying their bills.
That's crazy.
It absolutely boggles the mind. It leaves one bewildered. Now, on the capital gains tax quickly, the government wants you to believe that there's a pool of people, the 1%ers, and they're the same 1%, and they're the worst people ever. Except guess what? That 1% changes every year because people end up in the 1% or the top 10% for various reasons. They might sell a business, something might happen, they might come into some extra money. They're not the same ugly people, or the top 25% aren't the same nasty, money-hungry, greedy people. They change from year to year. And we need to be careful about how far we try to squeeze people before they start leaving this country. And I look forward to the questions from my colleagues, and I look forward to questions from the NDP who might be able to enlighten us how they can vote for a budget that's going to help wealthy individuals save more money for their RSP for a home, but not for the disabilities benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of the most significant expenditures on a line-to-line is, in fact, the Canada Disability Benefit. It's a substantial $1 billion is a considerable amount of money, believe it or not, across the way. At the end of the day, I'm finding it a little bit confusing to understand what the Conservative Party's policy is on the Canada Disability Fund. That shouldn't surprise anyone because we don't know what their policy is really in terms of the pharmacare plan or the dental plan. We assume based on their voting patterns that they are actually against those initiatives. My question to the member is, does the member support the allocations through the budget towards the programs like the dental program, the pharmacare program, and of course the disability program?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The disabilities programs, I can't believe the government's pointing to this as something that they're applauding. They actually overpromised and underdelivered. If you want to talk about line items in the budget, let's talk about debt service costs. Debt service costs are now the exact same amount that the GST is to require. I got a bunch of friends I like to go see on Fridays at Frank's Compound, Waxy and Frank. Those guys go for lunch once a week. Now, every time they get a bill that has GST on it, they're just paying interest on the debt. So there might be some good things in the budget, Madam Chair, but you don't buy a house because you like the curtains.
Right.
We'll be right back. We'll go to the boys' room and questions and comments.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member from Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 83 of the budget. It says that the government explores new measures to broaden access to different options for mortgages, including Muslim mortgages. Now, we know how close the Conservatives are to sometimes praying for their measures, but my honourable member knows the banking system. Is the Conservative Party for or against modifications to our banking statutes and mortgage rules in order to accommodate certain religious minorities, possibly adding certain things that are found in Sharia into our banking laws?
North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was surprised to see this in the budget as well, but I must admit I'm not actually an expert in how those kinds of mortgages work. I think, of course, all Canadians would like to believe that Canadians should have access to financial products. I'm interested to see how the government's going to consult on this. I actually don't know what is being proposed. I think we should learn a bit more. But I would say to my wonderful colleague, the government is creating dual classes of mortgage borrowers with respect to insureds and uninsureds on mortgage renewals. The government is allowing insured mortgage holders to shop around on a renewal, but not allowing uninsured mortgage holders to shop for a better rate on renewal without doing the stress test. And that, Madam Speaker, is unfair.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Thornton Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. You know, his financial acumen is renowned within our party. And so I guess what I would say to him is, what does he think is missing from this budget that he would have liked to have seen?
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Madam Chair, a year and a half ago, the government tabled a fall economic statement that showed a balanced budget in 5 years. Now that deficit is $20 billion. Since everyone started telling this government to slow down its spending, the government has added $103 billion of new spending. That's net. The gross number is 156. What I would have liked to see in this budget is some kind of plan.
Here.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I reflect on the budget, what I see is a government that's committed to the issue of fairness. Fairness for every generation, Madam Speaker. What I see is a consistency that has clearly demonstrated since 2015 that as a government we have a responsibility to be there in a very real and tangible way in many different ways to support Canadians. We saw that in the first budget that we presented back in 2015-16, Madam Speaker, shortly after the 2015 fall election, where we made it very clear that fair taxation was important. That's the reason why back then we put a special tax on the Canada's 1% wealthiest, in which the Conservative Party voted against, Madam Speaker. But we also reduced the tax on the Canada's middle class, in which the Conservative Party also voted against, Madam Speaker. But we haven't been discouraged in regards to moving forward, supporting Canadians in many different ways. I can talk about the supports for seniors, the poorest of the seniors, in terms of the GIS, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, which it was greatly enhanced back in 2016 because of a budget measure, Madam Speaker. We can go through the years that followed, where we can have consistently seen a government take actions to support Canadians in a very real and tangible way. That is the consistency that we have demonstrated. This particular budget is a reflection of what Canadians are telling individual Liberal members of our Parliament from coast to coast to coast. We're not saying that everything is perfect. We recognize that there is a need, Madam Speaker, that Canadians have very real needs, and this budget, much like the fall economic statement, is there to support Canadians. But one of the other things that have been consistent is the Conservative Party of Canada's approach, where they're not there to serve the needs of Canadians. They're more interested in filibustering, being a destructive force. We had just one member just moments ago talk about rural Canada and the carbon rebate and how he wanted to see a certain area getting a larger percentage of the carbon rebate. Well, imagine, Madam Speaker, the irony of that. The fall economic statement provides a doubling up of the rural carbon rebate, Madam Speaker. And why has that not been implemented? Because of the Conservative Party. They're preventing the legislation to pass that would enable more money going into the pockets of rural Canadians, Madam Speaker. Yet they will criticize the government for not providing supports. Madam Speaker, that's only one example of many that I could actually share with the House. Unlike the Conservative Party, when we talk about a sense of fairness, we mean it, Madam Speaker. One only needs to take a look in terms of what happened during the pandemic. As a great example, we created programs that saw literally millions of dollars put into the pockets and purses of Canadians so that they would be able to have a disposable income, so that they could buy the groceries that were necessary, that they could pay for the mortgages and so forth, Madam Speaker. We were there to support small businesses by providing things such as wage loss subsidies, which also helped Canadians, Madam Speaker, from coast to coast to coast. We can talk about how it is that we were there for our seniors with one-time payments, people with disabilities, one-time payments. Talk about infrastructure and what we have built over the last number of years. You want to talk about infrastructure. You know, the Conservative Party, if I was going to give them a Homer Simpson Award to the leader of the Conservative Party, it would probably be, at least in part, on their position with the Canada Infrastructure Bank. We invest billions of dollars, and as a direct result of that investment, it levered virtually $2 billion for every billion that we invested, and we have infrastructure projects across the country. And what does the Conservative Party say about that, Madam Speaker? They want to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Program. Like, duh, what kind of a stupid idea is that, Madam Speaker? Do they not realize the positive impact that this is having on Canadians every day? And that's just one program in which they have no idea in terms of what it is that they're talking about, Madam Speaker. Today, one of the needs that we are facing is the issue of housing. You know, during the 90s, there was not one political party inside this chamber. No Conservatives, New Democrats, Liberals. I don't know about the Greens because they weren't in the House at the time, Madam Speaker. Not one that was advocating that a national government actually play a role in non-profit housing. Not one political party. Fast forward it to 2016. Under the current Prime Minister's leadership, what we have seen is a government that's taken an active interest in housing. When the leader of the Conservative Party was actually responsible for housing, we know what he did. Think about it. He is in the position to be able to develop a housing, whether it's a strategy or build a house. You know, you barely need more than one hand. He built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He made it to 6. That was it, Madam Speaker. 6 houses is all it was his total contribution. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, it is literally a joke when they stand in their place and they try to be critical of this government. No government in the last 50 years has done more proactively to deal with housing than this government has.
Take a look at the programs, whether it's support for housing co-ops, supporting even organizations like for Habitat for Humanity, working with different levels of government to ensure that there's the dream of owning a home is possible. No government has demonstrated more leadership on the housing file than this government, and an absolute opposite of what the current leader of the Conservative Party did when he was the minister responsible for housing. We understand the importance of the issue, Madam Speaker, and that's why we are seeing literally hundreds of millions of dollars spent in every region of this country, because we understand that the best way to actually build more homes is actually to invest in it, unlike the Conservative Party. Look at the contrast. You know, today, after the leader of the Conservative Party spoke, I asked him a question. I asked him, how many homes, or do you have any regrets, or whatever it was in regards to he only built 6 houses. What did he do, Madam Speaker? He stood up and he attempted to mislead Canadians. He started, well, I built 90,000 homes. Garbage. Absolute garbage. But it's consistent with what we see coming from the Conservative Party. Because it doesn't matter. They'll say things in here, they'll use social media to mislead Canadians. And when he was called up on it, Madam Speaker, I can't tell you whether or not he stayed in the House, but I'll tell you, he sure vacated his seat. He might have still been in the chamber, quite possibly, but he didn't like being called out on the truth. The truth is, Madam Speaker, as a government, we recognize that there's a role for the national government, and the leader of the opposition does not. There's the contrast. I believe that if the more Canadians get to understand who the leader of the Conservative Party is, that they will turn their backs. Because they'll see a national government that's prepared to work with municipalities, prepared to work with provincial governments, prepared to work with nonprofits and social enterprises, anyone that's got ideas that's going to help and assist in bringing more houses, Madam Speaker. Because that's what it's going to take, is not just the federal government. It's going to take a lot more cooperation, and the federal government is prepared to provide the leadership. And that's what we see inside this budget, Madam Speaker. You know, one member was standing up talking about, well, you know, this government doesn't have anything in regards to innovation. We're not trying to encourage companies coming up. And then I pointed out, well, you know what? We do have the investment tax credit, the accelerated investment tax credit, and the member just didn't realize that, I guess, Madam Speaker, didn't hear what it is the Minister of Finance was saying, because he was being critical because we didn't apparently have anything like that. You see, here's, again, contrast. As a national government, we recognize that there's a role for the national government to play in encouraging innovation, encouraging investment. And we're not alone. Even progressive conservative Doug Ford in Ontario recognizes that, and that's why we landed, for example, the Volkswagen electric batteries, Madam Speaker. Imagine, if you will, a plant that covers the size of 200 football fields. It is likely going to be one of the, if not the largest manufacturing plant in North America, providing thousands of jobs. And it's not just from Ontario. This is the type of thing in which we believe, when you think of the future jobs, green jobs, that there is going to be a lot more coming. And it's because we have a national government that has taken an interest in developing an economy that's going to be there to continue to build jobs into the future. And for those that are following the debate, let me give you a clear indication in terms of success. You know, it took Stephen Harper almost 9 years to generate just under 1 million jobs. Well, we're just over 8 years today, Madam Speaker, and we have actually generated over 2 million jobs, and that's while going through a pandemic, Madam Speaker. Because we understand that the Government of Canada has a role to play in terms of increasing opportunities into the future, and that is why you will find that there is no government in the history of Canada that has actually signed off on more trade agreements than this government. And we've done that, Madam Speaker, because Canada is a trading nation. Trade creates jobs. I was so pleased to be with the Minister of Agriculture in the Philippines, where we opened up a trade office for agriculture and agri-products, Madam Speaker. Why? Take a look in terms of future opportunities in the Asia-Pacific. I'm glad that it was located actually in Metro Manila in the Philippines, Madam Speaker. That's going to create more jobs into the future. It highlights industries that are very important to us, Madam Speaker. It's a government that cares about whether it's the larger cities, the smaller municipalities, our rural farms, all regions of the country. And that's why it is that you'll see that there's investments that cover, Madam Speaker, that are there to support Canadians in every way. Take a look in terms of what a progressive government can do in terms of making a difference. Think in terms of childcare, national childcare program, first ever. That enables more women to participate in the workforce, let alone improving the quality of life, Madam Speaker, for so many. Think in terms of now the Canada Pharmacare program, taking steps towards complementing our Canada Health Act and the healthcare services that Canadians have grown to love and cherish. Think of a national food program. You know, for many years as an MLA, I used to talk about individuals, kids going to school on an empty stomach. This is a national government that's addressing that issue, Madam Speaker. We're supporting children because we understand the needs for it. What kind of response do we get from the Conservative Party or the members opposite? Well, the federal government shouldn't play in roles like that. You maybe just hand over money, but don't care in terms of how that money is spent. That's not good enough, Madam Speaker. Canadian expectations are that the government will be there to support them, and I think you're about to tell me on my time.
Yes, the honourable member will have 6 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. Comme il est 17h30, la Chambre abordera maintenant les...
It being 5:30, the House will now move to the consideration of private members' business as listed on the order paper today.
Members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-380, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, plastic manufactured items, standing in the name of Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves that Bill C-380, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, plastic manufactured items, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Soggy, limp, wet, and utterly useless. No, Deputy Speaker, we're not talking about the Liberals. We're talking about paper straws. The only people that like to suck on these paper straws are Liberal and NDP MPs. New research shows that them to be harmful to your health because they are coated by truly toxic forever chemicals. The Liberal replacements are 4 times as expensive. And just in case the Liberals in the chamber haven't knocked any doors lately or talked to Canadians, which we know is true, Canadians are suffering in the worst inflationary crisis in my lifetime. 2 million Canadians are using the food bank. 1 in 4 Canadians are skipping meals because of the cost of living crisis caused by this Liberal government. The Liberal government is hell-bent on making everything more expensive. Banning plastic is bad for your health, bad for your pocketbook, and bad, actually, for the environment. Take a look around you. As you're watching this speech, maybe in the chamber, maybe at home on your laptop or cell phone, it's made with plastics. If you look around the room that you're sitting in watching this, many of the items that you see have plastic components. What the Liberals are trying to do is replace those components with more expensive material. And if you think you can't afford your bills now, wait until the Liberals fully enact their plastics ban. You start with 6 items, then 16, then 60, and then the cost of living quadruples again. But it's fantasy, this plastic straw ban. It's not based on reality. Reality is The science backs up my position. Later today, I will be attempting to table the documents that I'm referencing here that will help you understand the science of this ridiculous ban does not make sense. First up is the eco-friendly paper straws may be worse. According to this peer review article that was reported in 23, that many of the paper straws on the market have toxic forever chemicals like PFAS. These are associated with health problems like low birth weight, cancer, and low response to vaccine, and more. That's the first report that I will be tabling later on. Another one that members of this government should know very well because it's from the Department of Health, and it looks like the regulatory impact analysis statement. And the government's own regulation analysis shows an increase in costs, GHG emissions, and also tons of waste, which will result in this ban. So this is going to be increased emissions and increased costs for consumers. Their own report shows that. Third report that I'll be tabling labeled today is a comparative study on the life cycle assessment of bioplastic straws and paper straws. And this is a peer-reviewed article demonstrating that plastic straws have a lower environmental impact than paper straws. So paper straws are terrible. No one likes them. They suck. And now the science shows that they're actually bad for your health, bad for environment, and bad for your pocketbook. But we have a waste management issue, not a plastics issue. So we do have issues with the poster child of this is garbage in the ocean. And Deputy Speaker, we should never use our waterways as a dump. We should never transport waste through our waterways. But that's exactly what is causing the garbage in the ocean. There are 10 rivers in the world that cause 95% of the garbage that is found in oceans. 8 of those rivers are in Asia and 2 in Africa. Banning more and more plastics in Canada will not stop this problem. Banning plastic straws will hurt the most vulnerable, the disability community. This ban is cruel and heartless for people that rely on safe plastic straws. If you cared and listened to Canadians, you would hear from nurses, care aides, how people with physical and mental health challenges are suffering with your ban. I have a friend that just got shoulder surgery done, and he's in a sling and having difficulties drinking and carrying on. It would be nice to have one of those plastic straws that bend, that are able to take sips of water as casually as they can be. We're hearing this from many medical professionals about how this ban has affected their ability to care for seniors and people with disabilities. And it's cruel that this Liberal government is banning one of the tools they use to make sure that people are hydrated. It's not just straws that they're banning that makes things more expensive, it's also grocery bags. Grocery stores are making a killing selling reusable plastic bags. They come with massive margins that are supposedly good for the environment. But, Madam Speaker, I'm sure, and you look in your trunk of your car or at home, everyone has bags stuffed with other bags, stuffed with other bags on top. Because every time you go to the store and you forget to bring it or whatnot, you buy another reusable bag. And it is the margins on these bags that are very impressive for the grocery stores. And I know that my NDP colleagues always want to bring up Galen Weston, and I'm sure they receive a huge thank you card for supporting the Liberals. Maybe the Liberals themselves will get one of a big card thanking them into banning plastic bags, because now they get to resell a reusable bag over and over and over again, maximizing profits for grocery stores. Long-suffering Canadians pay the price for this ill-thought-out, illogical argument. Depending on the bag that you may need to reuse it, so if you buy one of the reusable ones, you may have to use it over 1,000 times before it equals the environmental footprint of a plastic bag. This is unrealistic and ultimately worse for the consumer and the environment. And on these reusable bags, you often see these organic cotton bags are popular with, the woke crowd, that actually those organic cotton bags are worse for the environment than the regular cotton bags. But because you have to use them for weekly for years to match the environment footprint. And the problem is with organic farming is that you don't get the harvest, the yield is not as much off the acre of land, and the inputs are different and cost more. So the organic material has a larger footprint that stores are selling than just regular cotton. But it's not that long ago we remember what it was like before we had this Prime Minister, and it won't be like this when he's gone. Before, we used to be able to receive complimentary bags with our groceries, and you could reuse it for multiple purposes. If you have a pet or another garbage can in the house, or you'd like to store anything, it was no cost to you. You had this device that to save your money to pay for other items. But the Liberals, in the charade of belief that this is for environmental reasons, they banned this, making you buy replacement bags that are usually plastic and have even larger environmental footprints than the original plastic bag. But there is technology that can help. Governments should be working with provinces and companies, such as the Calgary Co-op is a great example. So after they heard of the silly idea to ban plastic bags, they tasked the supplier to come up with a biodegradable bag. And they did. They found a bag that performed much like the old plastic bags. And in 10 years' time, in a landfill, they compost to nothing. It's a great idea. It's great for the environment. It's a great Saskatchewan or Canadian technology. And it's something that this government, after review, said no. And if you were to sell them, you had to sell them in bulk. You had to sell them with a distance away from the till, making it inconvenient for consumers and ultimately inconvenient for the country. This isn't about science. It's about government controlling our lives. If you really cared about Canadians and the planet, you would cancel next week's radical international plastics banning meeting. Madam Speaker, you might not be aware of it, but there's a delegation of people flying from all corners of the country or the world coming to Ottawa to discuss what plastic item they will ban next. Burning all that jet fuel, driving those emissions into the atmosphere. While they're here, I'm sure we'll be hosting galas and food and fine wine. I would propose that we take the millions that next week is going to be blown on nothing and a whole bunch of hot air, and take those millions and invest it in waste management in the countries that have those 10 rivers that are causing 95% of our garbage in our oceans. That would be a concrete, common sense, conservative solution. Spike the meetings, take the money, and invest in waste management in countries that need it. If we do that, we actually have an impact on our environment versus the virtue signaling these guys are so good at. But the idea is too practical for the Liberals, and you are not about solutions, you're about feelings and emotions and taglines. Of the plastics in the ocean, which is a problem, Madam Speaker, it's a problem that we need to address. But when we faced environmental problems in the past, we used technology, not government, it's a heavy hand to fix it. After doing some research on what is that plastic, where is it coming from? The majority of plastics are from commercial fishermen. They call it ghost gear. And when fishermen are done with the gear made out of plastic, be it nets or fishing lines, the practice that they take place is they throw it overboard. And these nets float with the ocean currents, collecting debris and making a bigger problem. So what I'm proposing, here's a common sense solution, is that we have a deposit that is placed on commercial equipment that usually gets tossed overboards. And instead of tossing it overboards, they'll take it back to the supplier, get the money back from the refund, and that net will never get into the ocean. That's a common sense solution that I would plead with some of the MPs here that might be at this elitist fancy gathering next week. Propose that idea. Steal the idea. It costs nothing for the consumers, it costs nothing for a taxpayer, but it's a concrete solution that we can go after the majority of plastic that we find in the oceans. Common sense conservatives will fix what this Liberal government has broken. Canada should be a superpower in recycling of plastics. If this government would just meet with First Ministers, they would learn the solutions to plastic recycling, not the heavy hand of government. Like many issues we face in Canada, the federal Liberals government ignores the provinces. To improve plastic recycling in our country, it starts with meeting with the premiers. It's real Canadians, such as the premiers, that this government needs to listen from. It's not cheap slogans and bans that will make a difference in our environment. And why he needs to meet with the ministers, it was proven in court that the federal government, the federal Liberals, broke the law. They went around the Constitution and meddled in the provincial business. And if they would just meet with the premiers, which he brags about and never have met with him since 2016, he may find out some of the great work that they're doing on recycling. And this recycling of plastic molecules, we can do it over and over again. And that can become the building blocks of the next consumer good, which would drive down the cost of goods. And that's a good thing in a cost of living crisis, is any consumer goods that we can lower is a good thing. And I encourage, once again, for this government to pick up on that idea. And if Canada should be that superpower of plastic recycling. If we had a competent government, we would be investing in technology, not bans. And the technology already exists. But if there is a federal government willing to partner with provinces and private entities to increase and scale up that recycling, we could be that powerhouse to reuse that molecule over and over and over again. This Prime Minister won't listen to the courts. They won't listen to Canadians. They won't listen to the experts that are in these studies. And there's another study I believe also tabling after my speech is the Calgary Co-op shopping ban that shows that it is scientific, that it is biodegradable, and it can work in within our system. But for this government to admit their errors, backtrack, be transparent, I wouldn't hold your breath on it. He won't listen to anybody, this Prime Minister, but soon enough, he will hear from voters.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to part of demonstrating leadership is to take actions, not just words. So if you go around the world and say that, look, we think you should be doing X, Y, and Z, would he not think that that one of the ways in which you demonstrate leadership is you actually take actions such as he's suggesting that we not take. He's suggesting that the member opposite, Madam Speaker, is saying that we should not be having any form of ban on plastics, that it's okay to have plastic grocery bags and so forth. I would think that a majority of Canadians might disagree with that principle. Does he believe that the banning of plastic grocery bags is a bad thing?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
It's bad for your health, your environment, and your pocketbook. There's studies that I will be tabling that the member has access to. It's the government studies that show that greenhouse gases increase with such a ban. The cost increase with such a ban. So if you want to take a leadership role, follow the science. The science shows that plastic isn't toxic. And what this Liberal government doing is virtue signaling at the worst level.
Here, here.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was quite an unusual presentation. The member spent about 10 minutes talking about paper straws. But what I understand from this is that the Conservative Party would like to get rid of this ban on plastics. And it's surprising to hear in a place like this. And he talked about his surprise at how much plastic there is in the ocean. It seems a bit ironic or inconsistent. Now, we do know full well that plastics are mainly made from oil products. Could that be what's behind this? The honourable member.
So the member talked about plastic straws and paper straws. The paper straws are shown to be worse for your health, worse for the environment, and it's this ideological hell-bent on anything associated with the petrochemical industry that you might find people opposed to bringing back the plastic straw. But I would propose to him that go knock on 100 doors. Ask Canadians what they think. They'll tell you. No one likes the paper straw. It sucks. Get back to the plastic straw that is functional, it works, it's better for the environment. And as for the ocean, he must have missed the first part of my speech when I talked about the majority of plastics is ghost gear, which is fishing gear, not plastics. And changing the straw in Canada will not make a lick of difference in the oceans because we actually have a waste management system.
The honourable for North Island, Powell River, a brief question.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it was a very interesting speech, to say the least, and would love to sit down and talk with him as a person who represents coastal communities about the amount of plastic that we see in our oceans. But my question is specifically, he mentioned the fact, he compared a friend of his who had a short-term injury to a person living with a disability. So I guess what I'm trying to get clear about is, of course, my mother had a stroke about close to 7 years ago. She's physically disabled on one side of her body. She doesn't have use of the right side of her body. She uses a straw to drink because of that limitation. She uses metal straws. Now, there are particular people who have disabilities that may need to use a plastic straw. I'm just wondering if he can be very specific about who they are, because it felt like he was saying that all people with living with disabilities have the same need, and I don't think that that's the case.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
So I'd ask that member to go look at the plastics and unfortunately garbage that is on our coasts and do a little investigating on where it's coming from. We know that 95% of the garbage comes from 10 rivers, 8 of which are found in Asia, 2 of which are in Africa. There is not a plastic issue from Canadian consumers. It's from developing worlds that doesn't have a waste management program. As for the people with disabilities, they have made a loophole that if you go into a store to ask for a plastic straw, and if you ask real nicely and wink twice, they'll look underneath their counter and there might be a box of plastic straws.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on Bill C-380, introduced by the member from Saskatoon University, who we just heard from, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, plastic manufactured items. Madam Speaker, if passed, Bill C-380 would remove plastic manufactured items from the list of toxic substances in Schedule 1 of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, or CEPA, as it's more commonly known. We unequivocally oppose this bill. It would eliminate the legislative basis underpinning the regulatory action the government has taken and is taking under CEPA to prevent plastic pollution. Madam Speaker, the vast majority of the Canadians are concerned about plastic pollution, and they expect our government to act. In 2021, a survey found that over 90% of the Canadian experts concerned about the impact that plastic pollution has on oceans and wildlife. In late 2023, a survey from Angus Reid Institute revealed that most Canadians felt that a single-use plastic ban is an effective means to reduce plastic waste. We know that plastic pollution is everywhere in the environment, posing a threat of harm to wildlife and damaging their habitats. Scientific findings support this conclusion. The government's 2020 science assessment provides a summary of peer-reviewed studies related to the effect of plastic pollution on organisms and their habitat. It confirms that plastic pollution is everywhere in the environment, including on our shorelines, in surface water, sediments, soil, groundwater, indoor and outdoor air, drinking water, and, Madam Speaker, in our food. Statistic Canada's fiscal flow account for plastic material estimates that of the 4.9 million tons of discarded plastic in Canada in 2020, only a little over 7% of that was recycled into pellet and flakes for use in production of new products, while over 40,000 tons ended up in the environment as pollution. This is why government is taking regulatory action as part of Canada's comprehensive zero plastic waste agenda to eliminate certain harmful and problematic plastic products before they enter the marketplace. The Government of Canada's zero plastic waste agenda has included a wide range of measures aimed at reducing plastic pollution, enhancing value retention processes including reuse and recycling system, minimizing single-use plastic, and fostering a circular economy approach to plastic management. With a focus on collaboration between government, industry, and stakeholders, we are making meaningful and substantive progress. Implementing measures to prevent plastic pollution from single-use plastic is a common sense approach. This preventive approach is reflected in the government's single-use plastic prohibition regulation. From now on, I call it regulation. These regulations, published in June of 2022, phased out certain single-use plastic that are commonly found in the environment as pollution, pose a threat to wildlife and their habitats, and are very difficult to recycle, and have readily available alternatives. Over the next decade, it is estimated that these regulations will eliminate over 1.3 million tons of hard-to-recycle plastic waste and more than 22,000 tons of plastic pollution, which equivalent to over 1 million garbage bags full of litter. These regulations have spurred businesses across Canada to reveal their efforts and successfully transition to sustainable alternatives, including the adoption of reusable items. Provinces and territories are also providing important leadership in improving the management of plastic waste and diverting plastic waste from landfill. Across Canada, many municipalities, including major cities such as Montreal, St. John, Edmonton, and Victoria, have either banned single-use plastic checkout bags outright or are charging a fee to discourage their use. Madam Speaker, Bill C-380 arrives in the House for debate at an interesting moment. Next week, Canada will welcome the world the fourth session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to End Plastic Pollution, or INC4. This is a pivotal moment for Canada and the world as countries meet to negotiate a new global agreement on plastic. Canada, from the start of the negotiations, has called for an ambitious and effective treaty that addresses the life cycle of plastic. We want to see negotiations conclude this year so the countries can move forward on implementation. To ensure that we take an evidence-based approach and measure progress over time, we are advancing a federal plastic registry. The registry, the first of its kind in the world, would require plastic products to report plastic producers, my apology, Madam Speaker, to report annually on the quantity and types of plastic they place on the Canadian market. This would facilitate the design, implementation, and monitoring of measures aimed at addressing plastic pollution that they are part of zero plastic waste agenda. And it would help to identify areas where further action is required. We also recognize the importance of innovation in addressing plastic waste and preventing plastic pollution. Through the Innovative Solution Canada program, we are supporting Canadian businesses to spur innovation and the development of technologies that address issues such as reuse and difficult to recycle film and flexible plastic. Most recently, the government has contributed over $25 million to support small and medium businesses in Canada to find innovative solutions to specific plastic issues. The government will continue engaging provinces, territories, civil society, Indigenous partners, industry, and other concrete initiatives to keep plastic in the economy and out of the economy and out of the environment. A plastic circular plastic economy will help strengthen sustainable economies and create jobs. It will help fight climate change by avoiding the production of virgin plastic in favor of approaches like recycling and reuse, and it will protect biodiversity and environment. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, federal leadership via concrete regulatory action is essential to effectively prevent plastic pollution. It is in the interest of Canadians and environment that the listing of the plastic manufacturer item on Schedule 1 of CEPA is critical to the important work we are doing, and it should be kept intact. It is essential that we oppose this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-380 casts a rather disturbing shadow over the Conservative Party's position on a political objective that is in the common interest and that has been accepted by the environment ministers of every single province and every single territory, including Quebec. This bill is yet another example of the official opposition's denial of environmental issues, but just as much a denial of everything that years of scientific research have analysed and confirmed, namely, 1. Plastic pollution is a major environmental and health problem. 2. That it results in particular from the widespread use of plastic, especially for the manufacture of single-use products. 3. That this pollution, whether in the form of visible waste, microplastics or nanoplastics, harms ecosystems and biodiversity. It can also have harmful effects on health, particularly when it moves up the food chain and ends up in our food. And 4, that plastic pollution is present along coastlines and in surface waters, sediments, soil, groundwater, indoor and outdoor air, drinking water, and our food. Madam Speaker, the author of the bill, the member for Saskatoon University, makes a rather bold claim by claiming that, and I'm paraphrasing, the management of manufactured plastic products does not have a positive effect on the protection of the environment and the health of the population, which is patently untrue, and a statement, I dare say, that I find odious. Absolutely no scientific organization specializing and recognizing the sector of research would share that position. None whatsoever. We can legitimately wonder whether the Conservatives have ever actually read a scientific study on the subject, but understand that I mean a study produced somewhere other than in the laboratories of Dow Chemical or Imperial Oil. Before talking about another angle, there's one thing I'd like to clarify right away. Members of the official opposition might be tempted to have, as bloc members, play the role of the party that isn't defending provincial jurisdictions. No. Madam Speaker, what C-380 is trying to do is raise the alleged unconstitutionality of CEPA regulations banning single-use plastics. We all know that the government is appealing the federal court decision that supports this position. Now, the Bloc Québécois supports this government's action. Why? It's simple, because it's a bad decision by the federal court. If an environmental policy were unconstitutional, let me reassure you right away, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois would demand that the Government of Canada review this policy and respect the environmental sovereignty of Quebec and the other provinces. As a quick reminder, The Supreme Court has already ruled in favor of CEPA provisions, prohibiting certain specific acts to prevent pollution, or in other words, the release of certain toxic substances in the environment. But the Conservatives don't see the difference between revising a policy and completely abandoning a legitimate policy objective. C80 proposes the complete abolition of the main regulatory measure that allows the state to take action on single-use plastics. So it comes as no surprise to the Bloc Québécois that the first opposition is once again acting as the political valet of the oil and petrochemical lobby. This since the legal challenge of the single-use plastics regulation. Well, why have I said that? Because this legal challenge was led by who? Dow Chemical, Imperial Oil, and Nova Chemicals. So rejecting the science, denying the evidence, occupying the legislative agenda with the corporate concerns of companies that simply want the status quo or worse, proper deregulation? No. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but there's nothing good to come from this bill. Let us go back in time. In 2019, the government announced a ban of the use of certain single-use plastic items. It was intended to be ambitious. The intention was to impose standards to make companies that manufacture and sell plastic responsible for, 1, collecting plastic waste, and 2, recycling the material. That was in October 2019. In October 2020, the Minister for the Environment, now the Minister for Natural Resources, announced with great fanfare the goal of zero plastic waste by 2030. A fine intention, an honourable wish, but a statement without bite. The promise to have these regulations enforced by 2021? Well, as in other areas where government action and ambition are lacking, the finger will be pointed at the pandemic, of course. And yet, Madam Speaker, the government did not lack ambition or action to put the interests of the fossil fuel industry sector first during the pandemic. 3 examples: subsidizing oil companies in the name of the fight against climate change, granted billions of dollars in new loans for Trans Mountain, and authorizing exploratory offshore drilling without any impact assessment, and in marine sanctuaries that they themselves had created. Today, the bans in force are very partial, covering only 6 of the hundreds of items in the economy. As far as exports are concerned, no ban on manufacture or sales will be enforced before the 20th of December 2025. In other words, after this government's term of office. This is already a very timid regulation as far as we're concerned, and I have my doubts about how it will be enforced. Liberal policy is certainly not up to the task of providing solutions to the growing and worrying problem of plastic pollution. But the Conservative stance on this global issue is overwhelming in its denial of what is basically obvious, namely that the use of plastics and consequently the waste they generate has reached dizzying heights. Stratospheric heights, I would like to say, and according to all credible and independent sources, plastic products have been deemed toxic under CEPA precisely because the scientific literature has proven it clearly. And as for the temptation to talk about recycling, I would point out that data from 2016 shows that Canada recycles only 9% of plastic waste. 86% ends up in landfill, leaving 4% to be incinerated and 1% disappearing into nature. There's absolutely nothing circular there. But it's true that recognizing the problem is already halfway towards a solution. But let's be clear, the challenge before us is to 1, recognize that we must act in a predictable and firm manner, 2, to refuse any impulse to deregulate in the face of the existing framework. Reuse, remanufacture, repair, and prioritize the use of renewable energies and material use processes. These priorities alone would be enough to guide sound public policies on plastics. Quebec, yes, has already embarked in this, notably through the expertise of HoC Québec and its recycling companies on a process aimed at moving away from the extractivist linear economic model revered by the Conservatives and which seems to suit the government. HoC Québec has made the circular economy its priority. In Quebec, We value the principle of extended producer responsibility, a system under which responsibility for managing end-of-life products lies with the companies that market them in Quebec. To finish, Madam Speaker, I would like to quote Michael Burt, VP and Global Director for Climate and Energy Policy at Dow Canada, from his testimony to the Environment Committee on the issue of single-use plastics. I mentioned the expertise in Dow Canada in industrial chemistry and in engineering. There is no doubt that they could contribute to the circular economy or to the development of an innovative material or technology. I asked him, do you intend to gradually move away from the production of virgin resin? His answer, given without hesitation, as he slowly leant towards the microphone, maintaining eye contact. What did he say? No. He said, the reality is that the world does not have a problem with plastic, but it certainly has a problem with plastic waste. The reality is that for an investor, Dow Canada is a profitable company. I think his speech was clear. How is it conceivable to disassociate the production of plastics from their existence as waste? That says it all, doesn't it? This quote says it all. One thing's for sure, we'll apparently take a rain check, but by tabling C-380, the official opposition wins the prize for being the lobby's official legislative representative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to stand up and speak on this motion. You know, I have to admit it is a little disheartening to hear how the mover of this motion started the speech this evening. However, also not surprising from a party who continues to deny that there are environmental issues that need to be addressed in a timely manner in order to protect our futures and the future generations to come. To hear a member speak about plastic or paper straws, and to make jokes about how, around the sogginess of them. Who really likes paper straws? I understand that they're inconvenient, but my goodness, let's really talk about the issue at hand here. The issue at hand is that we have plastic pollution that is destroying our marine ecosystems, that is destroying the health and well-being of people across the country. And instead of talking about the real problem at hand around plastics that are polluting our planet and being ingested through marine ecosystems, being ingested then in the entire ecosystem into us, creating health implications. Instead of talking about the real issues at hand here, we're deflecting and talking about soggy straws. And I think that this is exactly what's to be expected from my colleagues in the Conservative Party. A consistent deflection from the issues at hand. The member even went so far to say that this banning plastics is bad for health, bad for the pocketbooks, and bad for the environment. Bad for the environment. I am floored to hear this. Sorry, did I hear a point of order? Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker. I thought that I heard somebody call a point of order and I was going to wait to hear it. Instead, it was a...
Not be heckling or trying to make points while someone else has the floor. I'm sure that member wasn't disturbed while he was speaking, and I'm sure that he would want to share that respect or return that respect during other people's speeches. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate bringing it back here. So instead of what was shared in the member's speech prior, we know that regulating plastics is essential to addressing the harms of plastic, and especially single-use plastics address the harm of plastics, and especially single-use plastics and the harms that are caused to our ecosystem, human health, environment, and even our climate. This is what we should be talking about. Madam Speaker, we know that plastics are polluting our oceans at a fast rate. The impacts are horrific. As the critic of fisheries and oceans and as a West Coaster, previously an East Coaster, but always a coaster on Vancouver in Canada, we are seeing the impacts of plastic pollution in so many ways. One such example that comes to mind is when I was first elected, we had a spill, the Zim Kingston spill, along the coast of Vancouver Island. Now, Madam Speaker, in this spill we saw, I believe it was over 100 containers that were spilled along Vancouver Island, and only 4 of those containers were recovered. Now, the rest of them were left to sink along the shores of Vancouver Island. Now, in these containers were a variety of items, many of them plastic. Now, a year after this spill, we had locals sharing, and actually there's a story about it. It says from CBC, from urinal mats to unicorns, cargo from major container spill is still washing up on BC shores. So imagine this, Madam Speaker, you're walking down the shoreline of our beautiful coastal Vancouver Island, and you see on this, along the coast, these pink inflatable unicorns washing up on the shore. Now, I don't know if everybody here has had an opportunity to visit our beautiful coastline, but most certainly, pink plastic unicorns are not a part of our natural marine ecosystem. Quite the opposite, actually. They have tremendous negative impacts on our environment when these plastic unicorns, these urinal mats, they break down into microplastics. They get into our marine life. The exact seafood that we are eating is full of microplastics, and the cycles continue. Madam Speaker, we need to be addressing this plastic pollution in all ways. One in which the marine cargo spills continue to happen, and having a strategy in place that makes sure that we are integrating local knowledge, that we have a response plan in place immediately. So some of those things I hope that we will see from the Liberal government in due time. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm having a hard time getting distracted by some of the Conservatives who are once again trying to deflect from the issue at hand. With that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak about a new disease that has been found. This disease, Madam Speaker, is called, Madam Speaker, this disease, frustrating. So, Madam Speaker, in the National Audubon Society, it's a nonprofit environmental organization dedicated to conservation of birds and their habitat. The title of this is Plastic Pollution is so pervasive that it's causing a new disease in seabirds. Madam Speaker, this new disease is describing and is marked by severe stomach damage from eating little bits of plastic. Now, the damages are tremendous from the birds are ingesting these plastics, and it's scraping their organs, causing several knock-on health effects, making the birds feel less hungry. There's less room for nutrients, and it's scarring their stomachs, creating less flexibility, so birds are unable to transport less fish back to the nest. Their damaged organs create less digestive acid to process food and protect against parasites. Madam Speaker, perhaps the member would like to ask a page for a cough drop. Might be helpful. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out that the impacts of the plastic pollution disproportionately impacts many Indigenous communities across Canada. A colleague, a constituent in my riding now, I have not received his permission to talk about this, but I know he'll be very excited for me to do so because he talks about it at all times. He has been very focused on providing and gathering detailed information around the location of city dumps and how close in proximity they are consistently to First Nations. Now, we know that these dumps are the places where plastics are brought, and they have detrimental. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, Madam Speaker, I would like to finish with constituents in my riding, Madam Speaker, are reaching out asking for the Minister of Environment to deal with plastic pollution and calling on action to take action on plastics in Canada to address the adverse human health outcomes linked with chemicals of concern in the cradle-to-grave cycle of plastics. This includes a few points, Madam Speaker: a just and equitable treaty and national policies that respect human rights, limit global production of plastics, eliminate unnecessary plastic products, prioritize the prohibition of hazardous chemicals of concern, prioritize immediate action to address people from vulnerable to exposures, and ensure that business respects the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Madam Speaker, despite the Conservatives' attempt to ensure that our planet is burning, to ensure that our planet is polluted, and that people are not provided with strong solutions to move forward, I would ask that we take the actions necessary to put an end to the plastic pollution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to address Bill C-380, a private member's bill from my friend and colleague, the member for Saskatoon University, with the very important aim of repealing this government's irresponsible and senseless ban on single-use plastics. This debate tonight is not about plastic waste, although certainly there is more to be done there. This is about whether or not plastics manufactured products are toxic, because that's what this government did. They had them labeled toxic, and it was ruled to be unconstitutional. In my speech today, I'll outline first the history of the ban and its flawed premise, and then detail why it's ultimately unhelpful to the environment and the harmful impacts on Canadians and Canadian industry. Finally, I'll expand on the unintended and knock-on consequences of the ban with a final appeal to this House for some common sense. Canadians are now, unfortunately, well-versed in the effects of climate change. The Liberals, with the need to be seen to be taking action, decided to place the blame for climate change exclusively on Canadian consumers, making plastic the scapegoat, with a particular spotlight on single-use plastics. In 2019, the Prime Minister announced bans on single-use plastics, and in May 2021, plastic manufactured items were added to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, or CEPA, to be designated as toxic. In June 2022, 6 categories of single-use plastics, or SUPs, were banned, with the timeline to prohibit manufacture and import for sale in Canada, prohibition on sale in Canada, and prohibition on manufacturing, import, and export sales. Unfortunately, quite in line with a government bent on destroying Canada's competitiveness and foreign direct investment. Checkout bags, cutlery, straws, food service utensils, stir sticks, ring carriers, and plastic straws packaged with drink containers were outlawed in one fell swoop. Yes, because banning the straws from juice boxes in the lunches of Canadians' first graders will definitely beat climate change. No, it won't. First, this ban on single-use plastics is unfounded and a serious overreach. Plastic manufactured items, as they're referred to, do not rightfully belong in the CEPA list as a toxic substance. CEPA is a federal criminal statute, and the enabling mechanism the federal government is applying wrongly to provide a legal basis for usurping provincial powers over waste management and the local plastics economy. Using CEPA, while unjustified, allows the federal government to take control of provincial waste management systems and centralizes all decisions related to what plastic products can be manufactured, imported, exported, and distributed in Canada. CEPA is a chemical management tool for toxic substances. It was never intended to be an environmental management tool. This broadens the scope of the Act, which was to list chemically harmful substances like mercury and lead as toxic. Therefore, listing the entire category of plastic manufactured items in Schedule 1 of the CEPA without a chemical risk assessment testing for toxicity is a serious violation of the Act. And what's more, it's not even plastic itself that's listed as toxic. It's plastic manufactured items. Things like medical supplies and devices, protective equipment, food packaging, fridges, cars, all of these are made with plastic. Are they all toxic? No, they are not. Madam Speaker, I worked for 21 years as a chemical engineer in plastics. I designed many plastic products used in medical devices, medical supplies, food packaging. I was involved in the approval process to understand how we assess to make sure that they don't have a negative medical impact. People here in this House, every day they're drinking orange juice from a plastic container. Is it toxic? No, it's not. They're eating their yogurt in the lobby from plastic. Is it toxic? No, it's not. Madam Speaker, they're going to the hospital, and in the hospital they use a single-use plastic for blood transfusions. Is it toxic? No, it's not. We are putting contact lenses in our eyes. That's plastic. Is it toxic? No, it's not. We are giving babies their formula in plastic bottles. Is it toxic? No, it's not. And it's such a ridiculous argument to say plastics isn't toxic, but plastic manufactured items are. That's like me saying the wool that I'm knitting with is not toxic, but the sweater that I produce is. It's absolutely ridiculous.
That's right.
Even the Environment Minister himself said at an Environment Committee, well, plastics are not toxic in the normal sense of the word that people use pejoratively, and I don't think anybody says that they are. Well, then why are they on the list? This is causing a huge issue in the industry, threatening jobs, threatening the environment.
That's right.
And as usual, for the Liberals, their words and their actions don't line up.
Hear, hear.
Perhaps they think by banning plastics and causing serious deleterious effects to Canadians and Canadian industry, they can fool voters into thinking they did something. However, like most Liberal strategies, it's built on false premises. The Liberals want Canadians to believe that banning single-use plastics will assist with the reduction of plastic pollution and emissions production. However, the scale of plastic pollution is small, at less than 1% of all litter in Canada, according to a report written by this Liberal government in 2020. Further, only 1% of Canada's plastic waste is disposed of improperly. Plastic pollution is not a pervasive problem in Canada. Moreover, alternatives to plastic actually produce more carbon emissions, not less. We know this government loves McKinsey and their consulting work. And so I will quote from one of their reports. The potential impact of reusable packaging, based on modeling done by McKinsey in 2023, indicates there would be a 150% increase in emissions due to the higher share of fossil components in materials, transport, and energy use to make the alternative products. Good job fighting climate change. And these so-called alternatives cost twice as much to make as well.
Terrible.
Packaging accounts for 10 to 20% of a product's cost. And if the packaging now costs twice as much, as likewise estimated in that same McKinsey report, there'll be a significant inflationary increase to consumers if the government introduces requirements related to use, recycled content, and eliminating plastic from produce and meats. Just what we need when Canadians can't afford to eat and they're going to homeless shelters and food banks in increasing numbers.
Very shameful.
As it is, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business estimates the added cost to the Canadian economy is $1.9 billion to produce these alternatives to the banned plastic packaging. We use plastic for a reason. It's vital to extend the shelf life of foods, especially fresh fruits and vegetables. These fresh fruits and vegetables, even pet food, will face reduced shelf lives and increased prices due to federal regulations on plastic. The Canadian Produce Marketing Association estimates it'll cost between $2.5 and $5 billion in costs for food losses, accompanying an estimated 500,000 metric ton increase in food losses. Rotting food increases methane emissions. And at a time when so many Canadians are struggling and the food banks are seeing unprecedented usage, it's unconscionable. Worse still are the effects on the thousands of families who rely on those working in the plastic manufacturing industry. More than 99,000 people work in the Canadian plastics industry, which is estimated to be worth $35 billion. The ban will impact 13,000 to 20,000 direct jobs and as many as 26,000 to 40,000 indirect jobs. Wow. That's together up to 60,000 Canadians who will face further hardship at the hands of this Liberal NDP government and their ideology. You know, in my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, we have multiple plastics facilities that produce single-use plastics. And you know what? In 2019, the federal Liberals decided they wanted Nova Chemicals to build a $3 billion plant in my riding instead of in Texas. And they provided incentives and money to get them to come and build a single-use plastic production facility that will export plastics to the world. And the very next month, they decided they're going to ban the products that they're producing, and now they're planning to stop the export. They would shut that facility down and all of the economic benefits. So it's total hypocrisy on the part of this government. Mr. Speaker, are we really going to destroy the lives and livelihoods of 60,000 Canadians and their families while putting increased costs and inconveniences on Canadians for a detrimental environmental and economic outcome? There's no benefit to this, and it was an egregious error to enact the ban in the first place. Instead, efforts can be made to shore up recycling and recovery infrastructure to better manage plastic waste resources. And these industries are willing to partner to address some of the issues that we know exist with plastics, like microbeads in the Great Lakes, for example. So let's work on those problems. But, Madam Speaker, plastics are not toxic and plastic manufactured products are not toxic. So I implore the government to listen to reason and common sense. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Unfortunately, I'll have to re-interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary very shortly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has maybe about a minute, not even to start speaking.
Well, then I'll be fairly brief, Madam Speaker. But you know, it's I think a lot of people are a little bit surprised. Well, maybe not so surprised that the Conservative Party is going not only against policy here in Canada, but if you take a look at countries around the world, there are many countries around the world that are moving towards the banning, for example, of plastic bags. And that's the question I had posed the member opposite. So in the Conservative Party, they want to take some backward steps in regards to the environment and go around the world saying that they care about the environment when other countries around the world are, in fact, Madam Speaker, taking actions. Many of them have banned it. Many of them are actually in the process, and I'll continue on the next time.
Yes, I do apologize. That's twice in one day for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. So sorry. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 9 minutes and 20 seconds the next time this matter is before the House. Alors, à ce moment-ci.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise tonight on a very important issue. In November of last year, a 12-year-old child committed suicide in British Columbia after being the victim of online sexual extortion. And the Liberal government has known that this has been a growing problem during the entirety of its nearly 9-year mandate and has taken virtually no action, actually no action, to address this issue. It's gotten worse and more children have been victimized. It isn't just children that are the victims of extortion, and it doesn't just happen online, but I want to specifically address the extortion of children in Canada, particularly over sexual extortion. So this is a federal problem. The criminal code that allows, the gaps in the criminal code that allow these criminals to operate is a federal jurisdiction. The RCMP, which is responsible for catching these organized criminals, is federal. And the Prime Minister passed Federal Bill C-5, which eliminated mandatory jail time for committing extortion with a firearm. And on top of this, he brought in place very detrimental, very poor bail reform in Bill C-75, which makes it easier for offenders to get back on our streets. So instead of reacting in a way that would address these gaps, what the federal government has done is propose a very large bureaucracy that's extrajudicial, that has no costing associated with it, that doesn't have a set timeline for coming into force, and would be subject to regulations that wouldn't be built for years down the road, as opposed to supporting common sense measures like establishing mandatory sentences and increased mandatory sentences for criminals convicted of extortion, bringing in 5-year prison sentences for any criminal convicted of extortion who is acting on behalf of gangs. There could be modifiers for cases of children. And also restoring mandatory 4-year prison sentences for the offense of extortion with a firearm, make arson an aggravating factor for the charge of extortion, and reversing the damage done by Bill C-75. But there's other things that the government could be doing as well, too. We know that the problem of bringing people to justice of any crime in Canada, but certainly serious criminal issues, has been a problem since the government took office, because the government has not been appointing judges across the country. There's a lack of judges. And that, coupled with the Jordan principle, has that the lack of the ability of the government to appoint judges has created this system that essentially these criminals act without any sort of deterrent. So I'm just wondering why the government has chosen this kick the can further down the road approach to dealing with child online sexual extortion, as opposed to closing loopholes in the criminal code and ensuring that there is adequate resources and tools for law enforcement and the judiciary to bring criminals to justice.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for the question here. The member certainly could consider supporting the government's online harms bill, which I think is a major piece of legislation that certainly will help to protect minors and children when they're interacting online. I appreciate this opportunity to speak on the ongoing threat of extortion in Canada. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is deeply concerned about Canadians who are victimized by acts of extortion and related violence. The Government of Canada is aware of growing concerns related to extortion across the country, and indeed our government has heard directly from the mayors of Surrey, British Columbia, Edmonton, Alberta, and Brampton, Ontario, about how this is impacting their communities. The recent increase in the number and severity of extortion attempts, particularly targeting members of Canada's South Asian community, are alarming. The Government of Canada and the RCMP encourage anyone experiencing or witnessing extortion to report it to their local police of jurisdiction and discourage anyone from complying with demands for money. Rest assured, Madam Speaker, that the Government of Canada is committed to protecting the safety of Canadians and Canadian interests against these threats. And we are taking concrete action to protect all affected communities across Canada. As Canada's national police force, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police is mandated to prevent, detect, and investigate serious organized crime in order to protect Canadians and Canadian interests. In doing so, the RCMP works closely with domestic and international law enforcement partners to share information and target shared threats. The RCMP and its law enforcement partners across the country have observed an increase in the number of extortion crimes taking place and are working collaboratively to investigate these incidents. While the RCMP cannot comment on specific investigations, of course, I can confirm that significant coordination is underway across the country to address similar types of extortion attempts directed at the South Asian communities in British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario. While many investigations remain ongoing, a number of arrests have been made, and information sharing across agencies, I would say, is imperative as coordinated efforts are underway to identify that cases that may be related to one another. To this end, the RCMP is actively sharing information with local law enforcement to support their ongoing efforts. Rest assured, Madam Speaker, law enforcement agencies across the country are utilizing the required tools and resources to combat these serious incidents in order to keep Canadians safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
The bill that my colleague opposite mentioned with regard to child online sexual exploitation and extortion suggests that social media operators, what it requires is social media operators submit plans to a yet-to-be-created bureaucracy about how they will protect children. Why wouldn't, at a minimum, the government require these plans to be posted for everyone to see or for law enforcement to inspect? Why not have maximum transparency on it, and why not do it now? And also, why not close loopholes in the criminal code and strengthen the criminal code to prevent this from happening right now? Why bureaucracy and tell people to go to a complaints department instead of the police?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I've said, the Government of Canada is committed to taking a collaborative approach to address the ongoing threat of extortion in Canada. Nationwide collaboration is underway to address similar types of extortion attempts directed at South Asian communities and others across the country. Investigators have access to the resources, tools, and supports necessary to advance these investigations and hold those responsible accountable. And we know that the Conservatives have voted against $80 million in support of the work of the RCMP, which is truly tragic when you consider what the members are asking for, which is a greater enforcement of the law. Clearly, the RCMP now have the resources as a result of our government's work, and the collaborative efforts that they're making is having a positive impact. Thank you.
The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the Canadians in the frugal riding of Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke. Recently, I asked the NDP Liberal Coalition if they would adopt a dollar-for-dollar rule for this week's budget. It's a common-sense rule where the government finds $1 in savings for every new dollar of spending. It allows government to focus resources where it's most needed without stalking inflation. The response from the President of the Treasury Board was embarrassing. More than embarrassing, it was sad and pathetic. Her response was the parliamentary equivalent of the classic schoolyard taunt, "I know you are, but what am I?" There's something about this so-called feminist prime minister's government which takes smart, accomplished, professional women in the private sector and turns them into shallow, glib bobblehead dolls in Parliament. If they're lucky, like Jane and Jody, they get out before the prime minister demands they shred their integrity. If they're unlucky, they work hard in a given portfolio only to be demoted when they start getting better press than the prime minister. I imagine that's why the president of the Treasury Board decided to ignore a policy question and reply with a lazy partisan attack. She needs to get back into the good graces of the inner circle. Any display of independent thought by any minister in this government risks bringing down the wrath of Katie. But falling in line and following orders is something the minister is especially skilled at. How else can we explain that someone could serve as defense minister, receive firsthand a look at the dire state of the military readiness, then go on to cut billions from defense budget? That's right, Madam Speaker. The president of the Treasury Board is leading a program review. They're cutting spending from national security priorities so they can increase spending on Liberal re-election priorities. It's not quite a dollar-for-dollar policy. It's more a borrowed $10 for a dollar policy, or more accurately, a borrowed $1 trillion. They've borrowed so much money that the cost to finance their mountain of debt is more than what we spend on health care. The interest payments are more than all the tax collected through the GST. Incredibly, as if to fulfill the prophecy of Oedipus Rex, this Prime Minister has done in 9 years what it took his father 16 years to accomplish. Pierre Trudeau left Canada in such an economic hole it took another 16 years to dig us out. Because this government's historic levels of secrecy, utter lack of transparency, and deceptive bookkeeping, Canadians don't know how deep this hole is. That's because more and more it appears as if this socialist coalition has adopted a kamikaze strategy. They know Canadians want to change. They know Canadians are tired of this corrupt, arrogant, preachy, self-righteous prime minister. They know no amount of new spending is going to improve their poll numbers. They know this, yet their strategy is damn the torpedoes and full speed ahead. The Socialist Coalition started us on a slow run to insolvency, but now they're in a full sprint. This reckless spending is not achieving positive results. The more they spend, the less Canadians can afford. Madam Speaker, before the Parliamentary Secretary rises to read Katie Telford's latest talking points, I just want to remind them the question I asked was not a partisan question, but a straightforward policy one. All the experts Liberals love to quote said, more spending fuels inflation. So I ask again, will this government cap spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down inflation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And thanks to the member opposite for, I think, the very entertaining diatribe that she went on. The member opposite claims that she's not being partisan, but every part of her comments today seemed like a partisan attack. And I know she specializes in conspiracy theories on her nightly news show, but that's okay. I will endeavor to try to answer her question. But before I do, maybe I'll just clarify that defense spending in Budget 2024, obviously the member hasn't taken the time yet to read the document, but it includes considerable increases to defense spending. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the work our government is doing to address affordability issues in Canada while continuing to responsibly manage our country's finances. First of all, I would like to remind my honourable colleague that Canada has the lowest deficit and net debt to GDP ratios in the G7, which is recognized by our AAA credit rating. Canadians know how important it is to responsibly manage a budget in the face of rising costs, and that's exactly what we are doing. As noted by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, when she tabled the budget earlier this week, we are maintaining our fiscal anchor. Our federal debt to GDP ratio will continue to decline over the medium term. Madam Speaker, in Budget 2024, our government is moving forward with measures that foster the kind of economic growth that will enable every generation of Canadians to reach their full potential. For example, Budget 2024 includes many ambitious measures to address the housing crisis. We want to ensure that people, especially young people, are better able to pay their rent or mortgage. To do this, we're investing in building more rental apartments and more affordable housing from coast to coast to coast. We are topping up the Housing Accelerator Fund and making it easier for Canadian homeowners to add a basement suite or a laneway house so middle-class Canadians can be part of the housing solution too. For first-time homebuyers, we will be extending the maximum amortization period of a mortgage to 30 years on new builds, including condos, and we are also making changes to ensure that renters who pay on time can have that rent payment count towards their credit history when it comes time to get a mortgage. This means lower monthly payments and greater opportunity for young people to buy their first home. Madam Speaker, we are also moving forward with measures to make life in Canada cost less. Inflation is now way down and in fact now has been back within the Bank of Canada's target range for 3 months in a row. We said we would continue to invest in Canadians, reasonably manage our finances and control inflation, and that's exactly what we're doing. And we understand that many Canadians, especially younger people, need support, and that's why we're making transformational enhancements to Canada's social safety net. That social safety net is being increased through $10 a day childcare, through the Canadian Dental Care Plan, through a national drug insurance plan, and through now a national school food program, which I am very proud to see in the federal budget. These are just a few measures we're putting forward to help Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, this government's gaslighting is endless. If they were forced to pay the carbon tax on all that hot air, we could pay off their $2 trillion debt tomorrow. As these far-left radicals grow even more desperate, Canadians can expect a biblical-sized flood of misinformation and disinformation. Their favorite tactic will be the classic accusation in the mirror. They accuse everyone else of doing exactly the thing that they are doing. They'll shamelessly claim all we have are slogans. This from the party who's so infatuated with round numbers, Every environmental policy has the same 30 by 30 slogan. They said they'd reduce emissions 30% by 2030. They said they'd render 30% of Canada's land and seas unusable by 2030. Their Soviet-style car sales mandate goes even further, forcing 50% EVs by 2030. After 9 years, all they have are empty slogans, broken promises, and a mountain of debt. This Prime Minister and his socialist coalition are just not worth the cost.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Our government has a plan to drive the kind of economic growth that will ensure every generation of Canadians can reach their full potential. A plan to ensure that everyone gets a fair chance to build a good middle-class life in Canada. This government believes in investing in Canadians and creating economic growth, not cuts in austerity like the Conservatives. We're building a modern economy with jobs for the future and are investing today so that generations of tomorrow can have a fair shot at success. Canadians can count on our government to make life more affordable while continuing to manage our public finances responsibly, and that's what we're proposing in Budget 2024. It's about fairness for every generation and an economy that works for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Electricity is the dirtiest source of power generation. It produces the most greenhouse gases globally. The IPCC states that the world must dramatically reduce its consumption of coal by 2030 to avoid the worst outcomes of the climate crisis. And when thermal coal is exported to be burned in other countries, it has a devastating impact on global emissions. But here in Canada, the government is choosing to ignore the facts when it comes to coal. In 2021, the Liberals ran on an environment platform that promised that they would phase out thermal coal exports. When they formed government, the Prime Minister ordered the Minister of Environment to phase out thermal coal exports in his mandate letter. What actions has this Liberal government taken since then? Nothing. In fact, since the Liberals took power in 2015, thermal coal exports have tripled. How can the Minister of Environment look himself in the mirror? How can the Liberal members look themselves in the mirror and call themselves climate champions? Canada is ignoring its own climate commitments, sending millions of tons of thermal coal across the globe. We are shipping the dirtiest fossil fuel to be burnt in faraway lands where we can close our eyes and pretend that everything is fine. Everything is not fine. Madam Speaker, greenhouse gas emissions do not know international borders. Rising temperatures hurt us all. Increased natural disasters are happening around the globe, but especially here in Canada, in my home province of BC. So even if the thermal coal that originates from Canada or the US is burnt in China, it's the same greenhouse gas emissions that fuel the conditions for the dry forests that light up in flames across this country, displacing thousands of people. Why hasn't this government fulfilled their promise to Canadians to end thermal coal exports? Why do they continue to mislead Canadians and promise climate action but continually fall short? It is no wonder Canadians are cynical. This last year alone, Canada exported 19.5 million tons of thermal coal. In 2022, 40 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions were burnt from Canadian thermal coal exports. That's roughly the same number as emissions of 16.7 million cars. Every year, air pollution contributes to roughly 1 million deaths around the world. Burning coal is a big factor in this. Canadian coal shouldn't be playing a role in polluting the air we breathe. This is one of the many reasons I tabled my private member's bill, Bill C-383, to phase out thermal coal exports, work with unions to ensure sustainable job transitions, and fulfill our international climate commitments. My question for the member is, will you fulfill your promise to Canadians and phase out thermal coal? Why have you broken this promise?
The honourable member knows that she's to address all questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the member. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It's quite rich for the NDP member, even though I align with her in terms of our commitment on fighting climate change and doing what's best for our economy and environment. I think it's a bit rich for her to say that we're misleading Canadians when the NDP is flip-flopping on the most effective market-based mechanism for reducing carbon emissions, which is the carbon pricing. And their leader has recently seemed to support the Conservatives and others around the country that are making that an issue and trying to back off from carbon pricing. They've also, at committee that I've been on in the past, the NDP members have supported giving a free pass to farmers to burn fossil fuel on farms. So it's a bit rich for the member opposite to...
Orders. The honourable member will have a chance to do a rebuttal. Unless she has a point of privilege, that would be different. But at this point, there's no points of order. No. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. The government is not breaking any promises. On the contrary, Canada is playing a strong leadership role on phasing out thermal coal, both domestically and internationally. The science is very clear about coal. It is one of the largest contributors to climate change. We know we need to go further and make coal history for good if we want to give the world a fighting chance to hold global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. I am proud that Canada was among the first movers on this issue. At COP26 in 2021, Canada was the first country in the world to commit to banning the export of thermal coal by no later than 2030. And we will make that happen. Right now, the government is considering a range of possible options to implement the ban. There are several factors to take into consideration, from socioeconomic impacts to environmental and trade impacts, and we must make sure the ban aligns with other federal, provincial, and territorial policies, but alas, we will get there. Moving away from exporting thermal coal is a must, and it makes good economic sense over the long term, too, as more affordable clean energy options are becoming available in many countries around the world. Meanwhile, we're already seeing significant progress in the retirement of coal in Canada. Our government has already put in place regulations to accelerate the phase-out of coal-fired electricity in Canada by 2030, and we are on track to meet our goal with the 4 remaining coal-burning provinces, all making excellent progress in their transition to cleaner electricity. We're also providing economic support of $185 million for coal workers and their communities. We've put a price on carbon pollution. We've committed to greater support for clean technology. We've committed to emission reductions across the economy from all traditional sectors, and we're developing a plan to phase out public financing for the fossil fuel sector by the fall of 2024. That's this year. Madam Speaker, supporting the switch to clean energy is a priority for this government. It's something that I've spent my career and my life advocating for, and I'm very happy to see us making strides in that direction. We want to make sure that the coal phase-out translates into new jobs and economic opportunities for Canadian families as we respond to the ever-urgent climate crisis. Thank you.
So I want to apologize. So there is no points of privilege or no points of order that can be raised during adjournment proceedings, and unless there was an issue with interpretation or something like that. So the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting to me that the member initially answered my question about why the government is tripling its thermal coal exports by talking about carbon pricing and accusing the NDP of not having strong climate action, when it is this government that continues to use carbon pricing as a political wedge to hold it up as proof of their climate credibility. The consumer carbon price makes about 8 to 14%. Thermal coal exports are having a detrimental impact on global emissions. Coal exports are one of the biggest reasons that global emissions are rising. When I uncovered that thermal coal exports had tripled, I was shocked. I'm used to the Liberals breaking promises, but they didn't just delay this promise. They didn't just delay climate action this time. They said they would phase it out, and the exports tripled. After this was revealed, you'd think this was prompt action, but no, they have done.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, obviously the member and I will respectfully have to disagree, but I've yet to speak about Canada's leadership in driving the coal phase-out around the world, which is crucial. Since 2017, Canada has rallied almost one-third of the world's governments to take action through its co-leadership of the Powering Past Coal Alliance with the United Kingdom. And the world has made progress. Over 75% of the coal power capacity in member countries of the OECD has been retired or is scheduled to close by 2030. That's real progress, Madam Speaker. More than 7 out of 10 proposed new coal projects have been cancelled globally. But more needs to be done, there is no doubt, including to support developing countries to transition from coal to clean power. To that end, Canada has invested $1 billion in the Climate Investment Fund's Accelerated Coal Transition Program, and at COP28, Canada called on countries to recognize the need to accelerate a coal phase-out and not just a phase-down, and to scale up support for clean energy. Our future...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 2401.